You need a great opener, like somehow we're adults. Do.
We can record that right
some
now.
Kind of like
we can record that right now.
Everybody be quiet.
Somehow we're adults.
I like him.
This reminds me of the Ricky Bobby when he's being interviewed for the first time. Just breathe it into the microphone real close.
Dude, the amount of Ricky Bobby, the amount of Talladega Nights references we make.
So good.
It's one of the best movies.
We were just talking about that with Step Brothers too.
Yeah. Dude.
You gotta call me Nighthawk.
You wanna go do karate in the garage?
It's jiu-jitsu, dude.
Yeah. If it was a modern movie, it'd be jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's almost the karate part of it makes it funny because it makes it even stupider.
Yeah.
Like jiu-jitsu's too good to be for those two retards to be doing.
I saw Netflix made a movie recent. I think Nicolas Cage was in it. It was called Jiu Jitsu and had nothing to do with Jiu Jitsu. Yeah, the opening scene. As soon as the opening scene was dude running through the woods, fucking shurikens following him, and he jumps off into like the water or something. I was like, so is he gonna pull guard or what's he gonna do? Like, what are we doing here? Just we're knife fighting and shuriken and kunai knife throwing, but not a single jiu-jitsu move was used. Not a throw, just a sword fight.
Not even.
You're like, maybe they won't notice.
Jiu-jitsu is just a cool sounding name. Somebody got the idea from that.
Does it mean anything?
Gentle art, as far as I remember.
Bitch, that shit ain't not gentle.
It can be.
Did you see that video? I don't know if I sent it to you, actually. I just saw a video the other day. It was one of the Gracies on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he's like, jiu-jitsu is like a real, like, gentle sport or art or something like that. And then it's just a bunch of videos of, like, dudes getting Kimura'd and breaking their shoulders.
You can disrespect your friends pretty cool. I mean, because you think about it, like somebody that doesn't do it, and they go against you, and you're just like, oh, I'm going to gently, redirect your face to the ground.
Yeah.
You're like, see how I could hurt you right now? But you're like, no, it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday my buddy Will, he used to wrestle, but he like grabbed my arm. Or no, he tried to give me like a rear naked choke. I grabbed his arm and started to like arm bar him with like a figure four grip. And he was like, oh, that's a problem. And then I started to wrist lock him from that grip too. And he's like, this is not good. I'm like, see, I could totally fuck you up 2 different ways right here.
Yeah, dude. I did that on ship when I was deployed one time. I was like using shit in the room to tap the guy out because he was super bad at everything. So he's like trying to, because everybody just come up behind you and start trying to like grab you from behind and like dump you on the ground or something. And then you're like, oh, you see this fucking MRE spoon? Well, watch me use it to Kimura your ass. Or like, oh, see this bench next to us that I couldn't get your arm down. So I just put his arm on the bench when he was fighting it because I'd anchored it up enough to get him to where he couldn't. Well, it was like a stalemate. Like his strength was, I was like, I can't get any higher. So I like moved his arm over, put it on the bench, and I was just like, there we go. He's like, oh, did you just use the bench to tap me out? I'm like, I don't know, dude. It was just right there.
Gotta do what you gotta do. So when did you start jiu-jitsu?
2015 or 16.
Got you. So you've been doing it for like 6-7 years?
Yeah. Yeah, but there was like a 2.5 year stint that I didn't do shit because I was one during COVID, and then the other one before that was, I think, in transition. Oh, dive school. That's what it was. I did do jujitsu on people. I just did not
I got
pay
you.
to go anywhere and train. Yeah,
I got you.
Because it was just like dive school was like a dorm setting, so you always had people like doing stupid dorm
shit to pass time.
Yeah. And it was funny because there were dorms, but they were more like cubicles because there was no the walls went up so high that you could like look over to your neighbor's room. But hey, bro, what was the thing we were gonna do tomorrow? And you're like just
it's like
looking over
urinal stall dividers.
Yeah, but it's like they were actually built walls.
Like
you
didn't
can
go
see
all the way to the ceiling.
Just like half walls.
But you could like see in like if you looked over the wall, you could see into like it's like drywall kind of shit, and you could just like see down into it. And some people drop shit in there. Like if you put your phone up there on accident, you just fall right in. Shit was, yeah. One dude, like we chipped away at the bottom of it to get but it was like under the bed, so you couldn't see it. You're just like doon, 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 doon. So yeah, we got his phone back that way.
So okay, so I want to like make like a timeline because like you've done a lot of shit in your life, and like I need like a timeline of how. So like.
So you were born
1992.
Yes. Let's go back.
There I was.
So where did you go to high school at? Where did you grow up at?
So well, I guess Ferguson, Missouri is where it all began. Some of you know Ferguson from Black Lives Matter, but that's what I was like. I saw it on the news one time when I was in the Marine Corps, and I was like looking. It's like, why is Ferguson on the fucking news? Like, what do we have to talk about Ferguson
There's
for?
nothing there.
Yeah, like nobody gives a shit about Ferguson, Missouri, and then like, oh, the dude got killed. Oh my god! And it's like, yeah, it's Wednesday. Who cares? What else? What are we really talking about? And then the whole Mike Brown shit happened, but. Grew up in North St. Louis, and then
How old were you? So you were born in Missouri? Okay.
and then grew up in North St. Louis, and then moved after that because the place was stupid. Like I think North St. Louis is the second most ghetto, next to East St. Louis. East St. Louis is like stop signs or suggestions. They're not really like you don't want to stop necessarily because even cops tell you like don't go over there, bro. There's actually a street there called Femmer Street, my last name, and or road. But either way, because we tried to Google, like, because we would, my sister's little hangout room basement that we had, where all of our friends would come out. Is we had in Missouri we have basements, and some of them are finished, and you hang out in those things.
Like that 70s show kind of stuff?
Yeah, literally. Like so we would hang out there, but the whole thing was new people that came to the hangout room had to bring something they had taken from somewhere to the everything
that's fucking cool.
So everything in there was stolen. Like,
That's pretty. That's pretty cool.
that was like
That's pretty cool.
If it was your first time ever,
That's what I'm gonna start doing for the podcast, dude. Yeah.
Just have every guest have to bring a stolen item.
Just random shit, just a stop sign on the wall.
Yeah, 'cause so that was like the thing. You had to like whatever it was your first time there, you had to steal. Some people go extreme. Like one time, they took a dinosaur, gigantic dinosaur, like fucking huge. Like so, it was such a big deal. It made the newspaper. Like people were requesting there's a reward for whoever finds it. Like if you bring it back, please. Da, 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 da. And it was fucking wild. Then someone tipped it. And then like fast forwarding to the future when I was like older, somebody tipped him off because at that point that by this time the room had been taken down. And the dinosaur was just like living in my dad's basement somewhere. And then it was just like it was a blanket over it, like it was just like gone. It was like past. But somebody tipped them off, and the cops came and got it back. Nobody got in trouble, but it's like, yeah, we found this. I guess.
I bought it at a garage sale.
Just showed up and walked in.
Yeah, so that was the thing. So we were gonna steal the Femmer Street to add to. I mean, it's like obviously we got to steal this fucking sign. To
Gotta
bring
have
here.
that. Yeah.
So we had a plan on like how we were gonna do it, like a ladder.
Was it in the real ghetto area?
Yeah, it was East St. Louis.
Oh, okay.
So we Googled. We were like, you know what, guys? It's not that important.
It's not worth our lives.
You know what I mean?
We could just like now. Well, I guess now you can just order one online. I guess back then you probably couldn't, but
Yeah, I don't know if you could. I don't know. Maybe you could maybe make one online.
there's probably places that make them for like garages and shit. But I don't know. It takes away from it. Like it
Yeah.
needs to have been outside.
Authenticity.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
needs to have
if
been
it wasn't
stolen.
dude, I ran from the cops so many times, and so in the ghetto neighborhood, not so much. I probably act more hood radish when I got to the second neighborhood, which was like we moved out of North St. Louis because of like all of the gang violence and shit. Like I think I told you before, like we thought growing up, you thought the Crips were the good guys and the Bloods were the bad guys. Like gangs are gangs, but like I was like, I can see how like the Nazi fucking German people were like, oh, they're the good guys. Like, they're Nazis. Like everybody else on the outside is like, yo, no, they're fucking bad people.
Yeah, they thought they were doing
Grow up
something
around them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the neighborhood Green Valley Crips, you thought that was like blue was good, red was bad, which was easy. It was an easy mantra to get behind because obviously like blue's always been notoriously the good, like generic versus like dark light kind of thing. Like,
I got you.
Yeah, so Crips are the good guys, Bloods are the bad guys. Like even like wearing red in the neighborhood wasn't good. Like I had a guy yell at me outside of his house one time out of a window. They tell me to change my like shirt. I take my shirt off because I had I had an undershirt underneath it, but it's like a button-up shirt, but it was like a red. It had red in it or red, and it was fairly red. But he was like, I was like on the wrong street to be wearing that color shirt, so he yelled at me.
It's a good way to
take
get
that
fucked
shit
up.
off. I didn't know who the fuck he was. I was like, Jesus, is that you talking to me?
How old were you when this happened?
9, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
I'm on a bike, dude. I'm just like rolling on my bike.
Kid, you want to die? No,
Yeah,
no,
like,
sir.
you better take this. No, how he phrased it was like, "Hey kid, nice shirt." I was like, "Thanks." Like I don't know. I'm just yelling in the ether, like who the fuck's talking to me? And he's like, "No, fuck that. Take that shit off." So I'm like, okay. I ride my bike.
This grown ass man just yelled at me.
I don't know where he's at. But yeah, so then we moved from after like even the 25-mile-an-hour sign in our house, like you couldn't even tell if it was a 15 or a 2.5 because it was like so many bullet holes in that shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, so we moved away because our neighbor had too many drive-bys happen. They didn't even drive by; they like parked in front of their house and started shooting their shit up. And my brother's windows, like their bedroom window, was like
Facing
toward
the
that
street?
house. Yeah,
Oh,
well, not
shit.
the street, just that side of the house. So, parents were like, "Nah, let's get the fuck out of here."
Yeah.
And so
It's a good move.
yeah.
It's
So
a
we
good
moved
move.
from there to like one of the top 10 places to live in Missouri to Lake St. Louis. And that is where all the real hood rat shit began.
Because you're like, I'm rebelling. I cannot be this
Well, that's-
this nice of a neighborhood.
That's when the hangout room started. That's when we started doing the stealing shit and bringing it in the room. And that's how, because it's just when you're like middle school / teenager, it's just the rush of doing it.
Yeah.
And it was
Just
usually
doing something you're not supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like in like restaurants or anything. Sometimes it was, but usually it wasn't in restaurants. Like we had a fucking whole deck of coasters that were like, but nobody cared. That's not really stealing though, because you could probably just take these fucking things. Like,
Yeah.
We-
I have friends now that like, would say they've never done anything illegal, but will like go to a restaurant and be like, man, this steak knife is nice.
This is a nice
Shoop.
dish. I'm gonna
Yeah.
take this dish.
Do you have any of those little fucking like miso soup spoons? Like, this be good for real. This be good for some cereal.
Listen,
bro.
I feel like as a restaurant owner, like they have to leave room in the budget for extra cutlery and shit.
Oh yeah, I'm like they can afford this.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
But they so we would take things.
Some restaurant owner might be listening to this, and be
Like,
like,
fuck you
fuck that dude. I fucking hate those people.
we would take things. So, one of the big gem items that we wanted, or my sister wanted, because we never knew what it was. It was there's like decor, like yard, like orb things. It was like a gigantic marble, and I'm like, yo, I bet the thing's heavy as fuck. Come to find out, it's not even it's like
It's hollow.
it's a hollow. It's a half a circle. Yeah, it was disappointing. I picked that bitch up. You ever pick something up you thought was gonna be heavy?
Threw it through the air.
So, but now add that to the attempt of not being caught doing it. So you're like coming up there, the fucking motion detector light comes on. And you're like, oh god, it's so light. And you fall trying to run away with this shit. It's like, this is
I
disappointment.
feel like you're getting shot. You're like, why is this light? Oh my god.
Yeah. So we had there was like 15 of these things in this neighborhood. So we're like, what color do you want? Because we already have the map of like where these bitches are.
Jesus, the stuff that people did in the 90s, dude.
So it, like but there was a curfew in the neighborhood. But not really. It's not really a curfew. It's just like if you're this age and you're out this late at night, like what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
So it was.
Damn, that's a real rich, nice neighborhood, you know?
Well, it was like,
To go from the ghetto where like,
No one
like
gives a
people just
fuck.
out shooting signs and shit. And like, sir, you cannot be out after 10 p.m. if you're under the age of 15.
Yeah, that's probably realistically what it was. But we had they're called CA cards, and so you could like swim in the lake, go to the clubhouse, all that fun shit, and so we.
Damn, this bitch had a clubhouse. From the neighbors getting to drive
Started
by.
from the bottom, now we're here.
I'm gonna go hang out in the clubhouse. Oh.
Yeah, and it was at the fake ass beach, and
Yeah.
The club car
Damn,
riding
dude,
around everywhere.
your parents were holding out on you guys.
yeah, and I was like, how long did it take us
Wait,
to move
why
here?
did we live in the ghetto?
Yeah. So we went from that to that, and then so we were stealing that orb. That was one of the times. So what game we used to like to play is like because the police would always like patrol the neighborhoods and shit, and they would see.
What a contrast. I'm sorry. I can't get over the fact that you went from like drive-bys next door to like the next neighbor. Like there's no like that's a dark, like a black and white contrast.
Oh,
Like,
for sure.
You didn't like there was no stepping stone house between the two. That
Oh
just
yeah,
cracks
and
me up.
my brother and sister went from like minority to majority. Like they were like the two white kids in the school that had nicknames. to like nobody even gives a fuck for who you are. But so we'd like the cops are always behind you because it's like they're always like behind the power curve and whatever you're doing. So if we were like, there's islands that kind of lead it into the big lake that we'd go hang out on and stuff, and then you would see in the previous island, you could see from like island to island, and you could see like the flashlights like looking around for shit, like oh somebody was here, and then like we're throwing rocks across the lake thinking that we can make splashes to make like just trying to fuck with the
dumb
cops.
shit, yeah.
And then we'd be the next island, and we look at that island that we were just at, and the cops' lights walking around, and you're like, we're leaving this dude around. But our little thing was when it was that late at night, we were walking. You'd be walking through backyards, like you didn't walk on the streets because that's how you get picked up, bro. So you backyard hopping, and there's no fences, nobody fucking gave a shit. So
It's a nice
and then-
neighborhood. Nobody's got to have fences, dude.
Yeah. So you would see lights or headlights of cars, and you'd like hide, because you never knew if it was a cop or not. And one time,
Or the person who owned the house you're stealing from.
yeah, well, there was also this notorious like long, like it was the dam, that led from like the little lake to the big lake, and both lakes were huge. It was just like a smaller, big small lake, and then the big lake was around that lake, and so there's a dam that was from the smaller one to the bigger one, and that stretch was just like no man's land. Like and it was like well lit the whole way across too. So you're like, fuck, we gotta make this walk. This is when you get caught. The cops can see you from a mile away. So you'd like try to like hide and defilade and like walk on the side of the steep ass hill. It was called Suicide Hill because when you like would go down it on a sled, like it was just water on the other end. So you had like you had to bail and fall off when you got in the water. So we would just walk on the side of that just so you could just see above it, and if a cop came by, you just duck your head.
Yeah.
And so, but you're like walking like at an angle the entire way. And so we're walking, we got that orb, and we're on our way back, and I don't know if this cop's headlights were off or what, but we saw no cars the entire time. And this one time, the tail light or the headlights hit us, and we just immediately just felt like, oh, that was a cop. So we just booked it, and then we slid down the side of this like person's front yard. It had like a little bit of hill in it. I'm like, was it a cop or not? And then we see like the fucking floodlight go.
You're like, oh shit, that's a fucking cop.
And so we went down the hill with this thing, and we stopped like halfway, and then we see like we hear the keys and the fucking flashlight bopping around like he's running down the hill. I'm like, fuck it, he's chasing us. He got out. Like, fuck. So we're going down, and as we're running down, we're going so that we're on the other side of that dam, so it kind of like I guess wraps around, and we're going down. So we're going down toward where the big lake would start, and there's like one of those drainage like runoff things. It's just dark though, you can't see into it. You're like, let's jump down here and just hope there's no water. So we're like, fuck. We jump, and as you jump, you can't anticipate the ground, so you just like hit. You're like, poof, and you smash on the ground. You're like, fuck, I locked my knees out. You're like, I did too. And so we hit the ground, no water. Keep going. We stop. We think he gave up, and then we look behind us again. You still see the flashlight. We're chasing after us. We're like, fuck, this dude's like really after us. Because now
now he knows he's going after you guys.
Yeah, and like, now we know we have to like go across that.
How many people is it? Just you and another person?
Yeah, my buddy. You never met Jesse,
It was just you and him, though.
Yeah, it was just us. And
It's almost like that point you got to split apart.
yeah, we did. No, we didn't. We ditched we stashed the orb, I should say. We stashed it. So we put it where we thought was not findable. And then so that they caught us. Like, well, we're just fucking, I don't know, we're bored inside, so we went outside. We didn't steal this person's orb. And so we
Stupidest thing, dude.
We stashed it.
This is such a long story for fucking Law and Order.
It's about the adventure. It's
I
not
know,
what you're
dude.
taking.
Dude, like you see me here, man. I'm like all ears. Like, what the fuck happened?
So I was like, we were running. So we stashed that because we had turned a corner where you couldn't see us anymore, or we couldn't see him rather. And then we stashed the little orb in this spot, and we're continuing our little jog up. And we know that if we can get, because this is no man's land. It's all lit up. So we're like, okay, if we can get to the other side, to where the backyards are at, we're safe. Backyards are freedom. Yeah, because
then it's gonna be a lot harder for him to find you.
Yeah, and there's no lights.
Yeah,
and so you're like, we can disappear, we can vanish in the crowd. So we're like running up this fucking hill, and we're like, all right, as soon as we get up, like once we peak this hill, you can see us. There's gonna be lights, like it's well lit. So we're gonna keep this little jog going, this little trot, so we can keep making distance on this fucking guy. And as soon as we hit the street, let's like sprint across, get to the backyards, and then we're home safe. And so we did, and then we got away. Then we came back the next day to see if we could find our little orb that was stashed, and no, it was gone. I guess he found it, or somebody found it, or we forgot where we stashed it. And then we went back to that house though, thinking it got returned. Maybe like somebody asked for it.
Just walk on by.
It's fucking gone. No, it never came back. I was like, well, that was the reason, and the significance of that one was because I think it was green or something, but it was one of the very few colors in the neighborhood.
Everyone else had blue,
purple, and some kind of red, the bluish purple color. Yeah, so
you need the rare,
yeah,
the rare $4,
the holographic green one.
You could just go buy one at Lowe's for $4. But
Not the
whatever.
same.
Yeah, fuck that. We could have bought all that shit for $4. You know what I mean? Like somebody had a handicap.
What you can't buy is that anticipation of being caught.
Exactly. And you high five each other, chest bump. Yeah, we got it.
You fuck that when I can just imagine when you're like when you jump down and you like fucking hit, you're like, oh fuck my knees,
Oh,
and
dude.
you're like, and then your fucking just heart's pounding because you know there's a guy like coming after you, like that you can't buy at Lowe's.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could if you started stealing
Start
it
taking
at
shit from
Lowe's.
Lowe's, trying to roll paint cans. But yeah, with the
How old were you when that happened?
I think somewhere between middle school and high school. So we did jump.
So like
Yeah.
early teens.
Yeah, because like that North St. Louis shit, I spent like I don't know, like 8 years old to like 10 years old, 11 years old there, something like that. Yeah, because then we went from there to then we started changing schools because I was like I'd never been at the same school for more than like a year or two.
Why is that? Just moving a
Just
lot.
moving all the fucking time. You'd think I was a military brat, but it's just different towns. So then
Because you have a lot of siblings, don't you?
I'm oldest of 6, but I grew up with like 2 of them. So
Okay, I got you.
the other 2 were like, so I have super complex-ish story where it's like I have no full siblings. I'm the only of my 2 parents, and then my biological father has 3 on his side, and then my mom's side, I have 3 siblings as well, or I guess if you count me 3, so 3 and 3. And they're all mixed, and then my ones I grew up with are 100% white, and so that's
Such a strange complex. I
Yeah.
imagine growing up being like half black, half white, and then you know your siblings are white as snow, and you're like, "That's my sister," and everyone's in school. Okay, bro.
You can't. They can't. That's what they used to say that. Like, you can't. That can't be your sister. You're black. And I'm like, I'm not fucking black. What do you mean? So, like, you look at pictures when you were a kid. And you're like, yeah, it's fucking apparent. It's like I didn't even see. Because that just kind of goes to show you, like, you only see like that whole like your learned color kind of thing. Like, if you just think that you grew up in a group of people. I mean, maybe when you get older and you start recognizing, like, paying attention to shit. When you're growing up, you don't give a fuck. Like,
Well, that's what I tell people too. That like, cause like a lot of my friends are like having kids and shit, and I'm like, they'll be like, oh, you know, I don't want every kid needs their own room. Like, I forget who someone said that the other day, and I was like, dude, like that kid isn't gonna know what you know. That kid's gonna like, if the normal for that kid is to grow up on bunk beds in one bedroom, that's just going to be what their normal is. They're not going to know anything different until they start meeting other kids and
you
getting
start
older.
comparing your life to other people's lives. You're
Right,
like, oh my God.
exactly. But you're like, you establish what's normal for your kid.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
That's like when it wasn't until like I think 3rd or 4th grade, kids like, that's your sister? And you're like, yeah, that can't be your sister. You're black. I'm like, I'm not black.
Like, wait a minute, I'm
Fucking-
black.
Fucking nerd. I'm at least 10.
I don't know. I've had similar stories to that. Like you see that in kids, like because you know my wife's Mexican, and like one time we were doing like this garage sale, and I think I've told this. Have I told the story on the podcast before? We're at this garage sale, and it's actually one that her mom's putting on, but Danielle is there to like translate and shit. And this one white lady comes up with her daughter, and this was like
Danielle is the subtitles.
yeah. And then so this white lady comes in, and like this is like a ghetto white lady, and her
Ghetto
daughter,
white lady.
like trailer trash kind of thing.
Sounds like
you
an
know?
oxymoron.
Yeah.
I know the type. though.
Yeah. You picture it in your head. But she like walks up with her daughter, and she's like looking around at the garage sale or the yard sale, and shopping or whatever. And her little daughter's like old enough where she asks, like she knows how to speak, but she's asking dumbass questions. And then a lot, like she was looking at Danielle, and she's like, "Who's that?" And she's like, "That's my brother." "Who's that?" "Oh, that's my other brother." And then she was like tell them their names, and she has 4 brothers, and like, "Oh, that's his wife, and that's his wife." And then she gets to me, and she's like, "Who's that?" And she's like, "That's my boyfriend."
She has
And
a condescending tone though. She's
she
like,
goes,
who's that?
Yeah, she was like, "Who's that?" Like looking at me, and she's like, "That's my boyfriend." She goes, "But he's white." And I literally was like, "This is like a legit thing." And I was like, "What? I've been living my whole life a lie."
I thought it was, hey.
It was like, but like to that girl, it was like, I mean, you could see her mom was like, "Oh shit."
That's like that kid. That's like were you there when we did Little Freedom, the belt ceremony? That little kid that kept asking me a million questions.
Yeah. Similar to that. Like imagine a girl his age doing the same thing.
Well, he
but-
didn't believe that me and Hannah were like together. He's like, you get what? No,
Yeah, I
like
remember you saying that.
What? He's like, oh.
They're just experience.
He's like, girls, what?
Dude, people are so fucking like they're learning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're just understanding things. They're just they know enough language. Like the kids have their innocence. Like if an adult asks you that same thing, you'd be like, dude, I'll beat your ass
Yeah,
right now.
they know how to speak well enough to get themselves in trouble.
Right, exactly. Like yeah. They'd be like, "What's wrong with that guy?" I'd be like, "Listen, you can't ask that in the middle of Walmart.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
Why
this
does his face look like that?
Why can't that guy stand?" It's like, oh god, like that's a hard part about being a parent.
Dude, there's a guy, I don't know who the fuck this dude is, but in our neighborhood, he walks down the street all the time. But I always call him the Walking Dead because he walks like a zombie. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he like,
It might have like cerebral palsy. Or
yeah,
something.
he just walks like a zombie and like foot dragging. If you cross it, like put it this way, if you see this guy at nighthime, you're crossing.
You're like, wait a minute.
you're crossing the fucking street.
You see this guy at night, you're crossing the street.
Yeah.
That's a new description in my vocabulary now.
You know, if you just hear this man start grunting or something, you're like, oh fuck.
I'm getting eaten.
Yeah, this is because that's how, dude. When we did the COVID, the Hurricane Ian thing, that felt like post-apocalyptic.
We'll get to that. Finish your story about the dude crossing the street.
Okay, so I had seen him in the daytime all the time, like walking on the street. But the one time, I think I walked to Wawa or something because it was just
You're right
I don't
down
know.
the road.
I live down the street, but I usually drive there. But today I just fucking decided not to. I don't know. I wasn't stealing anything, I promise. These backyards have fun.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
He lives in a nice neighborhood. Everybody, this is not.
I'm old enough to not do that shit anymore. But so when we were,
Allegedly.
I was like walking back. I think Hannah was with me. No, she wasn't. But actually, it was before she was down here. But then I was walking back, and I just see this dude just like I'm not gonna cross the street because I'm like curious.
Like, what is this?
It's just like I've done a lot of martial arts training. The military's trained me. I'm gonna fuck this dude up.
I'm confident. Well, I'm not even thinking about fighting. I'm just confident that like if he was a zombie,
I'm not the one who
you
crosses
can
the
handle it.
street.
even if he was Bath Salt Ben. Like
This dude needs to cross the street. I'm the one who needs to
I
cross
just want
the
to
street.
know. I just want to know if what's gonna happen. I'm just curious like that. So I'm like,
Just,
I'm just like walking toward this dude, and I'm like,
that's supreme confidence right there, dude.
If zombies were real, and they were like Walking Dead zombies, I'd be confident in myself.
Oh, you'd
Like,
fuck 'em
dude,
up,
Yeah,
yeah.
I just carry a fucking kitchen knife around me all the time, and as soon as they try to like grab you, just put your hand in his chest.
Yep.
And walk away. So I'm like, and this guy's not a big zombie. Like he's like a fucking little one. You know what I mean? He's an ankle biter. So I was like, I'm gonna just walk towards this dude and see what the fuck happens. And so, worst case scenario, I push him into the street. So
Curb stomping old guy.
yeah, but so
This dude's so respectable. He's like, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep
I
going.
was just walking, and I mean, it's the anticlimactic ending of the story. We walk past each other. Nothing happened.
I know that's how the story was gonna go.
But the anticipation, the
Dude,
story
you might have made
happened in your head.
you might have made that guy's day too. He's like, oh, this guy didn't cross. Everyone normally crosses the street. This guy,
Yeah.
like, you're the
Meanwhile,
nicest
I'm
guy to
thinking,
sit
like-
down. You're like, I'm gonna fucking kill
I'm thinking violence in my head, and he's just thinking like, oh my god, this guy.
Like one move. Make one move.
This
dude.
guy's not afraid of me. Meanwhile, I've already planned his death.
He
from,
like gets home.
the
He like gets home. He's like, honey, guess what happened today?
Did you say
This
hi
guy
to him?
didn't cross the street. Next time I see him, I'm gonna say hi.
No, I did the classic dude like
Just like,
down head nod. Which did we talk about that? Where it's like that intrinsic thing that dudes do. That's like if you know the person, you do the up and then you do the down.
Yeah.
I did the down. I was like,
Down one,
how's
yeah.
it going, bro?
I do that a lot when I'm running. And I'll see somebody. I'm like, what's up?
But I say, but he
It's
didn't-
like respect. It's like I see you're there. You see I'm here.
Well, the way he made eye contact wasn't even like he looked over at me. It was just like a side.
Yeah. He's not used to people not crossing the street at night.
He's like, what do I do? This is uncharted territory. I've never been here before. Usually I have to chase them down.
Jesus Christ. This dude's probably a real nice guy, and like just had
Yeah.
maybe gotten a bad car wreck at one
Probably.
point or something.
Probably, or he could be an asshole.
Yeah.
Could be.
That's fair.
I know people in wheelchairs are assholes.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Oh man.
A lot of disabled people are.
Yeah, especially if they're a veteran.
It's like the only person you're allowed to be mean to these days is like a straight white dude that's perfectly fine. You know what I mean?
Well, fucking dude, military people too. Like thank me for my service people. I will never be a guy that wears the fucking hats. You know what I mean? Like the veteran hat. And,
Yeah.
like, I served in this, that, and the other.
Like Vietnam or Gulf War or whatever.
To me, I see that and I'm like, you're a fucking pogue. Like you didn't. For people that don't know what a pogue is in the military, pogue is a personnel other than grunt, and so it's a non-combat MOS or a job, military occupational specialty. So we call those. That's the biggest. It just means that. Like it just means somebody that is a person that is not infantry or grunt or some kind of combat MOS or job. We use it as a derogatory term to each other,
Yeah.
but
That makes sense though.
but in the Marine Corps,
It's like a manager at a restaurant being like, "Oh, I've worked here." And I'm like, bitch, no, you just yell at people.
In the Marine Corps, it's funny how that word became, like how the context of it, because now it's like it's derogatory toward us, but then when you say it to another, like not an actual pogue, you're like, it just means what the fuck you are, and then, but they'll use it to each other, like it's the fucking N-word or something. Like, no, like, no, bro, you're more pogue than me. Like, they argue about the tiers of poguetry or some shit. And so they're like, and girls with the word wook, so female Marines were considered wooks or Wookiees. I forget the lore behind the story about like why that was, but they're just called Wookiees. I don't fucking know. And that is, you want to see a girl's face change. Like when I was working as a correction officer, there's a lot of military people, like post or private or prior service. So there was a girl Marine, and I told this dude, poor guy, I was like, hey dude, go up to whatever the fuck her name is and ask her like what a wook is. She's like, hey, I heard Drew over there talking about like, what's a wook? And just to see like the immediate face change, she's like, who the fuck told you to ask that? And just like the look of her face, just like
dropped.
She's like, yeah, what's up,
motherfucker?
Well, he's like, hey, so and so. She's like, hey, what's up? He's like, what's a pogue or what's a wook? And she's,
I fucking dare you.
who the fuck told you?
Like
to
she
ask
just,
that? Where is he? And she's like, I'm like over there.
stupid.
Yeah, so it's just, and the girls will use it like again. Guys call that to the females, but the females will call each other that. Like, that bitch is a fucking wook. You're like, Jesus Christ.
This is a whole thing I didn't even know about it until today.
Yeah.
Well, so I look at like the people who do wear those kind of hats. They're always like Vietnam or Korea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think about the time back then. I'm like, dude, like,
Yeah.
home phones were just becoming a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
well-
like the way I look at it is like the amount of communication that we have now makes it to where like you understand like now that's kind of a different thing, but back then like the government propaganda was insane. So like it was, I mean, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to, like, America was sold as like a you served your country kind of thing, you know what I mean? And like that's why they're very proud of that. All the people who wear those hats are like, I was in the fucking military, even if I fought in a war that, you know, seemingly just slaughtered a bunch of people for no reason besides the government wanting to go to war.
Well, with me nowadays, it's like, well, the Vietnam and the Korean hats different because they're usually old as fuck dudes.
Yeah.
Like the guys I'm talking about are like the Enduring Freedom or like, you know, Afghani campaign.
Recent.
Yeah, all that recent shit.
Oh no,
It's
I've
like,
not seen somebody with a recent one on.
Oh
I'd be
no,
like,
well, because I know the ribbon. It's like that red, white, black, or tannish color one, and then like I recognize all the ribbons. So when you see those, and you're just like, oh, or the guys that have like his rank on his fucking car, like what the fuck?
Like,
dude?
really?
Like, nobody
Yeah, I
cares
don't-
about your
yeah, I don't-
gunnery sergeant in the Marine Corps.
yeah, I don't see many of those.
The
I
guys-
feel like that's less of a thing than it was for the Vietnam and like Korean War. Like the old,
Well, yeah.
old ass dudes are the ones that I see. You know, you can picture it too. They like got their jean shorts, and they got their
high as
shirts,
fuck.
their shirts tucked in, and they got their hat on. You know, and they're at breakfast at 8 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fucking Cracker Barrel. You know the type.
They tip well, but like not crazy. You know?
Yeah, but those I'm talking like the guys that have like, I saw this one dude had on his truck. He replaced I think it was a Toyota emblem or whatever. It was a Tacoma. He replaced it with his like the Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor, like, and then on below that he had his Sergeant Major like rank on it, and I'm like, oh my god,
really, bro?
His wife is one of those wives that like wears the husband's rank. So that's a thing.
That's a little weird.
That's a thing. Like in the Marine Corps, you would be pumping gas or something, and they would have to give you their like, hey, my husband's a staff sergeant, and I think that you should salute me. And you're like, we don't salute. No. One, you for starters, and two, that's an enlisted rank. We don't salute. But girls would try to wear the rank. Like one time, we were sitting outside of a bowling alley, and when you're underneath like something or some kind of cover, you can just not wear your hat or your cover. And we were at a smoke pit. You guys were smoking, and this woman walks out and talks about how her husband. She's like, hey gentlemen, like my husband's the lieutenant colonel of this area or some shit like that, and you know, I just want to let you guys know, like, you have to, you know, when you should like render a salute, like when I walk by, and we're like, who the like, you were just like dumbfounded. You're like,
Someone just like, cunt.
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that. Like, what are you gonna do? Even if your fucking husband got my name, like, what is he? You know how many people he did? Well, not me, but like any of these other people with less common names, like,
Yeah.
you could, or less uncommon names, you could.
I will
maybe
hurt
find-
myself to not make sure I don't have to do
like
that.
salute you. Like, what do you mean? Like, and we're in civilian clothes anyway, or you're in civilian clothes anyway. How the fuck are we supposed to? You know what I mean? Like, when an officer requires you to salute them in civilian clothes, like nobody really.
That's just a
does
power
that.
move at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, for sure. It's always the wives though. It's never like the husbands because they know the damn drill.
You know why? Because they're just at home. You know,
Like, we got promoted today.
like, oh my god, I was just doing dishes and
we're
dinner's ready.
we're staff sergeants
Yeah.
now.
So we had a nice baked chicken for dinner.
I can't
And
stand
my
the
husband
guys
told me-
that have served, but like I knew a guy back home that he was a Marine, but all he did was stay on base in Japan. But he's like, I'm a Marine. I served, and I'm like, you didn't do anything, dude. Calm down.
I don't
Like, calm down.
I don't know. I'm too humble of a person that like I hate.
And he got like,
like
big
you're
and
not like
fat
this. Like
afterwards
you,
and-
yeah, exactly. Like people who have prior service and like that is the peak of their life.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And like they don't like. I mean, I'm respectful that they did that, but I'm like, dude, there was not a mandatory draft. You
Yeah.
chose to do that.
Yeah, well, there's like a lot of the guys, my peers even like.
And then they lean on. Well, what I was getting at is they'll lean on that prior service for excuses. And they'll be like, "Oh, my back hurts because I got hurt in service." And I'm like, Jesus,
that was
Christ,
this
dude,
guy.
You're just
Annoying.
you're just being a bitch right now.
Yeah, well, that's exactly like what my peers. So there's this thing in the Marine Corps where, like you have when you're a boot, you're a new person, barely out of training. I think is what the boot's acronym is. Which is better than the old one. Like they always change the acronym. It used to be like Junior Enlisted Warrior, so you're walking around calling people Jews.
And I can see why they changed that one.
And so it became like boot, and then so when those guys usually had no hair, like their heads were not like shaven, like thick shaven, but like kind of like yours, like just fucking, they just took that shit off because you didn't pay for a haircut. We gave you your haircut.
Like almost bald, but
Yeah.
So you already knew the fucking new guys when they walked in, and so people of the same. So if you were a lance corporal, you could have another lance corporal like greet you or stand a parade rest for you and call you by your rank as like a respect thing. He's a senior lance and you're a fucking junior lance. So the leadership starts at a lower rank in the Marine Corps versus other branches. Other branches, it's usually gonna be like an E5 and up is when that shit starts. But now ours is like 3. So, like they had a guy that was like one of those dudes. Like the Marine Corps gave him his ego. It's his whole thing. Whereas honestly, you know,
I don't get that.
yeah, it's stupid. But it's I always said it's probably the people that got bullied in high school,
Yeah.
and then they came in the Marine Corps. I'm like, this is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, 2 days is harder than this shit. So then we go to then they get to the fleet, and then they're like assholes. And then so basically we walk by this group of dudes that had shaved heads, and he's like, no proper greeting, like what the fuck? And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck. They don't know who you are. They're not our guys. Like they don't know if you don't even fade your hair. You have the same fucking haircut as them. And I know you've deployed and shit, but it's like they can't tell by like everything's based off first image. The army doesn't. The army wears all of their shit. Like they look like, I call the army like stock cars. They look like they wear. You can look at a army uniform and tell a lot about what the fuck they did. And the Marine Corps is very slick. It's just like you couldn't tell this Marine from that Marine. It's just rank. Like there's no like patches. You don't know what unit they're from. The only ways you can assume their unit is because where the fuck you're at. But other than that, it's just slick. And it's kind of clean. It's just like everybody has this baseline look to them. Even in your dress uniform, you can't tell. I mean, unless you had like a French Fourragère or something, like something very distinguished of that unit. There's no like special patch. There's no special ribbon. It's just like normal ribbons.
You're all the same pieces of shit.
Yeah, everything's the same. But you can kind of tell there's some differences in rank, like little.
It's kind of
things
what
in
makes the
rank.
Marine Corps so hard too.
Well, in the army, you could have like it's almost tacky. Like the more schools and shit you go to, it's like you have crazy patches, like
It's
all
like
of
15 things
yeah,
on your
just like
chest.
crazy, and it's like different colors and all. It looks really tacky, just like somebody like their kid was just like putting stickers on you, just like putting all the shit on you. So
It's like Boy Scouts.
Yeah, I was about to say,
The
all the
sash
little
with all the-
patches.
dude, it does. It's like that's what we used to call them as Boy Scouts. But
Literally, it's like big dick energy.
yeah, and so it's just
Bro,
like,
look at this,
Look at
dude.
all these patches. I was in mountain
I got
warfare
my
training.
ribbon
I was
tying
airborne. Yeah, like all this different shit. And so
I get it, but like I've not looked at it from that perspective before.
But yeah, so Marine Corps is like there was just you see it in the cops too. Cops do the same thing, like that whole like
Somebody's just trying to call me.
ego stuff. Like you get the power trip really is what it does. And I always tell people if you didn't have an ego before you got in the Marine Corps issued you one.
Yeah.
Like you got like all right, sign for this. This is yours now.
Yeah.
Because they like break you down and then they make you like earn every single fucking thing you did. Then they make you think that you like survive some kind of crazy. Which, to be fair, when you're there, like I remember, like mopping, and I was just thinking, like, this is the rest of my life now. This is just the way shit's gonna be, and it sucks, and I'm just gonna fucking
Mop in the
accept it.
rain outside.
It's acceptance, like day 21, you've accepted this is the rest of your life, and I can remember seeing like regular people. It was like foreign, like when people would come, like some people were graduating, and if you happen to be in the area when their families or something came in, which they were like far away from you, but you could see them from a distance, like, oh my god, there's a person over there, there's a girl over there, those are civilians, oh my god, it's weird. It's like, we're like, because it was a really weird dynamic, because some days it would be crazy outside, everybody's outside doing different shit, marching, yelling at people, other days it was like pin drop quiet, and you're like, that's the scary times, because now you're like, oh fuck, I'm by myself out here. That means I'm like in the open. Like, and I remember one time I was walking during one of those times, and I turned a corner, and it was like 3 drill instructors like sitting there talking to each other.
You're terrified at that point.
Oh,
Drill
yeah.
instructors. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I feel like, again, going back to The Walking Dead, I feel like I walked into a room of zombies. Like, oh shit!
Just like turn.
Like, you know, because in that show it's like always quiet, and you're just like, it's always quiet. They're looking for shit. The only noise you hear is them rummaging through things, and all of a sudden you make too loud of a noise, and then you turn the corner, and then you're like,
They just look at you.
yeah, they all look at you, and you're like, fuck. And you
You're
close
like,
that door
hopefully they
again.
didn't see me. I can back up quietly.
Yeah, that's what I did. I just like really quickly about faced and like, God, nope,
Not this
don't want
room.
that.
Oh, I just realized I'm lost.
Yeah, sorry. Morning, gentlemen. We'll walk out.
So going back to the timeline.
Oh yeah,
So
you jumped her out.
no, you're good. So okay, so you grew up in Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
You moved around a lot within Missouri.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I never left. I didn't leave Missouri until I left for the military.
So you go through high school in Missouri, and you graduate high school. Do you go directly? Like, did you graduate high school? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. I mean, I don't want to assume nothing.
have
I'm
a
a very unassuming person.
Yeah. It's the color of my skin. I know where you came from, bro.
Well, you haven't mentioned it once. I mean, I just like figured you did. But so you're like what, 17, 18? You go directly into the military at that point?
No, I actually had opportunities for college for football, so I was gonna go to Northwestern.
Oh yeah, so talk about that. You played sports. Jesus Christ, too much coffee. I told Daniela. I told her. It's like,
A little jittery.
Little jittery. So you go. You played college football.
No,
Or
I
not
was
college
go-
football. You played high school football.
I had opportunity to go play for Northwestern, but I took the ACT and I scored. But it's like something between the GPA and ACT. I scored like 1 point too low or something from my GPA to like my GPA was like ass in high school. I did just good enough to play fucking football.
Yeah.
Which is funny, like that I'm like pursuing my doctorate now. It's like
C's get degrees,
Yeah.
bruh. Listen, dude.
That's how
have you ever heard that
is.
phrase? It's like,
yeah.
yeah. The
what do you
people.
what do you call a doctor that's graduated med school and with all C's? Fucking doctor.
Yeah. No. The joke I'm like, it's like the people who got C's in high school are the ones who hire and pay a salary to the people who got A's.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
So
they make a lot more money. The people that make C's.
Well, so I had to go do like a semester or something in a JUCO, and I was gonna go to Joliet. I always fuck this one. Joliet, Illinois, not Joplin, Missouri. Yeah, because Joplin is related to this story too. But there is.
I've been to Joplin.
Yeah, it's like on the border of
You
Oklahoma.
guys are basically speaking Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up in
You should
Oklahoma.
understand them. So when we went to, I was supposed to go to Joliet
For college.
for football. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And just do that semester so then I could transfer to Northwestern. But then their football team got in a big fight or whatever, and then they ended their football program. Like I cleared the benches. Like I don't know if you've seen that last.
And you're like
cut,
standing there in line, like oh.
like Last Chance U, like that fucking TV show. So they had like clear the benches fight during like one of their. It was like a spring game or something. It wasn't even like.
Like their team versus
Yeah.
another team, or
Yeah, it was like a spring game or something. And they got in the fight and they canceled the football program. And they told me.
that's a good way to handle that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it was a reoccurring thing.
Oh.
Like it had been like a problem, which JUCOs usually are. And they had a back. I guess they abolished this rule now because it was a racist rule. The reason behind the rule was kind of racist in intent. But it was out of state roster caps. So I think they got rid of it in like 14 or 16 or something. But basically, JUCOs could only take in
What is a JUCO?
a junior college.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're saying it, and I'm like, I thought
like
this was the
Jews?
name of the
It's
school.
it's like junior.
There's
it's
a
like
Jew company?
Well,
Got
it's like a community college, but with like football and shit.
Okay, I got you.
And it's usually like it's like a halfway house before you go to the actual university. And But they
Okay, I now know what a junior college is. I'm sorry.
junior enlisted warrior college. We talked about this. So we were but the rule was out of state roster cap. So it was basically, I guess, to the race. I didn't even know this, but it was like the racist law to basically give an excuse to not have black people on your team in football, which is really surprising. Like, why would you not want that?
You don't want to win?
Yeah, what the fuck? You have one white spot or two, tight end and a fucking quarterback. Right? So I guess I got rid of that rule. So I don't know if I would go back and do things differently, but that kind of played a role in how I got to the military side of things. So did that. School canceled.
Football, and you're like, what the fuck am I here for now?
Yeah, so I was gonna go to. They're like, oh, a program. The head coach and shit called me, told us, yeah, sorry, blah blah blah. And so this
is all in Missouri, right?
Yeah, well, those schools are in Illinois. So I was like, that's why the roster cap.
Okay, I'm gonna sound a little retarded when I ask this. Where is Illinois in relation to Missouri?
Next door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you look at the map, it's to the right.
Okay, that's all I was gonna ask.
It's a Midwest thing.
I didn't want to sound stupid, but I also don't know anything about the Midwest.
Yeah. No, we call them the flyover states for a reason, bro.
Yeah,
Nobody
Yeah,
knows
literally.
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do you know? So I grew up in Oklahoma. I grew up in the Panhandle, literally
The
in
dash.
the drop dead middle of the Panhandle.
Yeah.
Like
The
middle
part
of
that
nowhere.
should be Texas but isn't.
Yeah.
middle of nowhere.
Well, Missouri and Oklahoma. I think Missouri borders more. I think it has the most bordering states. I think because it has like Iowa, Nebraska, Illinois, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Yeah,
There's a lot.
yeah, and maybe a little bit of Tennessee. Maybe,
Jesus.
maybe. But yeah, either way. So they cancel. I'm like, I'm trying to find another. He's like, yeah, you talk to surrounding schools like DuPage, Harper, blah blah blah. So I reached out to them. Never got back to me. Oh no, they told me. Some of them told me that there's an out-of-state roster cap that was met, so we weren't taking more people. Blah blah blah. Another guy recommended me go talk to like Montana or something because they don't do out-of-state roster caps or some shit. And basically, I reached out to them. They never got back to me. But I also needed my like highlight tape because that school had already been like already been watching me, and so I didn't have a highlight tape made, or the one I did have was really shitty. But so I asked my head coach, who had left my senior year, to go train or coach in Joplin, Missouri. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, can I get some of my footage or from the game film so I can make my own highlight tape, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, this is also around the time that the worst fucking tornado in goddamn the United States history hits Joplin, Missouri, and destroys the school and the city and all that stuff and all my highlight tapes.
Oh, no.
So now I have nothing to go off of. So after that, I started playing. So my idea was like, I'll make my own highlight tapes and I'm going to go play semi-pro because it worked out that way. I got invited to a tryout for it, and then I tried out for it and made it. And
What position did you play in football?
I was like a skill position, so I was like on defense I was mainly a corner and all that shit, but a corner or safety. But in offense I was a slot receiver, running back. I liked the challenge of defense, but I was way better at offense. That offense is where I was going to go like anywhere with.
Yeah, it's more fun.
Yeah, and so so I did that. Got to the semi-pro team. Played with them. I even actually made the team for a arena league, but arena league was so finicky. It was like, oh, we're on again this year. Oh, we crashed. Nobody. So I made the Danville Dragons in Illinois. And then the thing shit the bed again, and the league went away. So then I was like, fuck this. Like, I'm not really a superstitious person, but there's a lot of things telling me I probably shouldn't play football right now. So, interesting enough,
I'm not superstitious. I'm only kind of stitious.
well, it was another, yeah. I'm a sort of kind of stitious. So we saw the psychic too around this time. Like, just like my sister, like, oh, it's really crazy. You should go talk to him. And she also said, well, she said two kind of contradicting things. She said, one, that my athletic talents would be realized in college, which I never went to. Well, I didn't play football, I did. But she also told me, she's like, this is before I even entertained the idea of the military. And I said, if I did go to the military, I was going to go Navy to be like a SEAL. And she told me that she sees me in a Marine uniform. And I was like, maybe my brother, because he's really into the Marine Corps. Maybe like my little brother would want. Maybe that's who you're saying. She's like, yeah, maybe, but I think I see you in the the Marine uniform, and I was like, "You're fucking high, lady. Like, clearly, like whatever your tarot cards are telling you." So,
I've never been to one of those things.
it's very interesting. And then so, yeah, she says all that shit. I'm like, nah, there's no way. I'm gonna be a SEAL because like the people, Marines, like the few, the proud, the Marines. I was like, the few are the proud of the SEALs. Fuck you. Then all that shit happens in the military. Semi-pro gets really political. I'm like, dude, fuck all this noise. So I'm at 19. This is a lot of stuff that happens, and now I'm 19, and so I decided to join the military, and I started doing the Navy first, like I had planned, or like I had talked about, and I was doing the thing with the SEALs, all that, or their like entry program, I forget what they call it, but it's like you did like these tests and did water training stuff and blah blah blah, swim tests, and then you just did that every so often or whatever, and then you waited to get your like ship date and all that fun stuff. But I never swore in with them, and then after that, something about the Navy turned me off. I was like, because I guess I started talking to other branches like the Army and the Marine Corps. I was like, oh, they also have cool shit, and it's actually kind of surprising to me how like clueless I was back then, because I was like just hearing the name Recon it just sounded cool, like Ghost Recon and like the video games and shit. But you don't know, like I didn't know what the fucking word recon meant. Like it was short for reconnaissance. You know what I mean? I didn't know what that even entailed.
Getting information.
Yeah, so I was like, so the Marine Corps would throw their recon team around, and I guess the new MARSOC that was then kind of new then, and then like only a few years old, and then the Army had the Green Berets, Rangers, all that fun shit, and then the Navy though. I don't know. Maybe it was the uniforms. I don't fucking know. I forget what it was. But something about I don't know. Maybe it's the Donald Duck looking appearance.
I don't want to be called a sailor.
Yeah, it's just or a seaman. You guys are calling me shipmates and seamen. I'm like, I don't like that. So
Something so trivial.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It was something stupid. It was like, yeah, you could be this badass SEAL. And it's like, yeah, but that uniform is kind of gay.
Yeah, but if I don't become a SEAL,
yeah,
then I'm gay, dude.
yeah, exactly. Well, I think actually maybe that's what it was, because it's like if you don't make it, you go chip paint off of a ship somewhere. If you do make it, you're a SEAL. But
the I mean, just statistically speaking, the likelihood you're going to become a SEAL is very low. Yeah.
Versus like the Army or the Marine Corps, it's like you just go to another combat MOS.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
but
they made it sound like so much better. Like, dude, the SEALs are like not that fucking cool. Like, dude, again, they sold me on like that recon was so much better. Well, actually, the Army sold me first. Had I known what I know now, going back, I probably just would have done the Army the entire time, because I didn't know the contract that I had turned down to go to the Marine Corps. So I had a option 20 contract or something like that. Either way, it's a Ranger school, like 75th Rangers. Option 40, there you go, option 40 contract. So I had that. I didn't know what the fuck that was. They told me I was going to be a Ranger. I don't know what that means.
Like a Ford Ranger, dude? That's crazy, bro.
What? I love those tricks. But so I didn't know what that even meant. And then my grandpa, who was a Marine, tried to talk me out of being a Marine, and he successfully did at that time anyway. And he's like, also, you're talking to recruiters, if they seem like they're bribing you or trying to do a lot of things for you and like being overly friendly, there's probably something wrong with your contract. And the Army was doing just that. They're like, hey, you went Panera? Like, we'll get you this, that, or the other. Like, you can be the squad leader to our fucking thing. And then I started talking to the Marine Corps, and then like bouncing ideas, because one of my friends was a recruiter for the Marine Corps. And so we were just like, I would just hang out with him, and just being there to hang out with him, talk to him. I was talking to recruiters and blah, 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 back and forth. So I actually signed up, enlisted, or swore in and everything with the Army, did my ASVAB, all that fun shit with the Army, had a leave date, everything, and then backed out of that. So, because it was just funny, because I remember walking in the Marine Corps, they were like trying to, sell me on the thing. So like, yeah, we're doing PT today, you should come look at it, check it out. And you they go in the back of the compound, or like you go through the little strip mall, go through the back door, and then they do PT out there. And you see the Army doing this like Pilates looking shit, which I now know is called PRT, which I do not know what it stands for, but they're doing like this like bend and reach, and then like really dad looking warm ups. Like I'm about to play tennis right now, and then you look over the Marine Corps, and they're like flipping tires, running around with each other.
Man,
like,
shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like elevator music, and then like death music over here. It's like which group do you like? If this was a
Metallica's playing
commercial,
over here, and they're playing
Who
jazz.
the bell tolls is
Yeah.
over here, and then you have these guys over here, just like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
All right, guys, get your breath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, ever take a 5-minute break? It's good heart rate right there. And so
That's much more appealing to a 19-year-old dude.
Fuck yeah, I'm just like, dude, that looks sick.
Yeah.
And so they talked about the MOSs and all that fun stuff. So eventually, I backed out of the Army, went to the Marine Corps side. Don't regret becoming a Marine, but if I could go back knowing I was gonna be a fucking Ranger and like every Marine wants the Ranger's mission. Like that's the thing. Like we were like, fuck, those guys get all the cool shit. They just literally do what we do, except for they get SOCOM funding and they get to actually do missions. We half the time we're
Dude,
just
the
doing some
fucking
bullshit.
the gear of the Army Rangers and the Navy SEALs, dude.
Well, now the Marine Corps has some badass. Now they are called commandos, and they're like pipelines longer.
But if we're talking like 10 years ago.
Yeah, 10
once
years ago.
MARSOC got into thing, like they got.
Well, the Marine Corps sold all of their armored like tanks and shit. So the Army Marine Corps has no more tanks and shit. So they just took all that money and like, hey, infantry, here you go. Now they all look like special operations dudes. So now they have like the fast helmets, the fucking suppressed everything. Like everything is crazy for those guys. I'm like, dude, what the hell?
It's funny because like when you see like memes about Marines, it's all like eating crayons and shit. Like, here's this suppressed gun and night vision. And you're like, woo!
Oh, dude, serialized shit. Like, it's insane the level of like stupidity you see with some people. Like, I always thought I was pretty competent, younger guy. Like, I thought I was like looking like, immature, like.
And then you meet your cohorts.
Yeah, exactly. Then you meet your peers, and you're like, God damn, bro, you had one
Bro, why
job.
did you shit in the top part of the toilet?
Yeah, you had one job. Like, how did you even? Just some of the stuff people would do. It was just like, it was insane. Like, even like, became a range coach too, and just seeing shit with that. So I was like teaching people.
Oh, like a
how
range,
to shoot.
like the range.
Yeah, like
the
how to
gun
shoot
range.
and like all that shit. And then I eventually became a coach or trainer where I taught coaches how to coach or some shit. So like just seeing the things that people do, like if you don't like every Marine's a rifleman until you see like an E6, which is a fucking very senior rank, try to put his night vision through the optic to shoot, and you're like, what are you doing,
Sir?
Yeah. Hey, Staff Sergeant. Those NVGs go on the other side because we're doing a night shoot. You don't. He's like holding the gun like way out here, trying to get his night vision to like line up
not
with
even-
it.
it
Not
gets
even
his shoulder.
shouldered.
Yeah.
He's just like, he's like, how do we shoot like this? And I'm like, you don't. We use a laser.
Is that how you guys do it? So you guys have night vision on one side, look through the scope on the other, and you just look with
No,
both
you don't
eyes?
even use a scope. You just use fucking like one. You're not seeing that far to engage that.
How far are targets are we talking here?
No, close. Like this is like CQB shit. So you're not even like.
Like 10 yards away.
Yeah, like 10, 25 at most. And for a rifle.
With a rifle, that's like-
a point and shoot.
Yeah,
kind of
literally.
thing. And so you just have an IR laser that you just point at the target and just pull the trigger. Like you can just like look over top of it. You just, as long as it's shouldered, just like boom, boom, boom. It's very easy. But they're like trying to like, ugh. And then I saw two people like take the.
Sir, you could throw a knife at this target. What are you doing?
Well, I've seen the guys take like the MVG, the Rhino mount is what it's called. That you attach the MVGs to, it folds it down.
Mm-hmm.
He was like taking two of those, like two of the pieces that attach to the helmet, trying to put them together to see if it would like. He's like, oh, how do you get these to work? And I was like, well, those are two of the same thing. You need an elbow attachment and the Rhino mount. You don't need two Rhino mounts. It's just like stupid shit like that. Like I saw a captain put her Kevlar on backwards because she thought it was for her ponytail. Yeah, so she was like, I saw her, she's like looking around like this, like walking around there, like because the back end of it kind of comes down a little bit, and she's just like, I'm like, man, you know your Kevlar's on backward? She's like, is it? And I was like, yeah. She's like, oh, I thought it was for my. It really fit weird, but I thought it was for my helmet or for my ponytail. And I was like, yes, because the Marine Corps gives a fuck about your ponytail.
That's how we design our stuff, actually.
Yeah, and then I saw a staff sergeant with a fucking his Kevlar on back or his plate carrier on backwards. He had to be fair, I mean Molly, the little attack like things you Molly and everything is all the way around it, but the name tape like was like for your back, the back of your name or the name to be on the back of your Kevlar is up top, and he had that thing on instead of being like. It was pretty apparent. Like he had to open the back to like push the shit backwards, and like it's
You have
supposed
to
be in the
try to
front.
put it
Yeah,
on. Yeah.
exactly. It's really fucking you. At some point, you got to ask yourself, like,
What am I
why
doing?
the fuck is this so hard to do? Like, this isn't.
How do people, like, their shoulder goes that far?
Yeah, like what the fuck? And so that guy, he was doing that. He had his shit on backwards. The same. And these are all like in a row. These are all people that are just like by each other. I'm like, fuck.
And you saw all this happen at once. And you have to go by one,
Yeah.
by one.
And
by
now I
one.
got to go like give them ammo to shoot.
You're like, don't point this at anybody.
Well, that and there's another girl that was like, she shot, or she had a failure to feed, failure to fire, and so I was like, okay, tap rack, bang, like tap rack, and she did that and it didn't work. So She had somehow managed to, by the time I got there, ejected one of the rounds out. And so I took her magazine, removed it, put the round back in, put it back in her gun. I was like, okay, go ahead.
She racked
She racked it again, sent the round out. And I was like, did it again. It's like, okay.
You know, I see that a lot too.
She did the same thing. She did that 2 times. I was like, all right.
Man.
Took the fucking thing.
You have to explain to it how it works.
Well, I just took it out. I was like, all right, go ahead and rack it again. Did it. Put the fucking round back in. Put it back in. I said, okay, now go. And then she racked it again. Now she chambered around. And now she started shooting. I was like, all right, there we go. Like,
you just put it in the mag.
Shit.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's amazing.
It's
well,
like a movie.
I don't know about you, but I grew up like shooting. So like it's so second nature to me.
Same.
And it's easy to be like, you're retarded. What are you doing?
Yeah, I grew up shooting left-handed because I'm left eye dominant.
Me too.
So when I was a kid, like I wanted to hold, like the guns were fucking heavy, even a 22. So hold my right arm, my strong arm, to hold the weight of the gun, and then my left arm to pull the trigger. So now, even today, like I can shoot ambidextrous, like effortlessly. So I can shoulder a rifle either way. So even when deployed and stuff, I would never sling it. I would hang it around my neck so I could switch sides because, you know, if you get down cover on this side, you can minimize.
Very slim on this side.
Yeah, minimize, and I could switch sides, and I could minimize. You know,
Sure, that was handy.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially for me when I go hunting and stuff like that, because you never know where an animal's gonna walk out, and a lot of times you have to switch sides. Like, and most people I hunt with can't. You know, they shoot right-handed, and they'll take shots and miss because it was like an offhand shot or like a very weird position, and I'm like, I can just switch sides. So I'm right-handed, and I grew up. Before I had any health issues, and I shot everything right-handed, but I have nerve damage in my right eye now that I got when I was a kid, and when I had that, I was like, fucking, I was like 12, and so like I couldn't shoot well on my right-hand side because it's hard for me to see.
Yeah,
and especially because like we started doing competition shooting when I got out of high school, and that's when I really started switching to left-hand. So I would do. One of the guys that my dad and us shot with, he was the same way. He was left eye dominant, right-handed. So rifles and shotguns, he holds left-handed and shoots them left-eyed. But then pistol, he shoots right-handed, left-eyed. And so he taught me how to do that. And
I was right-handed, left-eyed, but I shoot like because they do that little the hand thing where you like find something, point it out, and then like.
Dude, I didn't realize it until I was in high school too. They're like, because I knew I had nerve damage, but I was like, oh, I'm right-handed. I always shot guns right-handed and right-eyed, and even though like because it's my peripheral vision that's really fucked up, and so because like straight on I have 20/20, but 20/20 vision, but like they did that little hand thing where you make a triangle and then you come in and you're like, and then you what is it? You close an eye or whatever the test is.
You just wink both eyes and see which one it is.
Yeah, and whichever one you're looking at your hand at is not your dominant side.
Yeah.
And I realized I was left eye dominant, and that's when I was like, man, I really need, like, if I'm gonna get better at shooting, like I have to switch to using my left eye. And that's when I started doing that. And like it's a huge advantage for like what you're saying. Like when I go hunting, I've had a pig walk out once, and I literally I pulled up on my left shoulder, and I was like, I had to free float on my left, or I could switch to my right, and I had a brace. And I was like, this makes no sense to just switch to my right. Like, I'd rather have less vision. I know which pig I'm going to shoot. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I have to pick. But that's a huge advantage. And I think more people should learn to shoot ambidextrously.
Yeah, I think it's just weird because like pistol is kind of finicky with my left hand, but
no, pistol left-handed. It's fucking. It's like it's never touched a gun before. It's like trying to brush your teeth with your left hand.
I'm still finicky on that one. Like I can get it, but like after a certain, like you'll start seeing the effects, and as I further I go out. So like at 25, I can be able to hit with my right hand, but with left hand, I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's a steel target.
Dude, there was a competition. But so they have each in the competition world, they have like 5 different stages, right? And each stage, the targets are set up differently, and you have different rules for each stage. You have to read each stage before you go out there. And so like one of the competitions, this is when I was only doing pistol competitions, and they would make it as difficult as they could because they were trying to make it a low round count, and they're like for people to practice from concealment. And so this is when I first started like getting used to the competition world, and they had this one stage called the name of the stage was it's called a handgun, or no, what the fuck was it? It was called a handgun, not a hands gun. So there was a target in the middle that you had to go around, like a piece of plywood or whatever. You had to shoot around it. But so if you're on the right side, you had to shoot right-handed single hand, which I was like, easy money. Like I'm right-handed. This is
it's like North St. Louis approach.
So you have to shoot 3 targets that side, and then you have to switch hands, go left-handed only.
Oof.
And I was like Like, dude, it was like when I actually shot better with just my left hand, but it's because I was so conscious
Yeah, you're
of like,
focusing so
I was
hard.
like, oh my God, I don't, like, what do I do here? And I shot better that way because I was so focused on what I was doing, and I was overconfident with my right hand. Long story short,
Yeah.
my left hand doesn't know
My
what it's
right
doing.
hand was sideways. I was just sending it, and then
Get,
my left
get.
hand, it was like perfect.
What's good, Holmes? Like, pull
Yeah.
up the pants a little bit. What's good?
Yeah. Count. You're just like thrusting your hips. Everything's fine. What's my motherfucking name?
So yeah, teaching people to shoot, I've done a fair amount of like helping people, not probably as to the level that you have, but you know. So to me, it's so natural.
Yeah, we never did it wasn't well, we didn't call it competition shooting, but you did do like stress shoots. You did do like moving and firing and all this kind of, like the Marine Corps definitely has a more
Comprehensive.
intricate range approach from like infantry and up. So like we have a bunch of different tables. So you do it at daytime, you do it at nighttime, like 180 turn shoot, like 90-degree turn shoot, all this fun shit. So you have room clear, like how to shoot certain ways when you enter a doorway. Like that was my favorite stuff to do, is like mount training, military operations in urban terrain or whatever.
Like sweeping houses.
Yeah, CQB or whatever. So yeah, room clearing is like, it's a martial art in itself.
Dude,
Like,
it's fun.
and it's just like when you can, just because you're the first man in the stack doesn't mean you're going to be the first man every time. It's like, it's so fluid, and like when you just know the rules of what you're supposed to do in certain situations, and you get like a solid like flow going, where you guys could just seamlessly, like, because you'll never, at least two guys in a room, and you'll just be flowing in and out of this place. And if you're like, so if you get like a solid team, like my second deployment, all of my guys were senior, like we were all seniors now, so we were all like teaching the younger guys, but we had it come in waves. So it was like, the way was like our group was small, but we had more seniors, and then our boot drop, as we called it, when you got new guys, they were larger. So because it was just kept rotating like that. It was like big, small, big, small, big, small. And so we were small, so our boot drop was big. So we had a bunch of new guys, and we could just like teach them. So all of us together could just like fucking just look like special operations.
It's like controlled
dudes, but,
chaos.
Yeah, you're just special operation, like motherfuckers just clearing rooms, and then.
All right, now you guys go. And
Like, yeah. Then they just like run, they like go to turn the corner with their rifle, and they smack into a door frame, and, and then the whole stack runs in the back of him. Yeah. So, just shit like that, and then like that just knowing how to enter a room, long wall, short wall, blah, blah, like that's and the fact that it's so interchangeable with other, like if you go to another like inner unit. So if I did stuff with like recon or MARSOC, and like, yo, what approach do you guys do? Do you guys do long wall or short wall? Which is just saying like, which way do you take normally? Like if you know this is a short wall, because you can tell by the room when you enter. Like when you like, you could, if you open this door, you can tell that, oh, there's this wall right here just runs straight. So this is what you'd call the long wall, and then this would be the short one. And how like you could basically clear out this half of the room before you could even enter the room.
Yeah.
And you can only see over here, so this would be the dead space probably for the most part, which is normal. Stuff like that. So it was just fun to see, like, if you could just put a fucking clusterfuck of dudes together that had never worked with each other before, and just because you understand the rules of it, it's just like, oh, let's just go. And then you just, so it's like me, MARSOC, and Recon, or us, MARSOC and Recon, were all working together, and it was just, it's just random fucking people. Versus if you know MARSOC, they'd probably be way smoother about it. But just the fact that you could do that, like just integrate like that, was pretty cool.
Because it's all kind of like the same stuff.
Yeah, just like I said, it's a martial art. So it's just
you know the rules.
Yeah.
You can Jiu Jitsu here is the same as, for the most part.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Going over.
It's just
out
different.
west,
Like maybe I don't know if it was. I mean, I wasn't in it as intricately as like my Marine or my Jiu Jitsu experience is way more intricate and longer than my military. They're pretty similar, but one of them I've done way longer and more consistently than the other one. Like going from the Marine Corps to the National Guard, like it's a different fucking thing.
It's like going from karate to fucking jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, it's like you go from half-time, like part-time to full-time.
Like, yeah, they're both like martial arts, but different.
Yeah, and I wouldn't feel safe deploying with the National Guard necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we take a piss break?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Somehow we're adults. Do.
Dude, it's the best. I love living out here. It's so nice. Like,
But she's like, we're not finding any nice houses like that though. So, but at least she didn't come across
not
it.
for a price that you guys probably want to spend.
No, dude, it's cheap as fuck. Like up there.
Really?
Like, yeah, like a 3-bedroom. Was it 3-bedroom, 3-bath? Like 20 or almost 2,000 square feet. Was like sick. It was I don't know, like $300,000 for like this gigantic. I'll show you the pictures of the house, dude. It's fucking crazy. You're like, what?
Maybe I'll
there's,
move.
There's
Fuck.
fucking pillars inside.
Damn.
Like, why is it so cheap?
You can't buy a trailer out here for
was this
that.
built by Rome? Like, what the fuck?
Dude, the house across the street selling for like almost 300,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's
Like,
double wide.
but it's like there's a homeowner association and all that shit. But it's a nice neighborhood. But I'm like, maybe this
From
is
the
kinda
street,
cool.
from the streets to an HOA.
Yeah, for real, dude. I mean, even coming over here, it's funny because I was like, you cross over the railroad tracks, and it's like, oh, now you know you've left Valrico.
Yeah.
You cross the railroad tracks, you go from like AirPods to like headphones.
Yeah.
Like, people, you have to explain to your kids, like, hey, why do their AirPods have strings? You're like, it's a different time, honey. What's that? What is he holding? That has a CD in it.
Yeah. Dude,
What's a CD?
it's funny.
What's that stand for? I don't fucking
Come
know.
on, dude. We're not that bad. We've got flat screens.
I mean, as soon as you jump that fucking railroad, because I jump it, I don't care. Yeah.
Send it.
I hear the banjos immediately.
Butt puckers, you're like, not
Yeah.
today.
Dude, I grew up out here. It's hard for me to understand. I grew up like 5 minutes down the road from here.
Yeah, I'm like, I got a lot. My car broke down one time. That I ran out of gas. It didn't break down. Ran out of gas because like this. I have a fucking gauge that tells me how close to empty I am, and that bitch sits 50 miles, and it lied to me. So I was like, you piece of shit. And then maybe I hit the brakes too hard, and the gas shifted forward or something, and just drained it. So I was lost. I'm like talking to my platoon sergeant, and I was like, hey, I'm in the middle of literally bumfuck nowhere. I have no clue where I'm at. This is like the woods of Tallahassee, and I think I'm a shade too dark to be walking to a gas station by myself right now.
I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is Florida. Yeah.
Hey boy, why is your hair curly?
I just got a shower. It does that. It's humid. It's gonna rain, I think.
I've been tanning a
Just
lot
very
recently.
tan.
I'm just Italian, dude. Dude, I can get away with anything. Anything that is
Dude, if you're not
khaki skin.
khakis.
I call my son a little khaki. I'm like, that's my little khaki right there. But yeah.
Okay, going back to. Sorry, that's funny. Khaki.
Little khaki.
I got a khaki. What color is he? He's khaki. That's
So it's like khaki, beige, whatever, sand. I don't care. Just whatever you want to call it.
military tan.
Yeah, coyote brown.
Okay, so at what point? How long were you in the Marines for? Because I didn't even know you were in the Marines.
Almost 5 years, something like that, 4 and some change.
Did you ever deploy? Yeah, you were active
twice.
duty.
Yeah.
Where did you deploy to?
Been to like 7 different countries. It's a 6 to 8 countries. I want to say 7. We'll meet in the middle. Mostly Pacific. My first deployment was like the fucking creepiest because one, you're new to everything, and you're like everything. Because again, I was ignorant to like everything in the military. Even like I didn't realize my own like naivety in general or ignorance in general until I left Missouri to go to like. Because Illinois is not too much different. Like I've been to Illinois, I'd been to Kansas, I'd been to fucking Oklahoma. Like that's not too far off. Everything, the colonial fucking
They're
architecture,
pretty
everything
fucking-
has a
yeah,
goddamn beige overtone to it.
There's a
And the
Pizza Hut here, a
yeah,
Pizza Hut
the-
there.
and
They got
wintertime-
Sonic.
It all looks the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, wintertime it's fucking gray. Like
Yeah.
I go to California and then just the architecture and the color of the architecture alone is just like.
Bro, have you ever been to New
fuck
Mexico?
am I? New Mexico? Oh yeah, dude.
Bro, New Mexico's like it's like another country. Dude.
Yeah, I'm like, where are we?
literally driving through New Mexico, I was like, what the fuck?
I know, I
Like,
can hear the spirits talking to me. And shit.
Bro,
I'm like,
it's dude, it's Santa Fe, New Mexico, where we went, fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's called New Mexico, but it feels very Native American.
Yeah.
But anyway, so first deployment was like Philippines, Korea, which I thought was gonna be a speed bump to World War III. Yeah.
Wait, what part of? Because Korea is
Dude, I have no fucking
North
clue.
and South Korea.
When I went to Korea, no, we were in South Korea, but I was on.
I was about to say, I don't think you were in North Korea.
No,
you
I was-
definitely
it was like, well, the
I
reason.
don't know what the North Korea was like 10 years ago.
Well, the reason we went was because it was either the DMZ fight or the missile that was
DMZ?
shot. Yeah, the demilitarized, whatever the fuck they call
So the
it.
border between North and
Yeah,
South
yeah,
Korea
yeah.
is like the biggest.
The
Like
34th parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah, the border between the two. It was either a fight that broke out there, and both countries were on edge about that, or the missile that North Korea shot over South Korea or into their land. And we were responding to that, and then they threatened us, saying that if we did training with the South Koreans, that there were going to be holocaustal missile strikes on Okinawa, Japan. Yeah, and if we did Operation Eagle Talon or some shit like that. But so we had left the Philippines.
Philippines is, I mean, culture shock in and of itself, I imagine.
Dude,
you go from bumfuck nowhere.
Well, even the part of the Philippines I was at, I didn't know what was even like. I didn't know what the Philippines is supposed to look. So both of these places, I could not, in Philippines and in Korea, I could not tell you where I was at because of where because we did the Philippines, we just landed for like supposed to be humanitarian shit, which it really was, but like you still had Taliban there. Like it's the highest concentration, second highest concentration next to the Middle East of Taliban.
In the Philippines?
Yes, like the western side
It's
of
it's
Muslim as fuck.
Don't we own that? Doesn't the United States own the Philippines? Aren't we? Isn't that like a U.S. territory? Or am I just retarded?
No,
I think you're retarded.
Yeah, I'm retarded.
It's
That's
like,
very possible. I've done that a time or two.
Guam is a
Guam is
Guam. I think maybe Saipan are territories.
I know it is. We have a military base in the Philippines. That's what I'm thinking of, right?
I still don't think so.
There's one in Guam.
Very possible.
Yeah, Guam. Yeah, usually it's like Guam, Saipan, or not even Saipan. Guam, Okinawa. Like the Pacific is very specific.
Google what U.S. territories are, because I know there's a bunch.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
Proud
really.
fucks.
Yeah.
I think I would work with a bunch of these Puerto Rican dudes, and they're like, "Yo, like super proud to be Puerto Rican." I'm like, "Bro, you're basically American."
American Samoa, Commonwealth of Northern Mariner Islands.
You even know what that is?
Federated States of. I've never heard of any. Guam. I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, none of these. I don't fucking.
So Guam. That's what you're
Perfect.
Why is this from the Center of Disease Control and Prevention though?
Who fucking knows?
This is fucking stupid.
Either way, so we went to the Philippines, and when we were in the Philippines, we were supposed to be Unitarian. Like the worst storm in actually, I found this out because I was Googling Hurricane Dorian because I was about to get raped by that fucking storm because I was living in Port St. Lucie at the time, and that was just like spinning right outside of my like off the coast of where I lived.
And
I'm
look
like,
out the window. And you're
I'm
like,
like,
oh.
fuck, we're gonna die. And so, I was Googling where Dorian ranked in the worst storms in history, and the worst storm in history, recorded history anyway, was the one I responded to in the Philippines, where it just like it was the size. It was a typhoon, so it was the size of a hurricane, but with tornado force winds, so like 200-mile-an-hour winds. So the Philippines was just like grass and water when I got there, and
Because you got there after the storm.
yeah,
Okay.
we weren't there with the fucking storm.
I'm just making sure. I set the
Humvees were
timeline.
buried in water. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a movie that reminded me of it when I saw. It was one of Tom Holland's first movies. He's a kid. It's like his family goes to, I think it's Thailand though, that they go to, and a tsunami hits and it like wipes out the town, and it's and their parents get separated, the family gets separated. Basically, the whole story is like them finding each other again. But that's what it looked like to me. It was just water, grass, and yeah. So we left the Philippines and then went to.
How long were you in the Philippines for? Short.
Not very long. We were like an initial response, and then like somebody came and relieved us. So like maybe month, 2 months,
Okay.
like that. Then we went to Korea because of that little bullshit that was going on. And so we were on ships on our way to Korea, and the Navy guys kept talking about like, oh, we're in formation, and I was like, what does that mean? They're like, well, formation is when we put our boats, and like, no, bitch, I know what a formation is, but what does that mean?
Like what is
So
it?
like battle formation, and I was like, battle formation. I was like,
We're about to fight some shit?
Like, what the fuck? This is a carrier, a troop carrier. This thing has Sea Whiz on it. That's about it. It's like Sea Whiz is just like this anti-aircraft fucking. We call it R2D2 with a dick because it's like looks like an R2D2 on top of the ship with a fucking minigun that sticks out of it.
Yeah.
And then
R2D2 dick.
it looks just like it looks exactly like
Google
that.
it. What's it called?
Sea Whiz. I don't know. I think it's an acronym, but it's this little like.
I'm worried about what's gonna come up right now.
R2D2 with peanut.
That's not
Yeah.
what I would have Googled. I would have Googled something different. So I'm glad you typed it.
Yeah, see?
Oh, it does look like R2D2 with a dick.
I told you. So it's like the thing and it just saws planes in half. And
Dude, if that's the thing I'm thinking of, is that the thing? If you stand next to it when it's going off, it's like fucking like shakes your chest.
It would probably deafen you. But that thing just like it just locks onto a jet. It just reads their like I think it's their.
Does that say 6 20 millimeter gun barrels?
Yeah, it reads something on the
Jesus
jet.
Christ.
That reads something on the jet.
900
And
plus
it's not manually operated. It just like locks onto the ship. And
It's like an
fucking
AI
chases
that
it. Yeah.
chases it. Yeah.
Jesus.
And so
Back in Vietnam.
Yeah, that fucking thing was all. That was like the best thing we had, and 50 cals on the side of the ship. So I was like, why are we in a fucking? And I was like, we have no
We're just
ship-to-ship combat abilities on any of the ships that we're with, except for because we had us and Korean ships, and like I guess submarines were escorting us. Maybe that was our little trump card. But then it was kind of cool to see as we entered Korean waters. The American flags and the Korean flags all start to raise at the same time, and it's just like, oh god, we're flexing now. I was like, no, we don't need to flex right now. So then we land in Korea.
Fucking Fortunate Son starts playing.
Yeah,
CCR starts playing in the background.
But yeah, either way, that happens. Then we're going to Korea. Then we go to Korea. Our ship didn't land in Korea. We just kind of docked or like, stationed outside, and then we took a LCU. I forget, LCU and LCAC. They're confused. Like one of them is the fucking hovercraft one. They can just like run onto the beach, drop people off, and just carry itself back out like through there's just like a gigantic air, like a hovercraft kind of thing. It's the humongous. It can hold like Humvees and shit on it. Like it's huge, and it has like 70-mile-an-hour winds underneath it. Just fucking it. It's just all-terrain vehicle.
Just floats on
max.
everything.
Yeah, it's just like
I've
go over
never even
water.
heard of this before.
It'll go over water, go through the surf, and then just hit the sand, and just like nothing changed. It's just like
it doesn't
rules don't
know.
apply to me.
Yeah, it doesn't know.
Just comes back out. But then the LCU, I think.
I've never even heard of this.
Yeah,
Like
the
I'm
LC
picturing a hovercraft in my mind.
Look it up, dude. LCU is like I'm pretty sure it's like the D-Day looking one. Like it has like the door that drops.
like that.
Oh, that's fucking cool. Wait,
That's the
No,
LCU.
that's the LCU. That's what I'm talking about. This is what
Yeah.
we took to land.
You
but
said
the
LCAC?
LCAC, I think is the other one.
LCAC? Okay.
Yeah, CAC.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
that fucking thing.
oh, that's fucking
We're
dope,
talking
dude.
about Fortunate Sons.
Dude, it's like a fucking what are those boats called? Like a fucking the ones that have the big fucking.
Oh, you're talking about
airboat.
the airboat. Yeah,
Yeah, it
Just
looks
a
like
airboat on
if
steroids.
literally if the military made an airboat.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that thing goes over waves like it's not doesn't exist.
Landing craft air cushion.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's fucking cool, man.
But
I
either
want
way,
one of those.
The first one is what we took.
That's probably loud as shit to be on.
Yeah, well, they all are. Even the fucking one you saw, the first one you saw. So the first one, that was what we took to Korea, and then we got in a fucking 7-ton, and so I didn't even see where we were driving. We just went into the mountains somewhere and started doing like staging, and I was like, "Why are we here?" Private me is just like,
Okay.
"What's going on?" And so we're like, with the meeting.
I
up
mean,
the
that had to be
South
that's
Koreans.
probably the general tone of everyone there, though. If especially if they hadn't deployed to that spot before, they're literally.
Yeah.
I mean, unless have been there before, I'm assuming most people were like,
Well, good news-
everyone's just sitting around like, what the fuck are we doing right now?
Good news, nothing happened, but we were like hanging out there, just waiting.
But you're probably on a thread.
Fuck yeah, I'm like, dude, what are we gonna do? What are we doing right now?
Yeah. Like you hear a noise happening. What the fuck was that? I just closed my door, bro.
No, we were far enough off the scene. We were like hidden in the mountains, so it was like, yeah, we were just in the mountains. There was no, we couldn't see the DMZ. We didn't do anything. I think we were just like a quick reaction ability, like we could
Just in case.
yeah, just get there fast
What's
enough.
the DMZ again?
Demilitarized zone or
That's
something.
the border.
Like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And yeah, so I had no clue what the fuck we were. So we were just doing, and eventually it ended up being nothing. And then we just started doing like training with the Koreans there.
Yeah. But at that
the
point,
Rock
you
Marines.
could have like you said, you
thought,
thought
yeah.
it was a speed bump. Yeah.
Yeah,
You showed up with that.
We're not gonna die. We're gonna
You showed
die
up with
here.
that same energy though.
So yeah, it was kind of because it also on the ship. Like, so you were in formation, and then also the chow hall was serving like lobster and
Oh,
crab.
you're like,
and
is this our
steak.
last meal?
Yeah, that shit never happened. So we go from like cordon bleu, which is we called like hamster, but they called it cordon bleu, but like you're
like, eh.
why is it breathing?
This
so-
isn't chicken.
Yeah, so we go from that to like, oh, there's lobster and crab.
Wait a minute.
It's like this is
Like something
like,
suspicious.
yeah, why are we being treated so well? And so then we go to Korea, and I'm like, It's like, this isn't the Marine Corps birthday. Why are we getting all this fucking food? Because the Marine Corps is
I'm
like,
gonna die.
the Marine Corps is like a 16-year-old girl when it comes to its birthday. It's like, we gotta have fucking streamers. We gotta have fucking gold everywhere. We need the song. Everybody sing the hymn. Like, you're required to go. Like, dress nice.
It's like a quinceanera.
But I will say that
Every
no
time.
girl will tell you no. So if there's a girl that you're pursuing or you want, and you're like, oh, this girl's hot as fuck. If you say, hey, you know the Marine Corps ball with me in California anyway. They're like, yeah, because every chick wants to dress up that fucking to that level. Like you're going to a ball, like
Full formal, all of it.
yeah. So if you
You ask a girl to a ball, they're not going to say no.
yeah, so if you want to pull a girl that's like way out of your league or something, you can just be like, hey, I'm a Marine, so
Yeah, there's that.
guess what day it is? It is November 8th, and the 11th is our birthday. So
Come on.
yeah,
Yeah.
what you doing this weekend? And so after the ball, we'd be hungover and shit faced. Then it's November 10th. November 11th is Veterans Day. So it's, November 10th is the ball. The next day is the Veterans Day. And then, so you get shit faced on the ball, wake up, and you go have free pancakes at IHOP and Denny's and shit. You just hit everything up as you can. And yeah, so that was always, that was like the Marine Corps' birthday was so strategically planned. But yeah, the Korea was fucking crazy. We only had food like that when it was like the Marine Corps ball or Marine Corps birthday.
So
you're
you're
just
hella
like-
suspicious.
Yeah, you're like, yo,
Like,
this is sus.
I'm about to be sacrificed for this country.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck, dude. I guess we signed up for it. Let's
I
go
should
get
have
us
played.
some.
I should have went and played football.
Yeah, it's like my grandpa served the Korean War, and I'm about to serve in it again.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Because like, especially now knowing like what I know about like North Korea and shit, it's like if there was going to be a start of World War III. I mean, obviously the Ukraine stuff that's happening right now, it's a different thing. But like, you would think, North Korea is backed by China, and then South Korea is backed by the fucking like NATO, I
Yeah.
believe. And it's like, I mean, the two of them not fighting is probably in the world's best interest. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Two psychopaths. But yes, but either way, North Korea, I learned, you don't see it in the news, but North Korea does that shit every year. So every year they cry, complain, or do something. They do something. They throw a fit. We give them money and food, and then they shut up.
Yeah, because they're starving.
Yeah. So like, we're going to shoot missiles over the fucking fence if you don't stop. And then they shoot missiles over the fence, and they're like, here, shut up. Here's your money and food. And I'm like, okay, thank you. And then
It's like a dog that's barking.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
Because they'll do like I think when they shot the missile, it wasn't with like, it didn't land anywhere like legit. Like it landed in like a field or something. Like
Yeah.
it was like they were testing it and they said they went astray. But then they threatened us with Holocaust and missile strikes on. They put that in like the front of the urinals, like on
Dude,
the
you know
ship.
what kills me is like, did you listen to that podcast on Joe Rogan with Yomi
Park?
Yeah. So the chick that she had escaped North Korea, and she talks about
I
like
think I did see that. Actually.
like their people are starving, like
Yeah.
they're fucking eating crickets and shit.
You ought to
Like,
listen
Yeah.
to the Sean Ryan one with her.
Yeah,
It,
yeah.
it
you
gets
told-
it,
you
it gets
told me it was
intense.
crazy. Yeah,
I think I did see that one because that was pretty interesting. She was talking about like the subways where like rats are just like
like, people.
all people are just dead.
Yeah, it's just fucking
Kids
crazy
are playing with their trying to catch the rats to eat them and shit.
Yeah, like everyone has to have like the entire house can be disgustingly dirty, but but as long
Yes,
as that
yeah,
picture
pictures,
of him is
yeah.
is fucking
The
pristine.
house catches on fire, you gotta save that and that's your
Yeah.
family.
And
Dude,
she
I-
said she could describe the stages of starvation. Like, oh, they're stage 1. Oh, they're stage 3.
Yeah.
Just based on how they look, because everyone's starving.
Yeah.
There'd just be piles
That's
of
the thing that
bodies
kills
with
me
like
is,
their
like-
eyes eaten out by rats because people are just starving to
It's the
death.
next level
If
poverty.
you
Yeah.
teach the entire military army how to speak, is Korean one? There's not like a different Korean from North and South Korean. Like
fuck
whatever
it.
their language is. If we spoke the same language as them and just like walked in and were like, hey, here's food. We're gonna kill your guy. Come with us. I think we would win over that country and no problem.
I don't
I don't
So-
know. I don't know. I think
They're so
they'd be-
brainwashed.
yeah, I think that.
Yeah.
I think they'd be so terrified.
Yeah, I
like
guess.
Stockholm syndrome to the max.
'Cause,
like,
like,
nope,
Yeonmi
it's
Park
supposed to be a
said-
test.
She didn't even know about anything except she could see the lights in China and was like, that must be better. Let's go over there. Like they
it's
didn't. They
just
didn't. They
roll
don't know
dice.
what anything is.
Yeah. That's the hardest problem is that China is backing North Korea.
It just reminded me of like 1984 the book,
Yeah.
George Orwell.
Yeah.
yeah. It's just like you don't fucking know. Like you're just
Like
behind
they
these
did it
walls.
perfectly. If you want to brainwash a country, I
Yeah.
mean, they did it absolutely perfectly.
Yeah. It's basically a giant, like a whole country is a prison.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're the guy who runs it.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, so that when we thought we were gonna be a speed bump, it didn't end up being a speed bump. But then we did it again later on. But we didn't like go stage though. But my second deployment, which was mostly like a booze cruise, my second deployment was fun as fuck. I was in Australia, getting shit faced, spent too much money. Like it was. Like
You're wilding out.
Well, yeah, they were trying to get me to extend. They're like, "Hey, Femmer, we're gonna to extend. We're about to deploy again. You want to extend?" I was like, "Are we gonna do
Extend
the
your
same?"
contract.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, "Are you?" Because I was like, are you going, is the deployment going to be like the last one? And they're like, no, we're just going to sit in Okinawa for 6 months. And I'm like, nah, I'm getting the fuck out. Like, if we're going to Australia again, then yeah, sign me up. I'll send, like, hey, family, sorry. I got the duty calls.
Yeah, you got to serve.
Calls.
You're just
I gotta
fucking
go serve.
collecting a paycheck to fucking hang out.
For real, like, dude, we were in there for, I think, 5 days. I spent $1,100.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And I was not
5
sober
days.
a single day.
Jesus Christ, that's like
Yeah.
5
But
days.
to be fair, I
You're
did.
spending like $400 a day. Or
Yeah,
no,
I
I guess
well,
not 400,
to be fair, they were
$200.
more expensive there. Like like drinking. And shit.
What country? You said Australia?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
minimum wage was higher. So, but our dollar went further.
Dude, if
so,
there's ever a place to do that,
dude, it was epic. So it was like the
everyone's
only
just
place.
all the white people are singing Crocodile
No,
Dundee
it was
shit.
like it was an utopia because like the Marine Corps, you cannot go to a Marine bar or anywhere and bring your girl or just or have a female that you're entertaining and bring them there because you want to talk about the ultimate like pinnacle peak of like male ego is in the Marine bars. And so you could bring your girl with you. She could be sitting next to you and you'll be ordering a drink for you two or talking to the bartender about your drink. And some dude's going to squeeze his way through. Like, this is not an exaggeration. He'll like be short, like, what's up, baby doll? How you doing? And you're like, you turn around, you're like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? He's like, dude, you took your eyes off of her. Fuck off. She's mine now. And then like, that's how belligerent it is, and they'll fight. So if you
because everyone's got a fucking escalated
yeah, so
ego.
if the male to female ratio is off, like
There's
like,
one chick
in Okinawa,
she gets any dick she wants there.
literally, she's God. Like if you put like the E Club in Okinawa, just like a place where you go hang out.
Dude, that's got to be the craziest place to get an STD.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
I only been to the E Club 3 times. It was our last 3 days in Okinawa, my first deployment. It's also the first time I ever got drunk off tequila. That's how I learned I got like a shorter fuse when I drink tequila. Like, I'm always a happy drunk. I'm a happy person in general. But then like tequila, I was just like, I don't know what this did, but like
I want to fight.
somebody want to fight me?
what was even funnier was like it was technically the second round that we had bought because the first round we had bought, some Japanese chick crushed all of there was like 4 of them.
Damn.
And then like we were talking, we're like somebody drew our attention. We were talking to our friends.
Turned around,
and
they're
this
gone.
girl just is like Japanese girl, just fucking. We see her walking away, so that's only we kind of put 2 and 2 together. But she was like,
somehow we're adults. Do.
just all these stupid things. It's like no, these things become problems because you've been doing them for 10 years or not doing them rather for 10 years, and now at 30 you think you're gonna fucking be better.
Yeah.
Like, 18 you wasn't doing this shit. 25 you wasn't doing this shit. Why would 30 you be doing this shit?
Yeah.
It's like you're just perpetually following the same things, and then now you're overweight and you're this, that, or the other, and this is why that hurts. Like, oh, you hit 30, your fucking back hurts. Like,
it's like-
you're telling me at 29 it wasn't hurting?
Yeah.
Fucking liar.
So, yeah.
And it's just,
You're just lazy.
yeah, people like my uncle.
It's a system of habits.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, my uncles used to tell me that when I was 18, I had abs too. I'm like, no, you fucking didn't.
Yeah,
You built
shut
a
up.
girl.
What's the phrase?
I've
If
seen
you plant corn, you can't be surprised when you grow corn.
That's like those old dudes. Oh, and back in my day, I benched 500 pounds. I'm like,
Well, my uncles used to flex on me that way. I used to be ripped like you too, and I'm like, dude, no, you fucking like nobody worked out when in the
Yeah.
80s and 70s, like you fuckers. Like
Yeah.
when you were in high school in the 80s, like nobody worked out. Like your shit. Like, so I see my uncle. Who's like looks like a fucking 15-year-old girl but not hot, and then my fucking
You just had a metabolism. You didn't work out, bro.
you didn't do shit. You look like a skater girl. Like
skinny abs are much different.
yeah, and then
What was the phrase you told me?
Skinny dudes with abs is like fat chicks with tits. It doesn't count.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Yeah. It's standard operating.
That's
procedure.
exactly right.
When I make
Just
a
like-
clip of this podcast, that's what I'm going to post.
Right, that's true though.
Yeah, so then my uncles were all the same way. Like you guys smoked weed and fucking listened to rock music. You didn't do shit.
Yeah.
You didn't work out. You didn't play sports.
And you were too poor to afford to eat.
So you didn't do anything. You didn't lift. Nobody worked out in the gym. You guys probably barely had PE. You know what I mean? Or you probably just that's all your fitness was is PE.
You guys just went
Or
outside.
just playing outside.
You
Yeah.
didn't have the internet. You didn't
And
didn't have money for.
and, yeah, you didn't play a sport, so you had no like reason to work out. So why the fuck would you look any different? So they're like, yeah, I used to look like you too. I'm like, oh, you fuck you.
They were all just skinny fat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now they're skinny fat. Now they were just skinny.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
like
yeah.
fucking beer guts.
Yep.
So, yeah, they. So yeah, people talk shit like, oh, when you're 30, it's downhill from there. Blah, 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 blah.
And it's all how you
Everybody's got
decide to live.
excuses.
Yeah.
Everybody's got
Everybody
excuses.
wants to do gangster shit, so it's how to do gangster shit.
Yep.
Everyone wants to lift heavy ass weights. Everyone would be a body.
Everybody wants to be.
Everybody wants to be a bodybuilder. Nobody wants to lift no heavy ass weights.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want that
They'll
magic
run a
pill.
coma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's everything in life. People, it. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing
Yeah.
I've talked about 1,000 times. It's just everybody wants that that
Magic
that
pill,
easy
yeah.
magic pill, and there's no
Just
there's
get
no
on
substitute for
PEDs.
just fucking.
That's the answer.
It's true.
I mean, bro, that semaglutide shit. No,
But even like steroids. We were just talking to a buddy of mine last night about this. Like all the trainers I fucking work with are on steroids, and they look like that, but that's after years.
Oh,
of
you don't just
training.
start doing
You
that.
don't you don't do steroids and then now you're shredded. Like you.
and it's not that they just do steroids. It's
Yeah.
that they do steroids. They fucking eat right.
Yeah.
They do all of.
They got
these
to a
things.
certain point naturally, and they're like, let's bump it up just a little bit
Yeah.
more.
So if you're like.
Yeah.
You can't just do steroids
No.
and then just not do shit about it. Like I just eat cakes and do whatever the fuck I want and take steroids to have a 6-pack. It's like that's not how it works. man.
Bullshit.
It's like yeah.
All right,
so,
give me a second. The dog is going fucking crazy. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I knew a couple kids
sounds like a car alarm.
at Gold's I used to go to in the north side, Lakeland, and man, they would just run so much gear. They're like 18 years old, pepperoni, fucking pimples on their back. I'm like, what are you doing with?
Yeah,
Like, stop
Well,
it.
there's kids in the gym that talk to me about that all the time. Like, I'm gonna get on a cycle. I'm gonna get on this.
Stop.
It's like, dude, you're fucking 15 years old.
Yeah.
Like, no, like, you're not even a man yet.
Yeah.
Like, you're 15.
Yeah.
You have so much more. Like, I was 145 my freshman year in high school, and then like my biggest I was in high school was like maybe 165 my senior year, and I didn't get. It wasn't until like my first deployment that I got to 195, which was unheard of for me because I was like, my goal was just to be 180. I thought that 180 would be awesome, and I was like working out just all on the ship. There's something to do. Like only way I could tell what day it was because you could never see the sun. So it was like only way I knew what day it was based off my workout, and the only way I knew what time of day it was based off what chow was being served or which one had been served. So I was like, and then if the red lights were on, it was nighttime. If they weren't on, it was daytime. And I never went outside because I never had a reason to. Like everybody that smoked would do that because they'd go to like the smoke pit, which was an outside. But yeah, that was the only thing. So that's the only way I knew. So all I did was fucking work out for 3 months straight, and then or I gave really 6 months. But so there was no scale on the ship, and I was like, fuck, like I gotta be at least 180.
Like, what am I now?
Gotta be, like I'm fucking, these uniforms are tight, like I'm fucking big, like blah blah blah. And then I finally find a scale, and I'm like thinking like, oh, 180, I have to be at least. I would argue, I would dare to say that I'm probably 185. And then I'm like, that'd be insane, that'd be fucking wild. Then I step on a scale and 195, and I'm
You're
like,
like,
what the fuck?
I'm
like,
fucking
that's
huge.
There's no fucking
thicker than a
I am a weapon.
Did I send you that fucking video of the dude? He's like, maybe I didn't send it to you. It was the dude. He like somebody gave him a hug at his like a family reunion or something. And it's like they said I felt like I was like I haven't been working out or anything, but they gave me a hug and they said I felt like I've been working out. And so now I'm in the gym. I'm a big boy now. I'm lifting all the weights. I'm a gym guy now. I don't know how to cook. I don't know how to clean anymore. I just know how to lift.
I just
weights.
lift.
Just forget all that shit. Shit's hilarious. But that's what reminded me of. I was just like, dude, when I was at 195, and I was like, dude, yeah, this is fucking legit. And then
That's a good. You think you're lighter than you actually are, and you go to scale.
oh, dude, I was like, fuck it. When I had abs too, still. So I was like, dude,
I'm the
fuck
best.
me. Yeah, it's like I
Yeah,
have one.
best there is, plain
I
and
have
simple.
one that
I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
I piss excellence. Yeah, so I felt really good about that, and then got back, did the sniper in dock, and then lost 10 pounds, that's why I kind of knew that 185 was my like nice nice spot for me because
That's your like athletic build.
yeah, because I came out of when I did the sniper thing for 3 days straight of just not doing like fucking anything or sleeping, and then I did I think we played backyard football or something like that, and I was sprinting around, and I was like, bro, my cardio. No, it was fantastic.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, that 10-pound drop was like
everything.
Okay,
Yeah,
I thought
like-
you were talking about when you were 195.
yeah, I did like a
Okay.
kick return for like 100 yards, and I just like took one big sigh, and I was back to normal. I was like, all right, cool, let's do that again.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like just that 10-pound drop, which just
Yeah.
made my cardio fantastic.
Yeah.
My biggest thing about people that get on steroids is if you don't compete or you're not in, like, what are you doing it for?
Yeah, well, these kids are like the kids I was talking about were like 15-year-old high
Yeah.
schoolers trying to win their fucking Mr. Bloomingdale fucking
Yeah.
thing in high school.
Yeah,
or
I'm
whatever
like,
the fuck.
dude, just-
Yeah, I'm like, dude, don't wreck your whole like endocrine system because you're
Yeah.
an idiot. You're 15.
Yeah.
Like, wait till you're 20. Like,
And then
you will grow.
Well, the people that do steroids at that kind of age, they're so ignorant about it. That,
Oh,
they don't even do a respectable. They'll like fucking be like, "Oh, more's better."
Yeah.
Well, they have no idea.
Yeah.
Like, there's an actual science
I
behind it.
know my T levels are in like the 1000s right now.
Yeah.
But let me just fucking inject.
Yeah, let me
it in
get
my
like
arm.
3 cc's of fucking test.
Kind of look like Superman.
Run some D-ball and some Deca with it. It'll
Some
be fine.
dude on Reddit said
Yeah, literally.
I should inject it in my big toe.
That's right.
Because it circles through the body.
Just
faster.
put it right in your balls, dude.
Knew a guy that put it right in his thigh, hit the vein, almost fucking lost his leg.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, some dudes they call it pinning in the gym, and that's like their little, I guess, fucking code for it or whatever. But some people would do their thigh, and I'm like, ow,
Yeah, no.
that sounds painful. But one dude was doing a cycle, and he's like not even impressive. Like I hated this dude because he basically was the same. I don't know, like he had the same. Well, he claimed to have the same niche as me in training because I'm like a rehab specialist, and
Which is hilarious looking at you. You would never guess. Like, when I found that out about it, I was like, what?
oh, yeah, a lot of my
He does like a lot of calisthenic shit too. So I was like, what?
a lot of my clients call me like almost Dr. Drew.
Dude, I tell everybody I need to go see Dr. Andrew.
Yeah.
You fucked up a little bit, and you're like, oh, I gotta go see Dr.
Yeah, so
Andrew.
it's funny, like people think that that I'm like rehab guy, but so this guy played on the same thing, but he lied about like his credentials. He said he was a certified massage therapist, which not true. He did all these things. I don't know, but he convinced our manager that he was this thing too. So he gave us a class in one of our meetings one time about like anterior pelvic tilt and shoulder impingement, but what he called a shoulder impingement was not a shoulder impingement. And then because there's nothing to be impinged there, like he was calling the shoulder impingement like right here. And I'm like, there's no.
It's in the back of the shoulder, isn't it?
Well, that or the top. Like your subacromial impingement is probably the most common one that I've seen anyway. And people that I would say that the gym people's problems and injuries and sorenesses and issues are pretty good a snapshot of America. So I would say that subacromial, I don't know that for a fact, but I would say if you Googled it, probably the most common shoulder impingement. And so he tried to teach us about shoulder impingement and anterior pelvic tilt, and then everything he was just talking about. I'm like, if you have been in an anatomy class in general at all, you would know this guy's full of
Andrew's
shit.
You're just like, wait a minute.
It was cringy. I was like,
Andrew's
sweating.
sitting there like this, and like, one
Well, I
moment.
didn't- I didn't
Quick
wanna, like-
question.
yeah, I didn't wanna
But then it's just the two of you guys arguing, and everyone else just like, shut the fuck up.
No, I didn't
No
want
one
to shit
knows
on
what
him.
you're talking
Like I didn't want to
Yeah.
talk him down. I hated him, but I didn't want to like shit on his fucking thing. But like just sitting there and just listening to it, I'm like,
about. You like your friends when everyone walks out there, you're like, hey, everything he said,
yeah,
mostly wrong.
I was like 85% of what he said. He said the names right, but what they
so
did was
vocabulary-wise,
wrong.
he's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
just
but-
defining everything wrong.
That's
Exactly.
the worst
So,
when you know someone's bullshit.
dude, it was rough, and there was just,
Dude, like that guy in the
people were
sauna
asking
the other
questions, and I'm like, ugh.
Wow, no.
Like that guy in the sauna the other day.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah,
This cracks me up, dude.
yeah, like
I love that story. Did I tell you about that?
Maybe.
I think it was on a. I think it was on a podcast.
pyramid
and I
scheme
think-
guy.
Yeah. I was just using buzzwords.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's just like, he's like, yeah, we actually do 3 different business strategies, and we take the 2 best ones and we combine them. We're like, what do you guys sell? How do you make money? You're selling
multi-level marketing.
If I walked into your store,
Yeah.
what would I see? Well, it depends on
what
what this week
product
is.
and or service do you sell? Because you're just saying a lot of things, but you're saying nothing.
Well, so this guy, people asking him questions and shit. And I had to like when he got to the anterior pelvic tilt stuff, I was just like, okay, bro. Like,
This is enough.
I have to like, I'm like, oh, I have to piggyback off what he was saying, and I just retold what he just said, but like the real
correct
thing,
way,
yeah. And yeah, it was just rough. So I had to reteach that class when he got fired. Yeah, the cops came looking for that guy. Yeah, because he one
Sounds
day,
like he had a lot more than that issue
well,
going on.
one day, where he was new. Like, so when he first got there, he just started off bad. Dude was 2 weeks new to the gym, and already being a creeper to girls. He had like 3 people, like members, cancel because he was a creep to them. He was always being weird to trainers, and so his first fucking the second week there, he's like talking about like, yeah, I moved out of Colorado and came here because of my ex, and she was crazy, and I was suicidal and depressed, and all this other shit. He's just saying this so casually, and I'm
Yeah,
like, I want
it's-
to punch you in your fucking face right now. Like, you're not
you don't
suicidal
know-
and depressed.
like, you don't know me, dude.
Yeah, you don't know shit. Like, we're at the front desk, like at Crunch, and this guy's telling me his fucking life story about like just so casually. I'm like, you're full of shit. Like, you
stop.
Something was off about like something.
You don't share. He's oversharing too soon.
Yeah,
Too casually.
You can just like when you meet people, like you can just kind of feel like
the vibe was off.
Yeah.
The vibe was off.
And this guy rubbed me the wrong way from day one. So then he started telling this story, and he's like, yeah, fucking, I had to move 6,000 miles away to get away from my girlfriend. Blah, blah, blah. Come to find out, like his girlfriend ended up calling the gym and exposing this dude, like telling him like he stole the car he's driving is stolen. Like he told this guy he was gonna sell it for him, and then fucking he just kept leading him on like I'm getting buyers, but he just kept driving it. He drove it to Florida.
Jesus, from Colorado. Jesus,
and then
fucking Christ.
He lied. He had a
That's
doctor
a fucking
sign off.
48-hour drive.
He had somebody like sign off on this like certificate that he had for physical therapy, for massage therapy, and he had a bullshit. He took a cupping class like online, which is fucking easy. Like anybody can cup, dude.
Yeah.
And like the concept to it is fucking simple. So that was his miracle fix. I can fix your pain in 15 minutes. I was like, no, you're Advil, bro.
Isn't it proved to not be that effective either?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll temporary relieve pain because you've brought circulation to the area, but it's not gonna like fix the issue. Like the issue, your impinged shoulder is not better now because like you're just not sore right now because it's circulated. And it's,
anti-inflammatory shit.
Yeah, but it's like you're still having that impingement issue, and so. Yeah, that was his thing. His massage therapy thing was bullshit. So he's massaging people like not legally and shit. And so this whole thing.
Fucking what a creep, dude.
Yeah, he was a piece of shit. And he finally got fired and finally caught up to him. And then as he got fired, he tried to like charge all of his clients, like all of their sessions. He tried to like he had this fat ass paycheck. Yeah, he just like started cancel charging or charging everybody as he trained him. And good thing our manager got a hold of that for us, so he was able to cancel that like check that was coming to him and gave all those people their sessions back and then dispersed his clients to people.
There's some shady people that try to become trainers at gyms because it's super easy to get your certificate.
Anything that involves people, you're gonna get.
You go online, you take like I don't know how many hour course, and you pay like $100 for it, and that's it.
Yeah, it was
ridiculous.
Dude, because I was NASM certified at first, but I didn't want to go back through that again because it was like one, it's expensive, and one of my thing expired because like, I didn't keep up on the whatever, and then I didn't want to do it again, so I was like, fuck that noise. So I was like, what's the easiest, like, because what I do and what the thing, like the test I'm taking talks about has nothing to do with it. Like, I took the like NCEP one is what I'm certified with right now, which is like, I don't know, something college, something prep, I don't fucking know. But either way, it's stupid. It was an easy test. I just did it to get my certification. I was like, I don't apply it. I already know more than this stupid certification is anyway, so like it has nothing to do with what things I'm doing anyway, so I'm like
should be alright. He's just a little
it's a sad dog, dude.
She's so angry.
This is what I was talking about. The Beagles just fucking they just sing all the damn day. But yeah, that fucking shit was just annoying. So but that so that dude sucked, but the certification was easy. Like it just got me to be able to train. So I'm like, this changes nothing. Like I didn't learn any of this shit from maybe when I was 18. It helped me like have a better concept of training. I got my thing, but doesn't teach you how to train. Like the thing, especially what I was doing, like it didn't, like school is what got me to that, not fucking this whole bullshit.
Yeah, so. It's a test basically. Yeah, as long as you can memorize the answers.
The test, the exam I took was like, didn't have anything to do with training. It was like it was all online shit. Like, how often should you post?
Yeah.
When somebody, comments on something, like how long should you wait to respond? Like, I was like, it's like a 22 question test. Yeah. It was all about social media stuff. And I was like, I don't know. It's a pass or fail, so I didn't give a fuck. But yeah, I was like, oh, certified trainer now. Let's just keep that going. Yeah. And all I have to do is keep up on my stuff and then just renew, or like, what do they call it? Further continued education to go see. Yeah, just do that and you're good. So, fuck it. But training's fun. Yeah. For the most part. It doesn't feel like work.
Yeah.
You know what
I mean? I thought about the trainer route. I'm not too good of a people person as far as that kind of stuff goes.
Yeah, and you're in what you're trained to do. It's like you're overly trained. You know what I mean? Like you're over-educated for the thing you're going to deal with. Yeah. Like most stuff you're dealing with is super basic shit. Yeah. So like with my niche, yes, I do what I've learned to do, I guess. but it's most of the time it's like some simplistic shit. Like that's why I like to do the injury rehab stuff, because it's more complicated and fun. It's like a problem solving thing versus like I just got to lose weight. I'm like, oh, it's easy.
Again,
80% of this is just you dieting right. And if you're lying to me about your diet, I can only fuck you up so much in the gym before a bad diet shits on that. So you know, if you're drinking a lot, you'd be surprised how many people are alcoholics. It's insane.
And don't realize it.
Yeah. Like,
I just have like 4 drinks a night. No big deal.
Every fucking day.
Yeah.
I'm like, sometimes I smell it on their breath too. I'm like, dude, you
come into the gym reeking of whiskey. You're like, what are you doing with yourself?
Yeah. I'm like, I'm pretty pro at like telling what someone's drinking now, because it's like, they'll just come in the morning and I'm like, yo, vodka.
Like, really?
It's in your coffee. Tito's. And so yeah, you'd be surprised how many people are alcoholics, and that is why they gain so much weight. They're like, oh my god, I need to like lose so many pounds.
I don't understand. I'm eating so clean.
Yeah.
Stop
so
fucking
go day to
drinking.
day what your diet looks like. And like, I just do this with chicken and rice all day. I have some fruit. I have a yogurt, and then at night I crush 2 bottles of wine. I don't understand what. And I'm like, like I had one.
And then I
dude
sleep 6 hours. I don't understand.
I had one dude. Yeah, I had one dude that I had track his. He was the most transparent person I've ever had do that. MyFitnessPal. Dude had half of his caloric intake in a day of alcohol. Like he would go at 24 ounces of Bud Light. 48 ounces of Bud Light, whiskey and Coke, Diet Coke.
Gotta have the diet.
I'm the picture of health. I drink Diet Coke.
Yeah, so it was just hilarious. Like the stuff they would do for that.
For whenever I go out, if you guys were talking about anything meaningful, you can just blur out the door.
Yeah.
The problems of having the podcast in the house. So eventually I'll figure something out so it's separate of the house.
Yeah, in a studio.
I'm not too worried.
Yeah, these things happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back to this timeline.
So Korea.
So we got past like the football, joined the military.
First, second deployment.
Yeah, third. Second deployment was that was
So you were on the
Utopia.
second time you went to Korea again.
No, well, Korea was acting up. We didn't go to Korea, but the second time we were in Australia, it was most of it. It was like we were in Perth, Fremantle,
Jesus
Fremantle.
Christ, that's literally just a party. It's like you got a paid for vacation by the government.
They call it the petri dish of like Australia. Like it's like all Europeans who would go there and shit. So it's kind of funny. Like ironically, every bartender was German. Felt like, and then every waitress was like British. And then
You're like, were your parents
and like
Nazis?
Irish pubs had Irish people in them. And I really quickly learned the difference between Ireland and Northern Ireland. So if you
big
call somebody
difference.
Irish and Northern Irish, it was fighting words.
Yeah.
I almost got beat up by a girl once because
They have like a big feud and stuff.
yeah, because it's like, you know, you're doing this little stupid like talking at the bar, like you're like, oh, are you American? It's like, what gave me away? My fucking accent, like
My
like,
lack of
it's just,
accent.
it's just the icebreaker, you know what I mean?
Are
And
you
then-
Irish? Not
yeah.
North Irish.
Yeah, I saw this girl. I was like, she like, because this girl jumped out in front of me and my 2 buddies. And they're like, are you guys Marines or sailors? And we're like, Marines. And they're like, why are all you Marines built like brick shit houses? And we're like, I don't know,
just
bitch.
Like, well, now that you
And then, so she pulled us. And so she had like a group of friends with her. And so we started talking to her and her friends. And then like, I was like, so like, are you guys like Irish or something? She's like, Northern fucking Irish. Freaked the fuck out. And I'm like, I didn't know. I'm an ignorant American. I don't know what your guys is.
I'm sorry.
And then come to find out that song Zombie by Cranberries is about that fucking war, 1916 or whatever. That the fight between Northern Ireland and Ireland became a thing, and because they didn't want to be part of the
All news to
UK.
me.
All the
they
IRA
didn't,
stuff.
Yeah, they didn't want part of the UK, and then the UK won, and Ireland signed the peace treaty, and then like they went back on it, like, fuck that. So they're not officially in a war, but it's like a terrorist
like a civil
kind of
war.
thing.
Like a
Yeah.
fuck them hoes kind of.
Like, is the IRA still bombs a
Yeah,
bunch
that's what I'm
of
saying.
shit?
So it's like a harassment. Or Ireland always harasses Northern Ireland
Yeah.
because they're like, they want them to be all one thing. So it's like they basically are sore losers is
Yeah.
what happened. And so so I almost got beat up by some
So, okay,
Northern
after-
Irish chicks.
You're like, no, I'm sorry.
So after Australia, how long? You said you were only there for like a month.
We were in Australia for 5 days. Then we went to another part of Australia, Darwin. And then we did that. What was actually funny is like in between that time, before we went to Darwin though, is that we were doing training with the Aussies. And so we took an Osprey to like fucking down under, like to the middle.
What's
of
an
Australia.
Osprey?
An Osprey is a
It's like a half
Hell
plane,
yeah,
half
boat.
helicopter.
Yeah, they're fucking sketchy as shit. But they are. That's
Okay,
the
man.
bird. That's what it's named after.
You guys took a bird, bro.
Yeah,
I'll show
yeah.
you a wild, dude.
So the things tilt and it
Yeah.
can fly like a plane, and then they tilt back up and it flies like a helicopter.
Typically, it falls into the water, but
Yeah.
different story.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they crash a lot.
That's
so,
not fucking good.
So yeah,
But
we're
you can
fly-
carry. That's for like you can carry a lot of shit in one of those, right?
Yeah,
Is
we're
that kind of
flying
the point?
over like a lot of ocean to land, and you're just like
You're
every
like,
time turbulence hits, you're like, fuck, we're going to the ocean, we're fucked. And so those things
Where the
sink
parachutes
fast
at?
as fuck. When you do like your like what's called sweat trainer training or helo dunker training before you can get in these things, you learn that they sink fast. It's like 30 feet every like 2 seconds or some shit. So
Jesus
you're like
Christ.
once it like hits
It's a
water,
fucking lead weight.
once it hits water, it flips upside down because it's really top heavy, if you could tell.
Yeah.
And then it just fucking atmospherically trapped. Like at 30 feet is approximately one atmosphere every time. So 33 feet is an atmosphere in water. So it just crushing atmosphere.
You got to get out
down.
quick.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, exactly.
Stand by the door,
as
bro.
As soon as that bitch hits, well, they usually keep the back end of it open, so hopefully it fills up fast, and we can just get the fuck out.
Yeah, the idea is if you know you're gonna hit water, be at the door ready to roll.
And all the windows are pressurized or in a way so that if water gets into it, it like releases the windows, so you can just push them out.
Jesus, can you imagine being the engineer? Like, wait, why don't we design this
We
thing
know
to
it's
not
gonna sink.
Why don't we design this thing to not crash, not just be good at crashing?
Yeah, it's a really efficient crasher. So we took
and
this.
that for anybody listening is how great I want you to hear the military budget is. We can build shit to
When people
crash
say it's
better.
military grade, I'm
Yeah.
like, so it's a piece of shit.
So it's got duct tape on it.
And it costs a lot of fucking money. Yeah.
So when we go, so we're flying over and we're going to land in the middle of nowhere. It's some like, it looks like some Jurassic Park shit to me because we're landing in like the woods and like this
Kangaroos
field.
jumping out
And
everywhere.
Not kangaroos, but wallabies. They're just fucking not wallabies. The what are the little kangaroos called?
Wombats?
No,
No.
I think they're wallabies. I think they are.
The little kangaroos though, and they're just fucking hopping out like little raptors jumping away. I feel like a shit ton of them, and then we blow over some shack. Like
Some guys that are taking a shit.
turns out it's somebody's house. So somebody's
They're taking a shit.
so some pissed off lady comes out with like military dudes with guns. She doesn't give a fuck. She's just walking.
She's like,
around,
"Hey, you
blew my roof off."
She like puts her fucking fingers in your chest. You goddamn son of a bitch! You fucking cunt.
Yeah, she's just cussing us out because we just blew their house away. And we're like, that was a house?
Sorry.
It's like, we can give you some cardboard boxes. but you don't need them.
Hey, we don't even need this plane, dude. Like,
yeah,
you just
wanna
live in that.
keep it? Yeah, it's yours now. Outfit it. Yeah.
It's really good at going in the water if you ever
Yeah.
need to.
So then we do training with them. They fucking, when they say, I didn't meet any of these like top deadliest fucking creatures in Australia, like the snakes and shit. It's disappointing, but I did see it was. I mean, you hear about like these like the black mamba. It's like, oh, shit,
30
it's not-
miles an hour.
I think that sounds like a successful trip to Australia to me.
The
And
only
this
thing I-
motherfucker's like, I wanted to kind of feel like I'm going to die a little.
Well, it was just like we went to. Well, the ants are the biggest pieces of shit. The ants are half like green and half brown, and so they'll hang. They'll cover a leaf so they look like the leaf, and they'll hang from the leaf, hoping you brush against it so they can get on you, and then bite you like little pieces of shit. So you're just like you have a plate carrier on that you can't reach
Ants
into.
inside. You're like, fuck.
So all you're doing is you're flexing in different directions,
Trying to like smash it
squish
against
it,
the.
yeah. And so you just don't want to lay in a fucking ant pile because they're biting the shit out of you.
At least you weren't there when the spiders were falling from the sky.
What the fuck?
You don't know about that?
No.
Yeah, like a couple. I think once a year in Australia, like the spiders like somehow get in like the atmosphere and like they web over like the entire like
What the fuck?
yeah in the sky. Let me see.
That's like
Fuck
that's some-
that country,
That's
dude.
like some
Set
like
that place
that's
on
like
fire,
the
Jesus
cicadas.
Christ.
You know what I mean? Like every 7 years, the cicadas come out and fucking do their thing from the ground. And
Spider rain.
just every Black Widows raining from the sky.
That's what, if that happened in the South of the United States of America.
That's just them in the sky. Like
Just-
they have webs.
You know why that doesn't happen in the United States? Because every redneck would be outside with their shotguns, just fucking boom.
Not today.
but like that's them above the telephone poles.
That's fucking.
Fuck that.
But like something with the webs, it just causes like them to go above,
Fuck. Can you imagine being a lineman in Australia?
and there's
You're,
just
like,
fucking
climbing
like
those fucking electric
I'd,
lines.
I'd have like a bee, like a beekeeper's fucking suit.
Flamethrower.
Dog,
just-
dude, fuck that. Oh man. Can take it off the screen.
Nope,
Umbrella.
that's just for you.
Arachnophobia. So yeah,
I
I
don't
didn't
do
see
spiders.
I didn't see anything creepy there.
Jump on an alligator.
Well,
I'm
actually,
not
I take it back.
fucking dealing with spiders.
I did see something that the only way I can explain it was like a chimera, like the fucking animal that was like two
Like
fused
two
animals.
heads
Two,
and-
well, no, like two different animals, like a griffin. You know, it's like half eagle, half fucking lion or some shit. This thing. So we're in the woods, and it's like a little bit darker, and then this like, only way I can explain it was it looked like it had a boar upper body, like tusks, but it had long fucking hair, creepy long hair, and stilty legs like a moose.
Oh, that's a fucking wildebeest.
I don't think wildebeest are that tall.
Oh, I don't
This
know.
thing was tall as fuck. Like I saw it in the like, not the distance, but close enough that I'm like,
What the
you see
fuck?
me and I see you, and I'm like sitting there.
You have
and
your
I'm
gun
like-
on you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
full- all live ammo too. So I'm like,
try me, motherfucker.
I'm like tapping my friend. I'm like, dude, Damien, look at this. And he's like, I'm just like, he's like, what the fuck is that? And so we're looking at this thing through NVGs, and I'm just like,
What is that?
Click.
I think you're at vision. Yeah, it's like,
I'm ready.
Safety comes off.
Selector switch goes down, and then it does this like front leg hop backwards. This is where you see the hair like float.
The fuck?
Yeah, it's like it just is like hop backwards and just like runs, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? I tried to Google it once. I was
Boar
like
thing
boar moose legged
with long
creature.
hair, moose legs. Let's
No, just Australia, bro. No. Just type in Australia. Yeah, because take the moose leg thing off and type in Australia. See what it says.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know this thing had like creepy, scary movie hair.
I don't know.
Like if a moose, a boar, and the lady from The Grudge all had a fucking love child. That's what it reminded me of. I just remember it like it had a mane, like a horse mane. Like it just like when it
Like a
like,
lion
when
fucked
it's like
a boar
when it like
and a giraffe.
fucking took its front legs and like pushed off the ground to turn around to run.
Was it a goat?
No, it's too tall, dude. I swear to God, this thing was probably like to my shoulder tall.
I don't know.
It was
Jesus
huge.
Christ.
Yeah, it was huge. Like it was gonna fuck you up if it got if you got too close to that thing.
It was
It had big ass tusks, like, and like I said, long hair. Yeah, so I'm like, I don't know what.
I don't know, but I'm never. I have
I don't
no
know what
desire to go to
fucking
Australia my whole life.
warlock shit goes on in Australia, but
Long hair animal. With
dude,
tusks,
trust me, I've
Australia.
Googled this thing for
Yeah.
years. Like,
I just want to find it. Damn it.
Google's calling me an idiot. It's
What
like, we
did-
don't understand what you're trying to tell me.
What
You should have fucking gadded it and be like, "Hey guys, this thing attacked us."
Yeah, then I gotta explain that to my champion.
Yeah.
Who? Why'd you fire?
No,
Like,
you just-
It ran at me.
No, you just kill it. Oh, because you have to report your ammo and
Yeah.
shit like that when you go back.
So, yeah, I was just like, if this thing comes at me, I have probable cause to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been like,
Fucking skinwalker in the
Trying
trees,
that
just
thing.
watching
For
you.
real. Like, what do they call that thing? The Native American.
Oh, that's the
antler fucking thing.
motherfucker.
There's a movie about it.
Yeah. I could have told you 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's kind of what. After I saw that movie,
The
I was like,
Wendigo.
yo, the Wendigo. After
Yeah.
I saw that movie, I was like, yo, that's the fucking thing.
The
That was
Wendigo.
in the goddamn woods.
pull it up.
A Wendigo?
Pull
Oh,
it-
those
I
things
don't
are
even know what you guys
fucking
are talking
creepy.
It's like a Native American.
They're like mainly in like
ancestral-
Colorado and stuff.
It's supposed to be a fictional character.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you mean?
Like yeah, all this kind of stuff. So it's supposedly the lore behind them is they are people
of
who get lost
people.
in the woods and they
Yeah.
turn to cannibalism, and then they slowly just morph into this thing, and they can like mimic human voices.
The noise.
So if you're ever in the woods by yourself and you hear like somebody calling out for help, it's probably a Wendigo. And don't go.
So this is why.
This is what I thought about when I saw that movie. It's like,
They'll sound like screaming.
So every time I have my pistol on me, or when I'm hunting and I'm like walking through the woods by myself, I say there's 15 rounds in my sidearm. 14 of them for whatever's coming after me. Last one's for me if it's still coming.
Yeah, dude, 9 million saving you from what I saw. Like I said, if this thing is coming at you, like
Yeah, you're fucked.
yeah,
It's-
you.
International sound in the woods is if you hear because we
Find
always
it.
we have our rifles, but all our rifles are bolt action.
Yeah.
Most of our rifles are bolt action. So if you hear one loud boom and then pop 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 pop, everyone knows you run towards that sound. And your buddy needs help. we have a mama bear and 3 cubs where we hunt. Like it's come out and didn't even know we were there. One of my buddies that we hunt with, Bubba, literally sat on.
Appropriate name.
Yep.
If
Especially
you
around
ever
here.
meet him, he looks like Bubba.
fucking, He's a Bubba, and
About
through and through,
350.
fucking yeah,
He's a big boy.
big
Got
boy.
a beard.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Bald.
Trucker hat. Got fish hook on it.
Yeah, yeah,
Pretty much.
yeah.
Kills sharks.
sleeveless flannels.
Yeah.
Kills sharks with his bare hands.
Literally,
Makes
like
sense.
imagine. You remember? You ever seen what's the movie? Without a Paddle. You ever seen that
yeah.
movie?
Mm,
You
the
remember?
big
Remember in
dude.
the middle of the woods growing the pot?
Yeah.
That Bubba.
Yeah.
That literally looks like the actor that lost a bunch of weight. Kind of looks like him. But he literally saw them come out, and the grass where we hunt at, it's like chest high, dude. Like I'm terrified. We walk in pitch black.
Dude, it's raptor territory.
Dude, I'm fucking scared, terrified that I'm gonna step on a baby cub sleeping.
And Mama's gonna be like, "What the
Three
fuck?"
cubs,
You
dude.
fuck
That's
up.
fucking unusual as shit. 3 cubs and a mama.
Yeah,
It's fucking weird.
that thing comes after you though. You gotta pick a god you think is fair and pray to that.
Kneecap your homie and start running.
And then just fucking
that Wendigo thing's
Pray
pretty
to-
fucking creepy. That reminds me of what's the movie with the guy from The Office?
Jim.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, talking about the
The-
silent movie.
Yeah. What's the name of that movie?
Without a
Quiet Place.
Quiet
Place,
Place. Yeah. Those look like the fucking monsters from that. Fucking creepy.
I don't know if you've ever seen the show Supernatural, but they do the Wendigo pretty well in it.
Yeah, I don't like scary shit, Colton. You should know this by now.
It's pretty good.
I don't like scary
I
shit.
think the bottom left one right there, like with the fucking night vision. It's like the hunting camera.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see people
Click on
with
that.
trail cams and stuff like that. It gets fucking creepy. Especially like in sewers. There's apparently sewer monsters that do kind of the same thing, and people capture them on video. You never know if they're real or not, but it looks fucking creepy.
Yeah, especially people that they're editing and shit.
Yeah.
Like a lot of those fucking, especially nowadays. Like, I watched a video game that's coming out. It's like you're a cop and you're like responding to some shit, and it like looks so fucking realistic.
Oh,
I
the
thought-
first-person shooter
the
one?
first-person
Yeah.
shooter. I saw that shit. I was like,
Yeah,
The
it's-
only reason they tipped it off to me that was fake at first was before I read the comments was the smoke.
It looks so real though.
Yeah, the smoke when he fired was
Yeah.
like a little too much.
And the reload's a little clunky. Like some
Yeah.
of the stuff is
Like
you
the-
can
it's like-
tell is scripted.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like, but the like aiming and shit was like super
Mm-hmm.
realistic looking, and like you look like because you're not even sighting in, you're just like, there's a person, I'm
Yeah.
pointing downrange, da 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 da.
And you're just point firing the whole time.
Yeah.
Like it looks really crazy.
Yeah, and it was just, but the smoke was like too much, and like in a weird way, and I was like, that's not real.
Yeah.
But it looked real. It looked like a person was going to an abandoned building,
Yeah.
and you know, you're.
I don't like scary shit.
No, it's not scary.
It's not. I mean, it's a thrill. It's not like
Yeah.
not a scary movie thing, but it's.
You're just a cop like clearing.
Yeah, I don't know much scarier than you're hunting somebody else
Yeah.
that has a gun that's in a room that you don't know where the fuck they're at. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, not scary in the sense of like horror
Yeah,
movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
this guy comes around a corner, da, 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 and you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
You have to respond really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the unrealistic pulling on the flashlight. Like, bitch, you'd have had this bitch on a while ago. Like, why the fuck? Like, why are your flashlight?
And why are you alone? Why are you
he's
the
like-
only cop there?
He's like, yeah, like holding the gun out with
You
the
would
light.
definitely wait outside and wait for backup
You
on
turn
these.
the light on,
Yeah.
and turn it off, and turn it back on. It's like, bitch, keep that bitch on.
Yeah.
Why would you wouldn't do that?
Light disorients people anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why you get bright ass lights.
Yeah.
Bright ass.
We used to do that with
lights.
strobe, like IR lights. Because like IR lights, when you're cleaning rooms, light it up like it's daytime, but they can't see it.
Yeah.
So the people, you can be in pitch black.
Looking through your nods.
So
and-
nods don't
yeah.
work in pitch black. They're just blackout. They need some kind of ambient light. But if you use an IR flashlight, they work perfectly.
You can see they
So-
can't.
yeah, so you can be in a dark room with an IR light up like it's a fucking normal room, just green, and they can't see shit.
That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you would just see green dots.
Or like
everywhere on the
lasers,
side.
the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. You have the light on with the laser. Yeah, so you don't even got to fucking aim. You're just
Like
pointing
optics
straight.
don't really work, so,
yeah,
yeah.
it's sweet.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, so you fuck up people in rooms that can't see.
Okay, so you saw the Wendigo in Australia.
So I saw the window go in Australia.
I'm like, I'm getting real on the edge of what I'm able to talk about with that. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so-
why I'm glad I got the AR-10 for hunting now. Fucking, at least I got 5 rounds. Semi-auto.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna get rid of my bolt action and get a semi-auto.
Well, after this little wildlife excursion thing, then we went to Darwin, which was not as cool as Perth or Fremantle, but we still got fucked up.
In Australia,
Yeah, it was just like
like a redneck version of Perth.
Yeah, but it was like the first place we were at, Perth, Fremantle, was like a utopia. Like there, it was insane. There were so many Marines in one place because you were a celebrity because everybody came there knowing that you were there. Because the Australians love Marines because of like the island hopping campaign in World War II. Saved Australia from the Japanese, and so they love us. And like one of the girls I was talking to when I was in Australia,
And then we love Australia because of Steve Irwin, dude.
for sure, we love Australia just in general. The women, everything. It's fantastic.
Because of fucking Steve Irwin, bro.
I used to say that the only thing that kept me from going back to Australia was being in the military and like to live there because it's like, dude, this is pretty. It's like,
And then after
everybody's
COVID, now I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
Their response was a little fucking crazy.
So going to, being there with all these Marines there and it being so like it was so crazy that. Like the story I told you about, like going to a Marine bar, talking to somebody, a girl gets hit on immediately. Well, if you be there and you're like talking to a chick and a guy's talking to her, a guy would try to talk to her, and guy would be like, "Oh, bro, I'm talking to that girl." It's like, "Oh, that's cool." He'd turn around and talk to the next one. Like,
Yeah.
Like my friend Damien, the one I mentioned before, was like, one time he was sitting at a table by himself drinking at this bar. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Because there's like copious amounts of women.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and most Australian girls are pretty good looking.
Dude, they fucking loved us. It was like it was insane. Like they were there.
Yeah, for that reason.
For us.
Yeah.
And so
Get some of that American dick.
Yeah. And so we were like, so he's sitting there. He's a good looking dude. He's sitting there, and he's by himself. I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like,
At
I'm
that
just
point, it's a
hanging out.
choice.
I'm like, I'm hanging out. Yeah, literally. I'm like, I'm just hanging out. I was like, I'm just hanging out. Shut the fuck up. I was like, come on, pussy. I was like, I saw this girl. I was like, this is just chick standing there. She was cute, and I was like, hey, what's your name? Fucking Australian girl. And she's like, my name's fucking Australian girl. And I was like, okay, hi. And so I was like, hey, this is my buddy Damien. This is Australian girl. And she's like, and he's like, oh, how's it going? And then like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some drinks. And literally I was in line waiting to go get drinks. And fucking turn around and they're already making out. So I just left.
Okay.
I left. I was like, oh, fuck those drinks.
Y'all are good.
Yeah. I danced with these 4 girls one time just because I like named their roles in the friend group. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you look like the shy one. You're probably the outgoing one. It's totally you.
Oh my God, he knew I'm a Scorpio.
Yeah, and then I had these 4. So, and then what's funny is like my goal was to win over like the harder to get one. Like the girl I really was interested in was the red dress chick, but yeah, I don't know what it was. She was like this red dress.
That's the dude response too.
Yeah,
It's like,
but
why are you the one that's the furthest back right now?
But I
talking
know
to me?
the other girl was that we got a go friend. So like if I can win her over,
You're good to go.
I win the posse over. So I targeted her mostly, like, and just like didn't even pay much attention to the girl that I really wanted. And by the end of this fucking this thing, they all wanted to go dance, and then like we had a Cinderella Liberty, so it was like at 12 o'clock you had to be back in the ship by 12 o'clock. And so it was like 11 something, and I'm dancing with all 4 of these girls now, and the one that was like the fucking hard to get one, my buddy goes, he like does like the wristwatch thing, like it's time to go, and I was like, so I had to break the news to these 4, and then I get like they just attached to me. Like the one girl that was like the harder to like we had a go friend one like jumped and wrapped her legs around me. The other girl grabbed my arm. Another girl was literally on my leg.
Like, you're not leaving.
You can't leave. And I'm like, bro, I'll take the paperwork. Like, just leave me.
I can stay.
I'll take the Article 15. Like, just leave me the fuck here.
I'll get in trouble.
I can't leave, dude. You see what's going on. I can't leave. I gotta go to wherever apartment we're going to. Actually. It's like, I can't leave this. So, yeah, it was just like that every night though. So every night was a different adventure. There's one girl I was talking to, like, well, there's a few, but like,
and it makes sense when you meet an old dude with that Vietnam Korea hat and he's got a Korean wife. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it just makes sense. It's like,
but
it's like this mystical thing that
I've
they're
been
American.
like, there's just nowhere I've ever been where it's that many Marines are that concentrated of a spot, and no fights. Not a fucking fight happened. Not a single fight. And I was like, that is a true utopia. You want to see utopia? That is a utopia.
I think it's just, the amount of women that are there in relation has to make a different.
Yeah, like that. Oh, it's cool. It's whatever. Like,
They have a place for that testosterone to go.
But it was so stupidly easy. You're just like you fucking My buddy actually married one of the bartenders. She was German, but he ended up marrying this bartender. And before they were a thing, I was like hitting on her first, and then he was one of those. He's a badass dude, but he's like super insecure and like the only reason he even asked her out was because he lost a bet, and he asked her out so like haphazardly. He's like, oh, you can go get breakfast sometime, and she's like, yeah. He's like, what?
He's like, really?
What'd you say? She's like, yeah, I get off at fucking such and such time. And then even when we're supposed to meet her the next day, we're waiting, and she's like, we're always early to everything because military time and shit. We're 15 minutes early to everything. And so we're like early as fuck, 30 minutes early actually. And he's freaking out. She's not gonna show up. She's not. I was like, bro, she's a civilian. Like, give her. She's not even late. She's not even.
She's
like, give her a chance to
surprised.
be on time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, even if she's 5 minutes late, we can consider that on time.
It's women at that
And
point.
we almost left. Like, because it's like it's 9 o'clock, bro. She's not coming. And it's like 9:03. She
Just
shows
turned
up.
9.
Like she shows up on this bus or whatever the fuck she was on. And I was like, see, dude. Yeah, 'cause he was just like ready to go. She's not coming. Like, he's just accepting to not, like, you know what I mean? Like, shut the fuck up. So
That's got to be his mental dialogue at that point. It's got to be fucking treacherous.
Oh yeah, he's just like talking to himself. She's fucking get a job. Stop.
Yeah.
So we ended up hanging. She showed us around like all the non-touristy areas and shit like that. And then then we left Australia. The girl girl that I was talking to gave me like a scarf, and so it like smelled really good. So like, the reason
It
I
didn't
said,
smell like dick like
no,
the ship did.
I guess yes, exactly. So like, everybody would always walk by my bunk. They're like, because I had it in my like little like rafter things. It was like an air freshener, and
I need to go beat off.
everybody
dude.
would walk by me.
Like a scarf,
everybody
bro.
wanted to walk by me because like my room, my like thing smelled like girl. And,
They're like,
yeah, I was like, I'm gonna go walk by Femmer's bed really quick, and I'm gonna go beat off.
literally. I can imagine that too, dude.
Yeah,
I can
so,
just imagine dudes be like, "Hey man, I just need to get it. I just needed to."
so whiff real quick.
Yeah. But I ended up,
Back when you had to beat off to memory because there's no Wi-Fi on the ship.
well, that was like when Snapchat was fairly new, yeah. So we would. So I ended up throwing that shit away though. But before I left Japan, like what happened in this deployment stays on this deployment. And
Really, like people didn't even know his name. They're just like, "Oh, that's the dude with the scarf."
yeah. Hey, scarf dude, what's up?
Trying to rent it and shit.
Yeah, so hey, yo, can I borrow that for like 2 minutes?
Yeah,
tops.
be quick.
$20 a minute, bro.
You might have to clean it, but
Yeah, we didn't
Like, name it Patricia or something.
It's Sonia, Aussie girl. No, so they all, so Australia was fucking crazy. A lot of adultery, a lot of married guys. But yeah, it was a good time. Like I said, it was just fucking wild. Definitely top 3 moments of life for sure. Like as far as fun goes. But yeah, I was drunk every day. Never ever came off. I never had a hangover because I never had time to. Because it was like
just always stay drunk.
every day I drank.
Fat tax-free paycheck.
Well, I just drank like the drink of the day. You know what I mean? Bloody Marys in the morning, like fucking mimosas at brunch. By the time it was like 3:00, you're on beer. So, but it was.
It's like you're living the college life on the government's dollar.
Yeah, and, well, my dollar. Well, yeah, I was getting paid by the government to spend the money, but it was. I looked at my bank account. I was like, $1,100. Jesus Christ! And then, one of my lieutenants, it was his birthday there, and we got him fucked up, and he like didn't come back out. And then when I saw him again, like a day or two later, he's like, "Femmer, are you still drinking, bro?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir." Like I'm just afraid. I'm not gonna stop because I'm afraid the cumulative hangover is gonna kill me. So I'm just gonna keep going.
Keep going.
I'm gonna taper myself off this.
And so before we leave, so yeah, you can call me an alcoholic, but it's just for a time of my life, or a week. And then took a little break, and then we did in Darwin again. But Darwin, we were there for like 2 days or something, and nothing really crazy happened. We were just like had food and drank, but did not party like we did in Australia or Perth and Fremantle. And I'm just like, dude, now I want to go to Sydney. Now I want to go to Melbourne. I want to go to those big cities.
What happens after Australia?
Go back to Okinawa, lame, and then
Wait, that's Japan?
yeah, a little island. They would call themselves Okinawans because they have their own little, I guess, different.
It's like
dialects.
Hawaii versus the United States.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like, it's not the same
It's
shit.
like, yeah, they're like, we don't associate with these fucks.
Yeah.
So even though you are a state, yeah, fuck that. We're not part of the United States.
Yeah.
I always call Puerto Rico the 52nd state.
Yeah, literally.
Or 51st.
For 51st,
So,
yeah. That's,
So we go back to Okinawa. After Okinawa, we just kind of do training. I think I did the sniper and doc that time, and I did that's when I had like the 3 days of fucking not sleeping, and that was insane. That was like
Bud style training.
Yeah, but you like when a thought becomes a dream, like that's how tired you were. You're like, you'd be
Start
standing,
hallucinating.
You'd be standing. If your focus came off of whatever you were doing, you were just like. You'd wake up to you leaning and stomp.
Yeah.
Oh shit! So that's what you knew
Bro,
people
I
were
know
falling
what
asleep.
that's
So you're
like.
sitting there, people are just stomping. You're like, fuck, and they wake you up. So you're kind of like checking yourself. But yeah, you can't think about anything, or else it become a dream. And then, that was.
And
rough.
then it's easier to fall asleep too.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times when we go hunting, because we essentially, I guess we do a lot of like we'll sleep for like fucking 4 or 5 hours, and that full day of like working and hunting, like you're fucking exhausted and you're sitting in the sun and shit, and then like a lot of times I'll be, especially if it's a stand where it's basically just a seat and you're like attached to a tree, and I'm terrified of heights, and like I mean even us, we have like these little like railings around us, and you start to like fall asleep and lean forward, and you're like, fuck, I'm gonna fall out of this tree, you just start freaking out.
Dude, that's how like so. you kind of like, you knew that the physical shit sucked, but it was what kept you awake. You're like, can
Yeah.
you just please do a Kazakh drill again? Like, even though that's like, they're probably one of the worst PTs you'll ever do.
You're
Kazakh
moving.
drill.
Yeah.
It's like carrying another person as fast as you can on a stretcher with their gear and all. So it's very heavy running, really, and terrible for your knees. But yeah, so that, and for a long distance, usually it's a mile, or close to it anyway. But
Getting to the close like point of a heart attack.
yeah, you're fucking dying. It's like, so it's either a Kazakh with a resupply and all kinds. They just make it terrible for you, and you have to keep like cycling, like switching people to just keep the person moving. And yeah, so I'm like, should we just do a Kazakh drill? I just want to stay awake. Can we please just do that? Because eventually you just get to jog with your ruck on, and you're not like on the actual. You're not actually in the actual process of lifting something. But yeah, so that was rough. And then after that, we went back home, and then
Is that towards the end of your contract?
yeah, then I did.
You just had a 5-year contract?
Yeah, 4 and some change. Yeah. So it was like, then that's when I found Jiu Jitsu. Well, actually, officially, I didn't say found it. I actually had interest in it beforehand, but it's like when I had the time.
What got you interested in jiu-jitsu?
My uncle's beating my asses like for
Your uncles do jiu-jitsu?
No, they just fucking watch WWE.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Whatever the fuck it was at the time, WCW. So I when I actually at the time, because I did look into it in Missouri once. I did one free trial class, and I just couldn't afford it. And then
And you got your ass beat, and you're like,
it was, I learned the scissor sweep and like how to break guard and pass. Like it was a gi, so I had like learned how to like grab the pants and pop the fucking guard open and do that little step over pass. And then so then I always drew by this gym. Come to find out, it was like one of the better, like Ribeiro was like one of the better jiu-jitsu gyms in the gi world anyway. And
so you're back home now.
No, I'm in California still.
California, but still active duty military.
Yeah, still
Okay.
active. So
you're on base.
Yeah, I'm back in Cali, and so I had like 9 months or something, or like no, maybe it was like a year of like, because I came in a weird time. Like as soon as I got to my unit, I deployed. Like usually you have like a year work and all this other process. Now I was like, I was like, when do we take like Christmas leave? Like, what do you mean? We just came back from pre-deployment leave, and you're like, oh fuck, yeah, you're leaving next week. What do you mean? And I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck about your holidays. Dude.
Yeah. So my rotation was really weird, and so I had like still a year left on my contract, and then so I kept driving by this gym, Guy Lobel, all the fucking time, which is a Ribeiro gym. And you know, fuck it, I have time. Like all I do is take care of barracks all the fucking time and do nothing. So let me check this jiu-jitsu shit out for the first time. And then that's when I went in there, got my ass kicked by some fucking skinny dude in Skechers, and then I was like, dude, if this guy could do this to me, and I'm this size, then imagine what I can do to somebody else. And then then I brought some friends with me. They got their ass beat, and they did the opposite approach.
For somebody who's in the Marines with like peak ego to just get fucked up by some dude who's like, yeah, I'm gonna go work at the library now, and it's like, Jesus fuck, dude.
Yeah, and then, well, I'd say the Marine Corps didn't give me an ego. Like I was just I was always really comfortable in my skin. Like I never, status never really gave me any kind of superior or feeling of superiority to anybody, because like even in football, being like popular because of football like didn't give me this like I always had the same stupid fucking conversation with girls when I was dating in high school, like you're way out of my league, like I shouldn't like what kind of girl, I'm like, what does that even mean, like what girl should I be going for? Yeah, a girl would say that. So I'd be like I don't know, I just think that you'd be like with the captain of the cheerleader or something. I was like, fucking Holly? That's one of my friends. Like, why the fuck? Like, I didn't date inside my, like, friend group kind of thing. I was like, half the girls I dated in high school, my friends would be like, dude, she go here? I'm like, yeah, dude. Is she in our grade? I'm like, yeah, bro. What the fuck? It was a big school, but, like, still, but I just never, like, liked that. I don't know. I was just, I wore fucking pajama pants to school. Like, if I always told girls in high school, I was like, if I was in jeans, we're probably on a date. And so, but that like so I never got an ego from any like status or whatever. So when I was in the Marine Corps, I didn't feel better because I was a Marine. But you did see that happen a lot, like very, very commonly. But so when I got to jiu-jitsu, my ego was in check at all times. And also I had like my uncles, like I said, that got me into it. They were like older brothers to me, and so they beat me up all the time. since I was a kid, and then I think that gave me that natural innate defense. Because I had like a naturally good defense. Like I just knew
because you couldn't afford to be offensive against people that are bigger than you. So you're just
I was a white belt for a very long time.
Yeah.
So in life, I was a white belt for a long time. I was just playing defense.
You're like, oh, this is just like structured me getting my ass kicked.
Yeah, exactly. I could never go offensively. And all my offense was an ambush. That's all it was. Like, surprise, bitch.
Just like hit every button on the controller in the UFC at the same time, just button mashing.
And you crack him, and then they come back after you. But so then I actually got my chance to do jiu-jitsu, started doing that. That's all my time was motorcycles, barrack shit, and jiu-jitsu. Did that. I think I was there for the
Thank God it was jiu-jitsu and not like Aikido.
Yeah. No, right. Well, I didn't. I had a thing for jiu-jitsu even when I was in high school. I don't know. I couldn't tell you for the life of me where I even fucking learned the name jiu-jitsu or where I even came to it from. But yeah, I forget. Like Gracie Baja was the first time I ever tried it, like that little free class. But I don't know where, because you think about Missouri, like why the fuck would people in Missouri know about jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
But maybe nowadays, but like back then, I was like, I didn't hear about any of that shit. I barely knew about the UFC.
Spike TV, dude.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. The reason I knew about jiu-jitsu was from UFC and watching like, this guy in this karate gi fuck up like wrestlers.
But I started watching videos and shit on YouTube, and then so I learned a little bit from that. And I'd beat my friends up because they didn't know shit. So I knew like an Americana to fucking armbar. But it was fucking tacky and probably very, very bad. But
to somebody who knows nothing, you're like,
guillotine
fuck
choke,
everybody.
like I knew that stuff, and then just from watching YouTube, and then did jiu-jitsu, and then learned a bunch of stuff, and then got addicted to it. Obviously, I brought the girlfriend at the time I had her do it, and then had her fight my Marine buddies. Like, hey, watch this. You're 190 pounds. She's like 5 foot, 125. I watch her fuck you up. Like she's like a little spider monkey. Like run around their back and like choke them out. And then then after I got out of the Marine Corps, I went back home to Missouri for like 6 months because I was waiting. I was in limbo to go to just special forces training with the Army, like Green Beret.
So your contract ended with the Marines.
Yeah, I got out in that April of 17, and then was waiting to go SF. But then my my recruiter, I think because I was waiting for a slot for airborne school, like jump school. Yeah, jump school. And then I think they pushed my slot back or something happened, but I was waiting 6 months to go do this. And then I was losing my mind doing like a menial job where I was fucking, I think it was stacking flowers for like Home Depot or something. Like some subcontractor.
And you just like fucking came back from Australia and Korea. And
I was just, this is a Marine thing from like 19 years old to like now 24 or 3.
You're mentally fucked at that point.
And then now I'm like, and people asking me, like, do you know where the Delizas are? I'm like, are they these? And they're like, no. I'm like, I have fucking no idea.
That's that is a weird transition where someone's like, hey Andrew, do you mind like your boss would be like, do you mind like mopping up the restroom? And like I've never been asked like that before.
Yeah, I was usually,
they normally like, hey, fucking grunt. Yeah, you're not, yeah.
Hey, funny story about that. Like this is how I knew the Marine Corps was getting, on my way out, this is how I knew the Marine Corps was getting really soft, because I had a lieutenant ask me, he's like, hey, Corporal, could you like have some of the new guys like sweep and mop the catwalks up here? I was like, sir, just grab one. They're running around all over the place. Because like I said before, we had like we were the small group, so our boot drop was big. So I was at this point I was a we call it great senior or grand senior or whatever. So I was like, my new guys had new guys, and so I was like, just grab one of them. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, I was like, hey, fucking.
They all got 2 hands.
Yeah, I was like, hey, bitch. And the lieutenant's like, Femmer, it's private bitch. Then come here, private bitch. And he's like, Femmer, you can't call them bitches anymore. It's like, I was like, why not, sir? And he's like,
it's a term of endearment.
It's a different Marine Corps. And I was like, oh, I don't like that. So,
yeah.
But.
And that is why Bud Light.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just talking to Hannah about that. I was like, dude, why would Bud Light take the most redneck fucking company and be like, or the most redneck version of their, like, Anheuser-Busch taking that and being like, let's do rainbows on our Bud Light cans. Not fuck the seltzers. We can keep those the same. Fuck the target
If they
audience.
put it on the seltzers, everyone would be like, oh, we understand.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I'm like, oh, okay, it makes sense. But then, you get the, Bubba being like, what the fuck?
Yeah. You're not drinking the fucking Bud Light no more.
Get woke, get broke.
Yeah. So, but so he's like, they call him, I get out of the Marine Corps with that shit. So in limbo to go to jump school or whatever the fuck I think it was, and then they pushed it again another 6 months, and I'm like, I'm losing my fucking mind. I am not waiting another 6 months, a year basically now, to do something else. And so I got mad at my recruiter and went to dive school in Florida. And so I was
Dive school for what? Just to be...
just commercial diving, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Because I had the idea before, because I was like, when you're in limbo from like high school to college, football's not working out. Like before I go to the military, my mom went to Florida for some reason to like just do a little getaway, and I went with her because I had just graduated. All the other kids still had school, so I could go for a week with her or whatever she was down there for. And looked into dive school and was like, yeah, Florida's pretty cool. And then
A lot of water there.
yeah. And so I was like, fast forward now, like 5 years later, that same dive school I entertained looking at, I like looked at again, and then I was like, I'm gonna just fucking do this. I have a GI Bill. I'm gonna pay for shit, so let me just do this. And so I did. And then I went to dive school literally on my birthday. Like every year on my birthday is my next year I've been in Florida, so I'm going on like 6 or something now. So I did dive school for 8 months. When I first came back from the Marine Corps after doing Jiu Jitsu, then I had that 6 month time frame where I went and trained at this place once in a while, but I was never consistent. It was just like literally fucking once or twice a month maybe.
Yeah.
Because I was just doing other
Just
shit.
enough to walk in, fuck some people up, walk out.
Yeah, and I was still getting fucked up because I was still a white belt. But or like I was ready for blue belt, but I wasn't a blue. I've been behind the power curve as far as belts go, because I just jumped like I did with school. I jumped a lot of different gyms because of just moving. So I went from that to Florida, and then when I get to Florida again, dive school.
What part of Florida are you in this? Because you're from Tallahassee, I guess.
No, I was in Jacksonville.
Okay.
Jacksonville. So, get to Jacksonville, and
what was your idea with dive school? What was because you went to commercial dive school?
It was just the next austere environment.
It's
just like the next like.
Well, it was like to detransition you from the military.
Yeah, detransition me from the military. Let's do some other crazy shit. Let's just Google most dangerous jobs and do that one.
Yeah.
And
be an underwater welder.
Yeah. So I'm like, let's do that. Looks fucking fun. Do that. So then obviously this is the time I'm like, I'm not training jiu-jitsu, but I'm still doing jiu-jitsu because it's a dorm. It's very college-y feeling where it was a good time. Dive school alone was probably top 4 best times of my life. And, met some of my good friends I have today, but then after
how long is dive school? I don't know
anything
anything about dive
8-9 months,
okay,
something like that. And then like after that, I dove for maybe close to a year.
Just recreationally?
No, I had 2 companies. I worked for Blackwater Diving. I forgot the second one.
What specifically were you doing?
So when I was working Blackwater, was my first job. I pulled like a bunch of my friends in there with me, because it's kind of cool. Like the community is like very close knit. So like you have to be careful if you fired a supervisor. Like you could have just lost your dive team because people follow supervisors.
Yeah.
So if their supervisor's cool and your boss is cool, and like the head of the whatever the fuck the guy that's over the supervisor just gets mad and is like fuck you, and they get in an altercation and fight. Yeah, you may have just lost all your divers.
Yeah.
Because depending on how cool they are with that guy.
What were you guys diving for?
Well, so it depends. So diving has a very generic term for like commercial diving is everything. It could go from like underwater welding to like fucking water tower cleaning. Like the people that clean the water towers, like those divers, or salvage. We're bringing something that's sunk to the surface. Surveying, I did bridge surveying. Building bridges. Again, divers do that. They got all the concrete poured underwater. Just fucking all kinds of shit.
So you guys were like contractors, or is it just
so like you worked for a company that got contracted out to do something else. So when I was with the 2 cool things I did in Blackwater was build a water irrigation system in Apopka, Florida. So we go underwater. We like replaced all these like metal it bridged these 2 waterways together.
Okay.
And then there's fucking alligator filled water, by the way. Like
that's
I
terrifying.
have a video of like where I got out and my buddy was about to go in. Florida Wildlife had shot a 9.5 foot alligator that was waiting for where I was at, And my buddy was going in right there. So I'm like, dude, there's a video. I'm talking shit. I'm like, yo, you almost got, bro. Like, this is going to kill you. I'm like, imagine this. And the difference between a 9.5 foot alligator and a 12-foot alligator, like the thickness to those two fucking things. Like, they don't look too much crazy in length, but just like the 12-foot is a dinosaur. The 9-foot looks like a child. And
it's like a 6-foot gator. That's a big alligator, but like you look at it and you're like,
they just don't.
Maybe I can wrestle this thing.
Yeah, they don't look built like that. A 12-footer.
Yeah, you see a 12-foot
beefy. Like,
they lift. Like,
yeah. You see a 12-foot and you're like, I'm not surviving that at all.
Yeah,
6-foot, you're like, if I see him coming,
Yeah, but like even like I mean that's a 6-foot difference. But if you like if you have 9.5 though, like a 9.5 looks like it's built.
But a 6-foot gator is like you think a 12-foot's just going to be twice as a fucking 12-foot gator is like 5 times the size of a 6-foot.
Yeah, you think it's double, but it's just that nice 9.5 looks like it weighs significantly different, like 200-pound difference.
Yeah,
and if that, and then
so and then you're in their territory too.
Yeah. So then they told us like all the construction, all the noise is gonna keep them away because they're shy creatures and like all this other shit. Like bitch, that like, they don't usually use that.
Says the guy with a clipboard, not in the fucking water.
Yeah, no, the dude. Have you seen Futurama? The TV show Futurama. He reminded me of Scruffy the janitor. He talked just like that too. And he had like his shirt was unbuttoned. Like he's a chubby big dude with his fucking gray chest hair,
just all poking
his
out.
His shirt just like unbuttoned down here. He had a fucking alligator tooth on him. You know, his little fucking
one of those
hats. Yeah, it's like the chubby Crocodile Dundee. He just sat
like
in
the
his
dude who
pickup truck
definitely had
fucking,
a lot of gumbo in his life.
Yeah,
he was like swamp people.
Yeah, he's like he sat there with this like what did he use? I think he used the Remington. Some was it? No, it wasn't. Either way, it was fucking. I think it was some 7.62 fucking caliber something, and he just sits there in the fucking door and was just like, and
gatting alligators.
Yeah, he just shot this fucking thing because I just switched over. I had a screenshot. Actually, me and my buddy were taking a selfie, and because I had my hoodie on because I'm fucking cold, and he just put all the gear on, and he's about to go in after the selfie. And we just hear that shot, so me and him both like fucking take tactical knees.
You're like,
just like, oh shit. And then the fuck was that? And then you see this thing freaking out in the water. He hit this thing like dead in the head, like in the brain. Like he's just
he's kind of one of those good old boys you want doing that job.
Exactly. He just and we're like, what the fuck? Because they were told to shoot any of them that came up within 100 feet of us. And that one was
sounds like a dope job.
That one definitely broke the restraining order because he was right up in that shit. So, he gets killed. So we're like, and what we're doing, or at this point, we were sawing these things off, like the little there's like this the metal is like rotting away, like rusting out. Cutting these things out to put slip liners in that were plastic, so they'd last longer, I guess. And so I had to get this like 30-foot long thing with this 3 feet in diameter fit into a 4-foot diameter hole. Through me guiding it through a crane. A crane's pushing it in, and I have to guide this bitch into the fucking hole. And so that was our job. And the water turbidity, you could probably see like maybe 3 feet in front of your face.
Jesus, that's terrifying.
So it's
alligator water.
So
you can see from like me to you.
So talk about scariness. You were sitting there. You're taking this underwater saw and cutting these things out, right? And you're sitting there, and like you're in a tube. Like you're in a tunnel, like you're just cutting this edge off, and you're look to your left, just pitch blackness.
Fuck
that direction. And you're like, and so the only thing that kept you sane, thinking there wasn't an alligator.
No wonder you're such a fucking calm person. Jesus Christ, you're like, no one's trying to eat me or shoot me or kill me right now. I'm doing pretty good.
The thing that you're thinking like is the only thing that's giving you like hope that there's no alligator in there is the fact that if it's semi-submerged, that they will hang out in because they can breathe at the top. But they will, and people say, "Oh, alligators don't attack underwater." It's like they can hold their breath for 24 hours. Yes, they'll attack you underwater. They don't give a fuck.
If they're hungry enough, fuck that person.
But I mean, the only thing that saved me is like I had a saw.
I was about to say you could just
fucking hit you. So
and they're probably terrified of that noise too.
Yeah, it's loud and obnoxious. And so I'm sawing this thing out. And you just look to your left. You see this black abyss, and you're like, it's cold. You can feel the cold water coming out.
Is
of
it just you two, or do you guys do like
it's
pairs?
just me. You do switching. You switch out. It's one person.
Fuck.
Yeah, so you're by yourself underwater.
I want the buddy system in a situation like that.
Underwater, just cutting away, and then
you can't just like, hey man, I think there's an alligator here with me. Can you come pull me up? It's like
the next job after that was really really fun. Orlando. We worked.
So you're in
Popka for that one.
You said Jacksonville's where you're based out of.
That was the school. Then when I got hired, it was like DeLand, Daytona area. And then we worked in the Popka. And then we got this contract with Universal Studios to build this underwater stage. And so Universal paid for our like staying in their like 1-year-old hotel. Like it was sick.
Jesus.
It was sick. Yeah, we call it the 5-star trap house because we had 2 bedrooms. So we had 2 bedrooms, so 1 or 2 hotel rooms. And so anytime we went out and partied, because we only had like 1 day off. So anytime we went out and partied or anything, because I was part of the evening shift, so I would work until night, and they were part of the morning shift. So they got up early. No, I was part of the morning shift. So yeah, because I remember getting into Universal and listening to that fucking music all day. And I was the morning shift, and so that we would be done midday, and then they would come in and do it all the way through the night. So we just got 24 hours of shit on this this underwater stage for like a month and a half. And so when we'd go out and have party or drink or anything, we would whoever like ended up getting girls or anything, I brought any girls back home, the others would just slip in the other room, and the other one was the party room. So it was like, and
that's the fuck cat. That's the stabbing cabin.
It was the funny one is like when you would sit there, that room was fucked up because like you carry the party with you to that room, and so you would like have sex with chicks in this room, and then you have like the alcohol everywhere, and it just smelled in there. And so,
it just smelled like
Sheets never got washed.
So it was just fun. No, because it did because
it's a hotel.
Okay, that's
so
true. That's true.
What you would do is you'd go across the hall to
God,
the
imagine
other
taking a
room,
black light to that room after they left.
and then you look through the peephole and watch the cleaning lady go in there. And it's like, oh, it's me. And it's like,
bro, why'd it have to be Spanish, bro?
Yeah, they were every time.
Every time.
It's Orlando, dude.
Oh no!
But it was
Why'd she have to be Spanish?
Yeah, it was hilarious. They just came in the room like, motherfucker. You could tell,
Housekeeping?
like these sons of bitches. Like
You see, like the fucking
glove up, full
the
body
the senior person of that fucking of the cleaning lady. She's like, she has to gulp. She puts on a mask before COVID. It's like,
dude, it was like a
knocks on the door like.
So we would leave with
Housekeeping.
beer bottles and cups and
They
shit all
knock
over
on the
the
door,
place.
hoping you guys are inside the room, right?
And then we'd leave because we knew they were coming. So then we'd like do that and then go to the next room and
That's a respectable lady you guys made
laugh
clean up your
and laugh while she was like cleaning up all of our stuff. We're little assholes, but we were just that was fun part of it. And so
Jesus Christ,
they would just do that every weekend or so. And yeah, it was a good time. Dive school, and if you we put those together, like my time diving, that was probably another. Like there's just a lot of partying, really, like because you're just working.
you've had
really
a wild fucking existence.
Yeah, that was a fun part though. Like also because you were in Universal, like we'd go to City Walk all the time. We would go to Tampa sometimes. I don't know, Daytona. Like I don't know. There's just like so many opportunities. I was out all the time.
The cool part was like, from how your story sounds to me, as far as like somebody who like lives where I was born and raised and everything like that. Like you don't have roots at any of these places, so like
no.
you didn't give a fuck. You could just get up and leave and go to another town.
I think the first 3 or 4 years. This is my first 2 years of like stationary in Florida. Like my first 3 to 4 years.
Life.
Yeah, my first 3 to 4 years, dude, I was a nomad. Like legitimately, all my shit was in my car. I lived in hotels. Like
You got
all the
really
time.
good at talking to new people.
Yeah,
From
I was in hotels all the fucking time. So I was, from leaving dive school, after that, everything hotel, and then
Dude, that's the bachelor life right there too. Because I'm assuming you were like mostly single for all of that.
Yeah, I was single for that, and then I went to Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, so I've been like every major city
in Florida.
Except for Key West. Now I haven't been there yet. So
You're not missing much.
yeah, well, I want to visit just because people I hear mixed emotions about it. People are like, oh, it's fucking awesome, oh, it's fucking sex. But I was in Fort Lauderdale for my second company, and
So you're out of the Marines now. Now you're.
so I was out of the Marines, got to dive school. Out of dive school, went to my first job. That was really fun. I was almost got out. We were going to talk about getting out to go do contracting in the military, or not like military contracting, but not in the military, civilian.
Yeah.
But I ended up getting another guy's like, hey, we'll pay you $20 an hour for diving, which is really good because
$20 an hour.
Well, most of your money's overtime anyway.
Yeah.
Like you just work fucking 80-hour weeks. Like
That's all you
whatever,
do.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a requirement to be
so
single almost.
they're like, yeah, we guarantee you 80 to 100 hours a week, and you're like, fuck yeah.
okay.
Versus now, I'm like, you got me fucked up.
Yeah. Now, yeah.
Fucked up.
Like, I don't even want to work 30, bro.
Yeah. Back then, I mean, because I'm still like on that military like mindset of shit. So,
Just like every day is working.
yeah.
If
Now
you're awake, you're working.
Now you couldn't do that shit for me.
Yeah.
Like I'd be like, dude, fuck that noise. I'm not doing that. But like fucking $18 an hour, you can kiss my ass. But then when we go to Fort Lauderdale, I was building a channel. The you know, like if you like those little water gate things, like when it rains, they'll open the gates so that they can drain out or whatever. So we were fortifying those with. So usually they would drop like concrete webbing, like netting on them. Like there's like there's like ropes with cinder blocks laced through them. They just lay over that area to keep erosion from happening, all those shit. But now they have a more cost-effective way and better way where they just take these big ass like blankets, basically, drop them in the water. You cut a hole into it, start pouring concrete into it, and the concrete it dries. Just the same way they make bridges. That same concrete pumps through. It looks like a big ass inflatable mattress, and then it hardens, and then now you okay. There you go. It looks cleaner too. It looks nicer. If you power wash it, it looks all pretty and white. But that was cool because I was just diving in board shorts and a helmet. Like I didn't have to put a whole suit on because you then went the concrete to get inside of it because you'd burn the shit out of your skin. So you'd just be in board shorts and a helmet and just go underwater. A lot of times you free dove that. Like I would just hold my breath, go underwater, and like grab the fabric and kind of walk with it down underwater and like feel if the concrete had made it that far yet, then come back up and let them know. I got good at breath holds. So I got good enough at one point that I could literally walk the entire perimeter of it and then come back up. So it's like a good like fucking minute or two breath hold, like swimming like that.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Which is it's a lot different than just sinking underwater and holding your breath.
Yeah. So I got pretty good breath hold with that. And then after that,
no wonder your fucking cardio was insane at one point. I imagine.
Yeah.
That plus jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, even in the
plus working a shit ton.
Sometimes you just didn't want to put the helmet on because you're like, this is just fucking too much. Like it's just why, and it's just a process. And then even
probably restricts your diving too.
Yeah, you can't fit in shit. But when we did the underwater stage, we did we would free dive some of that too, because it wasn't super deep, like maybe 15 feet maybe some places, and so we'd like just go underwater on the stage and just follow the stage down, and then like go to the bottom and like tie off whatever needed to be tie off, or check whatever. Oh, did it touch? Yeah, it's touched. Or like, or do an adjustment or something, because now you are basically just holding your breath and sitting there and just using your hand. So that was easy. The only kind of shitty part about that is you fight against a wetsuit and they're naturally buoyant, so you want your body's trying to take you back up. But yeah, other than that, so we went to Fort Lauderdale, did that job. I didn't like the people I worked with on that one. My supervisor and shit was kind of lame. And
if you're working that many hours, it's basically your whole fucking day.
So my whole day is just being with people that fucking did miserable and didn't like it. So I quit that and then went to back to Pensacola, where I was looking for a job to dive there because they were building that 3-mile bridge. They were like rebuilding that. I was trying to get on that, but there's like 0 dive companies up there. So the people that were working on that were in Jacksonville. I actually had a friend that was working on that bridge. So I tried to get on that, but it wasn't happening. So again, I'm back in limbo. I don't know if I want to dive anymore because there's like a lot of like druggies. Like it's think construction, but with diving. And now I'm trusting with, not that like all dive companies are that way, but like some places, depending on the jobs you do, especially inland, are like people are like that. They're all do like some kind of addict of some sort. And so I didn't want to be around that all the time. And that's the best way to explain it, though. Underwater construction. Just think like construction is a very generic term.
It's like a nurse versus a doctor, pretty much.
Just shock and blast.
I'm doing the same thing, just at a higher level.
Sometimes you do a lot of some companies specialize in like salvage and all this shit, but like you usually do whatever you can get a bid on. Yeah. And so now I'm in Pensacola again. I probably was in Pensacola for a while too. I actually got a house in Pensacola, and then I did some like landscaping shit for a little bit. And then I got into correction officer, and that was the next austere environment.
Did I not set you up for this and just tell you that Andrew's going to be a fucking... I feel like and the crazy part is we're just touching the surface of everything you've done too, you know? It could be a podcast on everything that Andrew's done.
This is his diving podcast. This is fucking, I'm trying to like graze over it all, but like corrections.
He probably thinks his life was boring.
Correction. I mean, looking back on it, sometimes I'm just like, fuck, dude. Like,
I did a lot
compared
of shit,
to a normal fucking to you it might be boring because it's the only life you lived.
Well, even my National Guard recruiter was like, I had done more in the military. I had done more in the military than he had in his 23 years of service in the National Guard.
Yeah.
He's like, damn. He's like, you've done so much more shit than I have. But that was like right before I became a correction officer, I think. But
So you're still in Pensacola at this time?
yeah, I go to Pensacola.
So you're looking for a job? Can't get a job?
I couldn't get a job on that bridge.
Yeah.
Which was like the only other dive
That's
company.
the only thing you gave a
Alabama.
shit about. Yeah.
And so I was like,
You're still doing jiu-jitsu at this time? When you're moving to Florida, are you doing
no,
jiu-jitsu?
none of that. So all this time I've not done any jiu-jitsu. So this is why I was saying like,
Like
it was
2.5 years.
2.5 years
Yeah,
time that I
yeah.
didn't even do anything. So
6 months in
I have
Missouri and then
so
2 years in Florida.
If you counted when I started doing jiu-jitsu up until now, it will have been like 7-8-ish years or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
there's
not
2.5
doing
years taken
jiu-jitsu.
off.
Yeah. So yeah, when you found it, you first started training in a gym, and then if you just equate that time, like time in service or whatever, then yeah, you'd say 7-8 years.
But there's like a 2.5 years where you just
didn't
got
do-
worse. You didn't get
just didn't do
better.
anything.
Yeah.
Or just stayed with what I already knew, like just whatever stuck home, whatever that concrete shit was in you. That's what I only knew.
Yeah.
And so, became a correction officer. That's when I kind of got back into jiu-jitsu again, because I was kind of stationary again, and I trained at a gym. That's where I got my blue belt actually, in Gracie Academy or Gulf Breeze Academy. So it was an academy. It's like their chain was called something Academy. It was Gulf Breeze, kind of like us, Gracie Hernando, Gracie Brandon, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It was called Gulf Breeze Academy, and then there's Pensacola Academy. And I was in Gulf Breeze Academy. I didn't want to do check mats because I was just not a big fan of McDojos, like gyms that had like big franchises, because you never knew what you were gonna get.
Was that the other option you had?
Yeah, it was like that one was closer. The other one was they were both close, but this one was like down the street. Or do I want to go a little bit further down the street and get Gulf
I'd
Breeze
rather
Academy?
go to the nicer place.
And the one I liked about that was they did judo every other day. So it was jiu-jitsu, judo, jiu-jitsu, judo, jiu-jitsu,
Which judo, I mean, those things are like fucking
Yeah,
a
they're-
burger and fries. You know what I mean? They just go together.
They go
Yeah.
together. It's like synonymous. So,
Yeah.
So when I started training there, that's the rash guard I gave you, the Adriano Lucio. He did a seminar. He's probably the reason I got my blue belt, because I did he came over for a seminar. He's like a 4th degree black belt at that time. Trained with him, or he came in. I fought him, and then he's like, asked me a question like, "How'd you escape that armbar?" And I was like, "What? I'm a white belt, and you're a 4th degree black belt asking me how I escaped your armbar?" And I was like, "I'll tell you how I did that, or I'll show you how I did that if you show me how you ended up switching and choking me anyway, like that collar choke you did."
This is all gi. This is all gi.
Yeah, and so he showed me his, and I showed him mine.
Not in the bathroom.
Yeah. And
And he gave you a shirt too, bro?
No, I had to buy that. That was, that was later on.
Just saying, dude.
So then I got my blue belt, my next little thing. I had a test out for it. That's the first time I ever had to do like a test for a belt. Because even though, I mean, that was my first belt I got, but like.
Did he give it to you? The guy that the restaurant, Adrian?
No, he didn't. He wasn't there for the promotions, but
that was when you realized, like, oh, I've got something.
He announced it in front of the class, like, after we end class all the time, he was just like, and Drew doesn't need to be a white belt anymore. And then my instructor was like, "Yeah, fucking no," because I've been a white belt forever.
But to speak on that, it's better to get your belt late than to get your belt early, because getting your belt early is like a
now I know I'm behind the power curve, because like a lot of the guys I started jiu-jitsu with, that I was peers with when I initially started, are all like 4-stripe brown belts, like they're about to be black belts.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, fuck, dude.
Yeah.
And so so I started doing jiu-jitsu again there, doing corrections.
How long did you do corrections for?
I feel like a year and a half, 2 years, something like that.
Well,
So a year and a
in
half,
corrections, you're not allowed to have weapons on you, right?
We had mace.
Like, okay, so no weapons. You have deterrents. They don't have weapons. Yeah. And so a lot of because him and I both know one of his buddies is worked in corrections in Boston, and I mean, they're all fucking. You got to be like yoked, strong, fucking.
Yeah, Santa Rosa is the worst one in the state. Like,
Is that where you were at?
Yeah, that's where I was at, Santa Rosa. Because like it's the second largest in the state, but it's where all the all the shittiest people go. And which kind of gives you perspective too, because like people, you always think that like, oh, the worst people in the world are here, but it's like you really learn that the worst people in the world aren't like, oh, they're super dangerous, around dangerous people. I'm around people that have done dangerous things, or you would classify as dangerous things, but they aren't.
They're not that way all the time.
If you're not, they're not that way all the time. And two, they attack. They have victims. They're not picking the guy that can fight and like victimizing
picking
him.
weak people,
Yeah,
not
they're
strong
like,
people.
they're picking openings. You know what I mean? They're a wolf to a sheep.
Yeah.
They're not like, hey, look at the sheepdog. I'm gonna go fuck that thing up.
Yeah.
No, they're not without their homies. They're not.
They don't
doing
choose a
that.
big guard.
They need something that they can confidently get. They don't want to. They want to reduce their risk too.
Yeah.
And even the correction officers are like,
Well, have you
"Hey,
ever?
fuck that,
do you
dude."
know who Shane Gillis is? A comedian, stand-up comedian. Oh, well, he's a stand-up comedian. His specials on YouTube, and he has a joke about racism. He's like, racism isn't like something you are or aren't.
Yeah.
He's like, it's like being hungry. Like
Yeah.
you haven't been hungry all day, and then a cheeseburger cuts you off in traffic, and all of a sudden you're hungry. And so I view like what you're saying, like with like killers and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, they were a killer 15 years ago when they killed somebody, but like in prison, that's just John. You know what I mean? Like
he's like they were fucking pussies most of the time, but 'cause I had
they're weak people that had a moment where they overpowered somebody. Typically,
it usually was what it was, and then.
And the actual deranged people, they're in solitary. I don't have to fuck with them.
Yeah, like we had one, like they were just, I don't know, people just talk. Well, in corrections, you have a power as well. So like a lot of dudes, the same thing. Guys would eat egos and they get power trips and they would fucking act all. They call them door warriors, where they'd like cuss at an inmate or yell at him or chew him out behind a door. But then once they came out of that door, they were like a different person.
Yeah.
So,
It's like dogs. You ever seen like dogs in a cage and you open the cage and they're like, "No, I'm gonna stay in here."
Yeah, I'm chill, cool, straight. But then. So with me, I was always the same. Like with all these guys, I'd be like I had one guy I was walking to the shower, and he tried to pull away from me to walk and talk to his friend on another door. And usually, if they do that, it's like active any kind of resistance like that, or try to deter, like pull themselves away from you. You can drop their asses. Like it's I forget the little thing they said for it, but it's like
check.
it's like physical. You can meet physical resistance with physical force. So that's
The
counted
escalation.
Escalation.
So it's
Yeah,
counted
yeah.
as physical or active resistance.
You can escalate one step. or
if
whatever
you
it
touch
is.
their arm, they pull away from you. You're allowed to take them to the ground. Like, so this guy tried to walk away from me, and I just tightened my grip and just didn't do anything about it. Just like, no, you're walking this way. So I put him in the shower. And he's like, Officer Femmer. I was like, what's up? He's like, you better not do that shit again. I was like, what? Do what shit again? He's like, you pull my arm like that again, we have problems.
Like,
I was like, all right. He's like, I was like,
Don't pull away from me and I won't pull your
I said,
arm.
don't pull away. We'll see. All right, well, yeah, don't pull away from me and I won't. And he's like, all right, we'll see when I get out. I was like, okay, I guess we will. And then I made sure I was the one that pulled him out because I didn't want him to act like lash out on somebody else. Like I caused the problem and now this other dude doesn't.
And you're already doing jiu-jitsu at this point.
Yeah. And so this guy, gets out of the shower and we walk back without a problem.
No. Yeah. Like, so about that, buddy.
I had one dude.
He's like, oh shit, he's walking me back now.
I had one dude that was like trying to talk shit to me. He's like, yeah, I could beat your ass. Like, da da da. I was like, why do you think that? And he's like, man, I trained and stuff in the past. I was like, I had done all this, that, and the other. I'm like, what did you train in? And he's like, I did Taekwondo when I was 6. And I just laughed in I laughed in his face, and I was like, bro, I'm not gonna fight you. He's like, what? What the fuck? What do you mean not? I'm like, you did Taekwondo when you were 6. I'm like, ooh, oh god.
So did everybody else.
So
The
scared.
big bad fucking.
I shot a gun once, bruh.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm so scared of you. I'm like, whatever.
You should have seen me at the Chuck E. Cheese on that water gun, bro.
Yeah.
I'd kill you, dude.
I told him I deterred him from the idea. I was like, all right, let me tell you something. If this is how this will go, if you want to do that, I can facilitate it. But here's what will have to happen. I was like, you will, one, remember, like, realize the consequences. Like, if you win, you beat my ass, but you also get time on your sentence for attacking law enforcement. If you lose, you get your ass beat and time on your
And everyone's gonna view you as a pussy.
Yeah. So then you have that.
And you're never gonna live that one down.
Like, and to make this happen, to make a fair fight, you can't have handcuffs on. So I will have to put them on very openly, like click them one time so that you can slip your hands through. And then I will also have to plant a cuff key on you because now you've officially slipped your cuffs and blah, 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 blah. And so I was like, this is how it will happen. Does that sound interesting to you? He's
like, wait a minute.
No, I'm straight.
Yeah.
And so I was like, yeah. So it has to be a lot of shit has to go because I can't go to jail like you. Like, so we have to like make this look like a legitimate thing. And so he never.
Andrew said, "I'm gonna run your credit, dude."
And so we never went there. We never did it. And so I gave him his option or his choice, and he walked to this shower with bracelets on, very very loose bracelets. But I was just, I mean, I wouldn't. I was just letting him know what the process would have had to have been for this to happen. Like, unless you like somehow
You just basically called his bluff.
Yeah, I was like, if you get out of your cuffs, you got to like realize what you're actually gonna do. So this like never really happened, but he just like had to paint that picture for him so he knew what he was opening.
And I imagine as a corrections officer, there's probably guys in prison who like didn't want to fuck with the correction officers at all. They're literally just like probably were like almost like buddies to you.
Well, yeah, dude. The people who get stabbed. There's no there's no like unsanctioned stabbing. But when I say that, to us it is stupid, but to them it is not. So if you're getting stabbed in prison, it's not because I don't like you. There has to be something.
You did something.
There's a
done.
reason.
Yeah.
Like you fucked with my canteen, you fucked with my food, you fucked with my fucking headphone, you fucked with something that I hold dear to me because I'm in prison and everything's some kind of microtransaction.
Yeah, if you leave everybody alone for the most part.
Yeah, just because you're an asshole doesn't get you stabbed. You have to be an asshole, like verbally an asshole. Like if you're an asshole that actually affects their life with like, because you have that power to like take their food away, do these other things. If you do that kind of shit, that will get you stabbed or jumped. But
just your job. It's just your job.
Yeah, just being an asshole correction officer is not going to get you, so.
Oh, you're talking about corrections officers getting stabbed, not like inmates.
No, inmates.
stabbing.
Same thing with inmates. Like inmates, just because you don't like the guy, you're not getting stabbed. But if you owed people something, if you were a child molester or a child molester, we called it. You get beat or stabbed. Which I always thought it was funny that they didn't know who these people were, because like you can't tell. Inmates don't know each other's like crimes and shit unless they tell them. So child molesters have a look to them. They're usually the weird looking white guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like they're overly nice. Like,
yeah,
this is the weirdest white dude that's overly nice, and you're just like, there's a profile here, and the inmates don't know it.
Did you have guards that would tell inmates?
Oh yeah, He'd be like,
rat them out.
Yeah, that's probably why they were so nice. Like, hey, what's up, sir? Can I get that for you?
Yeah,
like, you know, you just spit your dip spit on the ground, but can I collect that for you?
Yeah.
So they're just always trying to do like house bitch shit, and just stay on your good side.
Yeah.
So you being a snitch, being a child molester, being a thief, these kinds of things would get you stabbed.
Yeah. They don't take too kindly to that.
Yeah, we had a guy. He was like freaking out because he said somebody threatened his life, and they're always trying to play some childish games and trying to get out of somewhere to go other places. They're always, they have nothing but time on their hands, so they're just trying to fuck with you all the time. So they always make up some kind of fucking game. So we would usually call their bluffs. That was the fun part, was just calling their bluffs to make them like bitch themselves out. So like one guy was trying to leave because he said, someone threatened my life. And I tell you what, like you keep complaining about this guy who threatened your life, and like you want to move beds now, probably because they want to get closer to the person they're dealing with or something. And it's like, okay, tell you what, if you walk up to this person and point him out, then we'll move you. If not, then stay in where the fuck you are. If you can't tell us who it is, how do we help you with your problem? So we turn the lights on. Everybody wakes up. It's nighttime. They're all supposed to be sleeping. Turn the lights on. Everybody's waking up. Like, what the fuck's going on? And like, all right, go ahead and go do it. Go point him out. Go point out the guy that's threatening you.
And they like piss themselves.
He's like, he doesn't want to do it. So then like, all right, well, quit.
Yeah, because you just pissed everybody off.
Yeah, quit wasting our fucking time. We're gonna go. So we're yelling. We're talking really loud at this point. Like our lieutenant is really. He's like, go point him out. Like if you want to fucking move your room or get your new bunk or whatever. Fucking
you're like, all right, inmate, and blah blah blah.
Could you imagine being that inmate? Like all the guards just turn all the lights off. Just woke up everybody there. Everyone is. Regardless of what you're about to do, everyone's already pissed at you because you just woke everybody up.
And so now he walks over to this guy and like all right, point. He's like standing next to the guy, like point him out. Like he thinks standing next to him is like good enough. He's like, no, point him out. Like point out the guy that's like bullying you. And he just sits there. And he's like, and the whole room starts cracking the fuck up. Like even the guy's like, what? What's up? What? And it's like, all right, well he did it, so let's move him. And then we moved him to the next room, the next wing over, and then as we're leaving, our lieutenant's like, bunk 217's a snitch. And so we leave.
Dude, that guy made his life hell, didn't he?
Dude, our lieutenant was a little fucking savage. There's another guy, he kept trying to say someone was threatening his life at the like, because we had to be like chow hall workers. They had to go and like cook the food, prep things, and we always had to monitor them until like the food chow hall officer came in. And so one guy would refuse to go to work because someone threatening to stab him, blah, 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 all this stuff. And so that same lieutenant, that guy did that like 2 times. The same lieutenant has this guy come into, goes into the fucking chow hall, shuts all things down. Like, everybody get the fuck in the cafeteria area where we can all sit. Has all the workers come out, sit in this thing, look at him. Has this guy stand up in front of everybody. He's like, listen, nobody will stab or fuck with this guy until at least 7:30. All right?
Because that's when
after
I get
7:30. After 7:30, he is yours. But nobody, if I find out anybody harasses or does X, Y, or Z or stabs this guy or whatever before that time, I will make your fucking life hell. And so he's like, there you go, bro. Watch you a few hours.
I got you, bud.
He's like, man, oh man. And then so now he's embarrassed. He basically shaming him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you shame, you can what's the saying? Peer shame somebody. You know, that's in the military. You peer shame. That's what kept you in line from like doing.
Yeah, well, it also makes it puts everyone else there on notice. Like, don't be a bitch.
Yeah. So that's what a lot of times we did in corrections. And
Interesting.
yeah, so I was on every special teams there because it was just another reason to like, because when I was a non-certified officer, it was boring. All I did was like work fucking showers, work the dorms illegally. Like, I wasn't supposed to be in a special housing unit as a non-certified officer, but you know, fuck it. And then when I became certified, it's kind of like where I became more known. And I even helped, like, I even got an offer to teach combatives for corrections, which I eventually started doing. Like, off, guys who, like, basically I had my own little kind of sort of gym where I was teaching people, like, whoever was interested. Because the guy was like, that would be a good idea. Like, you should, like, so, like, one, I got a written letter of letter of recommendation to do it for the academy or for the actual prison. One of my instructors, and it was I had to be there for 2 years before I could move into that slot. But before that, like, everybody was like, dude, because they started like learning how important like knowing what the fuck to do. Because after all this shit that they were teaching you in the academy would not work. Yeah. Like, I was used as like the dummy a lot of times because, you know, you had to throw people and I could fall better and blah blah blah. And so I would accidentally defend things. I'm thinking I'm moving the right way, like they're supposed to be moving, or how a person would naturally move. Because in jiu-jitsu, when you're teaching something, you're wanting the realistic response. So I know what to do next. I'm giving realistic responses to some of these moves, and they're countering the shit that they're teaching you how to do. Like, yeah. And I'm like,
it's a pipe dream.
Yeah. So he was like, no, you weren't supposed to do that. You're supposed to do this. And I was like, how the fuck are you telling me what I'm supposed to do? Like,
I did what happened.
Yeah,
you can't justify what I do.
Yeah, like, what do you mean? And then I was like, in real life, this is not how it's going to happen. So he offered that to do that thing. So and then a guy was like, no, you should really do that, bro. Like, you should teach like off hours, blah blah blah. I was like, tell you what, if you can get 10 people to agree to that, yeah, I'll start. And then I'll get paid to do it. So on my off time, I would get paid to teach people, like, kind of basically self-defense jiu-jitsu. And then, and at this time, like a blue belt in jiu-jitsu. And then, yeah, I did that. Luckily, I got a chance to go on the special teams because, like, those are spots that nobody leaves because you, like, either die or retire in those positions. Because it's like, you're not doing normal correction shit. You're doing, like, special, like, shit where you're like doing extra stuff. So I got on the SRT team, whatever the fuck, CERT team. So that's like the hostage rescue team. Like, you got to do room clearing and like live fires and like you're the lethal group of guys.
In the prison?
Yeah, there's a hostage situation. We work with SWAT teams too. So
did that happen regularly?
No, we were usually like helping SWAT. That's what, because they're very, very rarely
like a just in case kind of thing.
Yeah, it was like you're employed by the corrections department, but we would do stuff with SWAT most of the time. And then I was part of that. So I was part of literally every single level of security. So when I got certified, I was A-team responders, which is like all people that are designated to respond to something in the beginning of the shift, which is usually the dorm sergeants and security 9, which I was security 9. So I was basically a cop within the corrections where, like, I would just respond to anything that went wrong or happened. So I did that, was A-team responder. Then I was part of the DART team, which is the first level of force for like certain disturbances. I was part of cell extraction team where every single fucking cell extraction I had to go in and do like go because you got to put this gear on that's already like it has OC spray on it from like before. Like,
oh shit.
So it's already burns. when you put
OC
it on.
spray, for anybody listening who doesn't know, it's just pepper spray.
Yeah, so it's like putting that shit on your skin's already burning.
burning.
So it's like prodding a pit bull. You're like, oh fucking god damn it! And
Get
so-
your fire. It's like
Yeah, a buddy that I work with was a part of cell extraction. He has some stories from that.
Oh yeah, dude. I was like, well, because my thing is I know because I had to go through the course to get certified in it, so I knew how I was fucking the guys up. Like it was funny. I would like smash into them at the door, and they'd all be trying to drive into me to push me, and as my feet started to slide because I was losing, I would just grab the shield, pull it, move, and they'd all just fall out. And I would just like step on all of them to get out. Like, and I had to fight the lieutenant all the time when I got out of the door. And so, so I knew all these stupid tricks. So I'm like, I always tell people before I was going into a cell, I was like, hey, do not push me, do not touch me. When we go in here, I'm probably gonna fucking jack the dude. If he's coming at me, I'm gonna jack him in the face with this shield.
So you're in prison doing this cell extraction. So you're taking somebody out.
A plexiglass shield. It's like concave,
Right.
convex.
Right.
But but going the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're doing this because there's a guy in the cell trying to like doesn't want to come out, and he has to.
Yeah, he has to come out, or he has a fucking shank, or he has something
Yeah.
in there.
He's
Something wrong.
he's not following command.
Yeah, like gassing him, we're not sending him to hand restraints, so you have to go in there and put him in hand restraints.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, if someone has taken 2 rounds of fucking gas, and they're not even like the spray, just like the little handheld spray, they're taking like the fire extinguisher shit, like
Yeah.
shooting that
Jesus
fucking thing.
Christ.
If you eat that shit, and now we have to go into that. You know what I mean? Like after it's all settled.
Yeah,
and
you're
shit.
already pissed. Like
Yeah,
you're
so
making me do
it's
this.
burning
I'm
my
not gonna make
skin.
this comfortable for
Yeah,
you.
I'm burning my skin. I got to go in there now.
Potentially
and-
get stabbed by you.
Yeah, but I have the shield, so I'm like, if depending on what he does, like don't push me, let me react and respond off of that. So if he comes at me, I'm probably gonna fucking jack him in the face with the top of this thing because that
Ooh,
sucks.
The fucking edge.
Yeah, so you're not gonna be worried about me. So I'm gonna go bink and then just hit you, and then hit you with the shield, and then we'll do that. But yeah, don't fucking push me because everybody's be pushing and then they fall and they trip and all that. And
That's how people get really hurt. It's too many people in
and
one
it's
fucking cell.
Usually the guy behind me is the fucking actual biggest guy in the staff.
Trying to like push.
Yeah,
you
I'm like,
through.
bro, why are you not holding the shield?
Yeah.
Why am I not pushing? You get your big fucking ass in there. But I was just willing to hurt the inmate with the shield. So I had a really good success rate in shell extractions. And so yeah, I was like, fuck that noise. And I was like, your big ass should be back here, not me. And that's usually how it goes. And then so that's part of the DART team, cell extraction team, our RT team, which I don't know what any of these acronyms mean anymore. But it was just like escalations of force. It was like Security 9, A-team responders, DART, RRT, then the SRT. And I was part of all of those fucking things. Not supposed to be. Like, you can't be on every... I'm just changing hats as the day goes on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I'll pick this one right
Yeah.
now.
And one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to do it is, one, is because I was bored of just doing normal shit. And 2, I got a cool hat. Instead of wearing a regular FDC hat, I got like all blacked out one. So it was like,
Nice.
you knew who the special teams guys were.
You're like, yeah,
And
that's right. Look at the fucking hat.
fucking inmates knew too.
Jesus Christ.
And so I was like, okay, cool. This is some extra shit to do. It's kind of military-ish. And then
kind of
yeah.
got you to that same like spot
yeah,
mentally.
well, it was actually just disappointing because going into corrections, like I was actually upset of how not austere the environment was. It was like not what the movies or TV shows make it seem like. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is not crazy. They're loud. It's loud.
Well, because it's every day.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
loud.
like-
It's just like Buds. Like people like show you only Hell Week. They don't show you like every day
Yeah.
what Buds is. Because
Yeah.
when I was in Coronado in the Marine Corps, that was the same place where Buds is held. We would do our amphibious warfare training there, or raid training there, and certified dudes to help to learn to do amphibious raids. And so you would see the guy in Buds. They had weekends off. They had evenings off.
It's not always just
It's
go,
not,
go,
it's
go,
not
Yeah.
sugar cookies and fucking surf torture every day.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
like you see them do some fucking calisthenic workouts, and then you see them
Yeah.
run for a little bit, and then they're done for the day. Like you do PT.
They don't make movies off of that. It
Exactly.
comes off of, it comes off of
You-
Hell Week. Yeah.
You do PT for the day, and then you're done.
Yeah.
And like you'll do some room cleaning shit, or you know, it's just it's not 6 months
not
of just
glorified
fucking
pure pain.
hell and
Yeah.
pain. You know, so it's just over dramatized. But same thing with prison. Like they just show you the scary shit. And I'm like, dude, this shit's fucking weak.
Yeah.
It's like the Instagram movies. You know, movies are kind of the same thing with that kind of stuff. Like
Yeah, so I'm
Instagram's only like it's the highlight reel of someone's life. That's not what their everyday life.
And
Like,
so-
if you go to David Goggins' Instagram, he's not always running.
Yeah.
The motherfucker takes some time off.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't want to. So I just got involved in every single fucking possible thing I could. So I'm like,
Yeah.
let me just make this like super fucking tolerable. Every Friday I was doing something. So it sucked because I was at night shift though, because the day shift, all my peers in the SRT team were day shift. So they'd be like, I feel like it's like a high school kid trying to get out and go hang out with my friends because they're all in the van honking and yelling at me like, come on, Femmer, let's go. I'm the newest guy on the team and the youngest guy on the team. So, because again, people either die or retire before they get off that team, or the
So they're like
team,
hazing
too.
you almost.
Yeah, exactly. And so they're like, come on, let's go. And I had to do all the fucking bitch shit and all that stuff too. So that was cool. And then, after corrections, it was just like,
How did you get out of corrections?
well, I was on no inmate contact for a while.
Got a little too rambunctious.
I was too involved with security. So I actually had a federal case I had to fight and win, which cost me $25,000.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that or no?
We can.
It's up to you.
Yeah. You can always edit it out if you feel like
No, it's
afterwards.
cool. So basically what happened, it was just another fucking day. That's why I was so blown away that they blew this out of proportion. They're like, their words were that I basically, by myself with all, because you're always there with other people. You know, you're never doing like a solo instruction or something by yourself. So me by myself with it was me and two other officers in this room. Me by myself pulled this guy off his fucking table and then beat the shit out of him. Is what the FBI and the United government was trying to say. And I think the reason they try to pick me is because I'm the only person you can't really see as much on the camera. But this is like, I mean, if you look at me on the camera, like this is just goddamn another night.
Normal day.
Yeah. Before this one,
You were normalized to situations like
before
that.
that one, it was like I had done this 2 other times before this specific one happened.
Just
like,
Tuesday.
Yeah. So, but this one was like, the reason this one was so significant was because we were leaving one that we had just done. Like it was a use of force. So we had to go respond to somebody using force, and we had to like help. Because if you use force on somebody, you have to be relieved, so they reduce retaliation. So we would go to we were walking back from that one, laughing and joking, and then we hear on the radio 1024, which 1024 means officer down, officer in distress, which you'd never hear. It's one of the only few times you run on the compound. I've only ran on the compound twice. One when someone set the dorm on fire, and 2 when the fucking both in the same fucking building actually. So then these dudes like jumped this officer or whatever, and one of them slipped his cuffs or something and bit another guy and all this other shit. But the guy that actually did the attacking, they actually successfully got away and attacked the dude, was super compliant and nice and like, well, you know, whatever, nice, but like just compliant. And his friend, that was like hype guy or whatever, was the non-compliant one, who's the one that this use of force happened on. And so we're taking them to the medical room to be evaluated. The first guy goes in, the guy that actually did the attack, evaluated. Super chill, either normal, how it's supposed to go, how it normally goes. And the next guy, we bring his loud ass in. He's like just cussing at the camera, because you're on camera like this. You're just like a little camera, just a handheld recorded one, so you can see the process take place. And he's swearing at us, saying, "You know, if you get out of here, I'm gonna fuck you guys
Blah,
up."
blah, blah, all that.
Talking shit.
What was
Yeah.
normal to you at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pussy ass cracker was the biggest fucking. That's like the ultimate like insult that they would throw at everybody. Didn't matter what color you were.
Yeah.
That was just what they said.
That's all they can do. Nice.
Yeah. And so we walk this guy, we do the process, you know, squat call, strip down, strip search, wand him, all that fun stuff. Walk him to the medical room. And we're in the medical room, so he has a cuff key in his mouth. We know that because he showed the guy on camera or something. I didn't even know he had one until the guy on the camera says, like, he like mouths to me, cuff key. And I was like, what? And he's like, cuff key. And I was like, and he's like, where? And he's like, in his mouth. And so we're mouthing this to each other because you said the camera can't, you know, you're not talking and interrupting the camera. And he like kicked the cuffs that were at his feet. Like there's some cuffs at his feet. So the guy took them off. And they make cuff keys out of like battery film shit, like the skin of the battery. They're like tight.
Really?
They'll cut it off and then they'll tightly like wind it and then like break off a piece that, because cuff keys aren't hard to replicate.
Put 'em in a
No,
little
they're just fucking like
Just-
like
yeah,
two
just a
teeth
fucking-
kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like a lever.
Yeah.
And so they'd replicate that so they could just make it really long and just take their shit off. And
Somehow we're adults. Do.
All right. Anybody listening, sorry, the recording cut off.
Cut off.
We'll try and salvage it at some point, but okay, so
The
handcuff key made out of battery.
yeah, it's in his mouth. He's telling the lady, "Fuck you, I'm not gonna open my mouth."
Okay, so he says that again. The camera's outside, so you can't hear anything. You can just see things, and for again like HIPAA reasons. But I'm in there, and she has.
So you can hear what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm in there. I'm holding his other arm. Like one of my partner that was also one of the security 9 guys that walks the compound like I did was with me. He's holding his one arm. I'm holding the other arm. And he's sitting there. And she says, open your mouth. He says, no, fuck you. And I said, it sounds like refusal to me. And they don't like hearing that because, again, like I said, they like to go to the medical room so they can jerk off to nurses and see girls all fucking day. I mean, not that they're good looking, but they're just women.
It's a woman.
Yeah.
So he says that shit, and then to me, he was already a hothead, so he laughs, he kind of chuckles and looks over his shoulder at my partner, who's not even paying attention really at this point, and he just lunges off the table at me. He lunges off the table at me, and I'm like, okay, so I'm holding it with my right hand. I switch to my left hand as he comes at me because he has cuffs. He's cuffed behind his back. Mm-hmm. He's not even big. He had to hop off this table, and he hopped off the table, comes at me. I take him from my right hand to my left hand, and then I just fucking foot trip him by holding the back of his neck and just drop his face into the ground. Mm-hmm. And so he just bounces his face off the ground immediately. Leg sweep, face plant, handcuffed behind the back. And then he threatened you. I would he came at me. He didn't even threat. He just jumped at me.
That's what I'm saying. It's a warranted thing, I would say.
Oh yeah, it's for sure warranted use of force. That's a taught technique in the correction. So I wasn't even using
it's not like you're doing something crazy.
Yeah, I wasn't using judo.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could classify it as
elbow
judo, but because
something crazy.
Because I did judo, I was probably more proficient at it than most people. But he it was just a leg sweep to the fucking ground and bounced his face on the ground, so it fucked his shit up. Now I'm on top of the top portion of him. So there's 3 of us in there, the captain, me, and my partner. And then I'm on the top, shoulder blade up to the head. I'm trying to secure his head to get it sit still because he's moving his head back and forth. And he's scraped. You can see scrapes on his nose and his forehead because he was moving his head back and forth. And I'm trying to keep his head still and moving it around. And
he's just resisting you in every way.
He's just trying to move. He's trying to buck me off of him, but I'm on basically neon belly stance.
On his back, though.
Yeah. And
was that you were on his back?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the captain's right behind me, and then my other partner Hannah is right on the other side of him. Apparently, I can hear him say people saying "stop resisting," "quit, let go of him," all this different things. So they're punching his hands or some shit or his forearms.
They're trying to get you to let go. Or him to let go of you.
No, of the guy by his hands. I'm there's 3 people on this dude's body. I'm on the shoulder blade to the head portion of him. Captain's on that to maybe his hands, and then Hannah's on his leg/hands area, and I don't see what's going on behind me, but he eventually spits his cuff key out because I guess he's having a hard time breathing with just his nose at this point.
Yeah.
I think he broke his nose. When he hit the ground, his shit was bleeding everywhere.
Probably.
Yeah, it looked definitely a sinus cavity or something got broke because the blood was super coagulated. It was just it was a Slurpee dissipating slowly. Yeah, it was rough. And so he spits the key out. I yell cuff key, and I put it down by his waist so he can't, because he's trying to cover it with his face. After I spit it out, he's trying to hide it from me. And so I moved it to his hips, and then
because you already knew it was there.
Yeah. And then the officer the lieutenant grabs it and then holds it and then takes it to the camera and shows the camera. And at this point, so this is over. Then he's pinned. It's a few seconds long. Then
but that's another day in the fucking job.
Yeah, and then
that's not the craziest thing that ever happened.
That was the 3rd time I think we did 4 that night. That was the 3rd one.
Yeah.
And then apparently all hell broke loose. After we did that, people did he had because they had cell phones and shit in prison because they sneak them in. Mm-hmm. And he had we had to deter a cop and a ambulance from coming to the prison that we did not call because they had
somebody called them.
Yeah, somebody was calling them, their family members or something. The family members or shit were trying to call the house or try to call the house. They called the fucking prison. A sheriff's department cop showed up. A deputy showed up. I'm here because which have no jurisdiction inside of a prison.
Yeah,
and they're I'm here because a cop beat up an inmate or an officer beat up an inmate or something. I was sent to investigate. And it's what? And then and then ambulance showed up. We had to turn around. because nobody called a fucking ambulance. And then
Which is crazy. You guys have your own medical staff there, probably like 24/7.
yeah, but I mean, you do, if you have to get somebody out to a higher level of care, then you do have an ambulance take them. But yeah,
Typically, you guys would call them for that.
yeah. And so when they would do that, there was like I don't know, he just cell phones, like, you're just calling these fucking people, and like, it was crazy. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then so it made a lot of noise, so it means it woke up a lot of people. So like, warden and stuff got mentioned, and the security. Then like, they try to pass it up of what happened, and then I guess the security chief or whatever the hell is like the warden on duty or something. I don't know. He's basically saying that like, the information he got was that some excessive use of force on an inmate, that I don't know, like, they sent the copy of the report up, and then they just disregarded the report. And reports usually get sent up and sent back down for correction, and sent back up, sent back down. It's like a fucking paper from school. Like, oh, you misspelled this word, the punctuation's wrong, right? We don't know what this wording means. And so that goes back and forth until it's approved, and it's good. Ours went up and just got taken because now it's immediately under investigation.
The paperwork from that incident.
Yeah, so the reports we wrote were immediately. So no corrections or anything like that were able to be put on them. They just went sent up and they just got taken. The security guy somehow, some way, thought he heard somebody say something about, maybe he got called, I don't know, but he was saying that, like, because the only way he would find out anything is by his lieutenants or his captains telling him what just occurred. And he was saying that he had heard about, he told the warden basically before, nothing from it was just his end, and then went up. Nothing from our end sent anything to him saying anything. And when they did say anything, he's like, did you not read the report? Because he just told the warden that, inmates or officers beat the fuck out of an inmate, and, blah, blah, blah. So then the next day, so that was my last day on Santa Rosa, because I was transferring to Martin County, which I was in Port St. Lucie, St. Pierce area, and just like southern, like literally across from that was at Lake Okeechobee, and so on the coast. But I was going there, and I got put on no inmate contact immediately
because of that.
Yeah, I was got put on the next day. I was on unofficial no inmate, warden authorized no inmate contact. Then got put on official no inmate contact. They like take pictures of my hands and shit, and
were your hands fucked up from that?
No. They said I punched the fuck out of this guy.
Like, hands are fine.
And it's just because he hit the ground.
Yeah. Well, they're saying that even in the court case, like when it went to trial finally, like the government, they're so fucked up for this. Like they took pictures of, like, they cut up the footage of the trial of me doing the sweep, and they made it. They said like one of the things they said is he punched him again and again and again, and they're like throwing these pictures down as they're saying that, and it's all the same frame of my hand traveling through the air to grab the back of his neck, because it's a black glove, so they think I have a closed fist. They say I threw a punch in the back of his head, but it's me grabbing the back of his neck and tripping him so he falls to the ground really hard.
They just framed it same,
and they're like, they just changed like the hand traveling through the air. They're just like, he hit him again and again and again, making it look like the hand was coming like repeatedly.
Fucking lawyers, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So they did that, and then
because you're being prosecuted at this time.
Yeah, I already got.
What happened to the guy?
What do you mean?
The inmate was probably fine.
Yeah, he was fine. He was.
They act like he died.
Yeah, they he couldn't even identify who the officers were that did it. And then we had got reports. Didn't make it to trial.
And this is all because the cop that showed up.
No, this is because of the investigation that got sent up, because they're like, the warden did an investigation in that. So we have our own investigators in the prison, and they started looking into it and started pulling information. And like, this is why documentation is important, because there was one of the officers that the shift after us said that he was beating himself up in his cell, because they said when they came back, they pulled him out of the cell the next morning. They found him unresponsive with blood everywhere. It's like, well, when he left medical, he wasn't bleeding.
Yeah.
Why is there blood all over the cell?
So he fucked himself up on purpose.
Exactly. So
this guy was crazy.
They're all fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah.
He further injured himself because, again, he left the medical room not bleeding. They have to stop all bleeding except his nose is bleeding and all that shit. He had a cut on his eye or something.
Relatively fine.
Right. Yeah. He was not bleeding left anymore. Got into the cell, blood everywhere, unresponsive the next morning. How's that work? And then, which if anybody says they've found an inmate unresponsive, like everybody's found an inmate unresponsive until you make them responsive.
Yeah.
They are all faking it until they're not. And
Because they want to go whack off to the nurses.
yeah, they brought him to the hospital. They brought him back there, and they just reported the same injuries that he had before. And so it's not like he had broken bones or anything. It looked like his nose was broken because of all that shit that was coming out of his face, but like in the reports, didn't say anything about a broken nose. And yeah, they made it like they made it seem like a 3 foot table. They even brought a tape measure in this fucking court. They held up 3 feet. Like they're saying, like the defense is saying, like a fall off of 3 feet like this is going to cause all that damage. Blah blah blah. And it's like nobody's saying that. Nobody said that this man fell off the table from 3 feet and hurt his face. He was jumped off the table and got leg swept and influenced to the ground really hard.
Influenced to the ground. I love how
very hard.
I can. The problem is like, dude, fucking lawyers, man.
And then the fucking FBI agent is behind, like while their witnesses or supposed witnesses were on the stand, he's like behind them, like shaking his head yes and no to like tell them to how to answer questions and shit. And what's fucked up is like all of my witnesses were still correction officers.
And is this only against you because you're the guy who tripped him?
Yeah. So all of my witnesses were all still correction officers. All of theirs were fired for some kind of negligence or some kind of fucked up thing that they did, which they read my witnesses their rights, like saying that they don't have to self-incriminate, but they didn't read the rights to the people that are claiming they saw me beating the shit out of this guy. And that in and of itself is a felony, failure to report. That's like up to prosecutable, like chargeable up to 3 years in prison or something. And so they didn't get read their rights because they're self-incriminating.
Who did you piss off? That's what I want to know.
You're admitting that you saw something, did not report something, which is a federal crime.
Yeah.
And so they didn't get read their rights, but my guys all got their shit. And then trying to scare them off. And my guys had better recollection of what happened, and the last time they had saw that video was the night that it had happened when we were going back over
like
it.
when they actually, yeah.
When you're sitting down writing your report, like to like go back over and refresh everything because everything happens so fast. You don't remember everything. But the people that were for the government's shit, they had seen it like recently.
Yeah.
Like they watched the day before. So with the FBI.
So your guys are trying to recall from memory because it's now.
Yeah, and they have better
fucking
recollection.
Court case.
But yeah, but now these guys are like, I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate. I saw it yesterday, but I'm sure I don't know. I don't want to speculate. And so my lawyer was like playing on that. He's like, which it was funny because my lawyer was like really quiet and slowly spoken, and I was like, Jesus Christ. Sometimes I was like, get to the fucking point. Like I don't know where you're going with this. And even the judge got out.
Was it a county appointed one, or did you have to hire your own?
I hired my own. I didn't trust that shit.
I don't blame you.
I had like.
But you'd think that like,
dude, I had
with
5. I had up to, which could be up to 30 years in prison.
Fuck that.
Yeah, it was 5 counts of falsification. So a civil rights violation of the color of law and 5 counts of falsification of a government document is what they're saying. They're saying I basically beat the shit out of this dude in cuffs
and then lied about
it on my fucking report. And all of the things,
Christ.
and then all of the things
for a regular day at work.
Yeah, and all of the things on the report were like that they said that I was lying about. You can see on the video visually. They're saying. He lied about.
It becomes
refusing.
a game.
Yeah,
it becomes a game of law.
He lied about refusing. Cuff key was planted. All this different shit. And
what did that inmate like? You pissed somebody off. That's the only thing I keep thinking in my head.
Well, the state dropped it. The state was like, no, we're not taking this anywhere. And then they try to get like some. I think what I think was happening.
Christ.
I think that Santa Rosa is a sketchy place, and I think that they wanted something in Santa Rosa, and that would open up investigations into Santa Rosa, and they just wanted me as a stepping stone to get into it.
You were almost a fucking
guinea pig.
Yeah. I thought I was.
They almost made an example of you.
Yeah. I think I was a scapegoat to get into higher shit because they kept telling me like if you just like, if you like play ball with us and this that or the other and take like a plea deal kind of thing, which is you will get a lighter sentence and you'll. We don't think it was you. We think it was people above your pay grade that were like orchestrating all these different things, and which I will say,
like, Jesus Christ.
Well, I will say there are sketchy shit going in. Like even the fucking ward, everybody's fucking sketchy in corrections, and you get higher up in it.
It's not just
sketchy.
corrections though. That's
in general.
Any place where you are the law.
In general, but like. I'm like, I don't know shit about that, but you're not going to fucking drag me through the mud and do this shit.
As a corrections officer to go to jail?
Yeah.
Because
they're saying you're facing up to like 10 to 30 years in prison, and I was like, what the fuck? And they're like, and the FBI guy's like, you won't do 10 years because of your good conduct and all this other bullshit. And then even one of the rules in the courtroom was they weren't allowed to talk about my good conduct as a person or his bad conduct as an inmate because he has a fucking rap sheet for attacking officers.
You weren't allowed to talk about that?
Talk about it.
What?
So, because he was which I can understand kind of, because it's like we're talking about this certain specific thing. Why bring out some outside? Why bring character?
Because
into it?
character witness is a huge fucking
Yes,
thing.
but I do think I agree that it's like, hey, he has a history of this thing. This is not a random occurrence. But they're just saying it's not relevant as much necessarily, which I can kind of see.
Yeah, but you being the one that's defending you, it's like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm not a fucking shit person. I've
Yeah.
served my country. I'm doing this thing.
He's done this numerous times. Like he continued to do it even after
Listen,
our thing.
when you pick out stocks on the stock market, I'm just saying, you pick the ones that have done good in the past,
Yeah.
not the ones that have done shitty, hoping they do
So-
well. You know what I'm saying?
They do this whole thing. Like the trial is kind of a joke. All of their witnesses and shit are like sweating. They're changing colors and like sweating and like one. And again, I think fucking Christopher Raby was my goddamn attorney. That guy, again, soft spoken, really. Sometimes I was like, get to the fucking point. Like, what's going on? I'm lost right now. And the judge kind of, you could see you're irritated with him. But his like endings though, they were like so good because you're like, he just cornered everybody and made them trip on their own words because the dude would be, because they're lying and he's just exposing the lie. And the dude kept using, I don't know if someone taught him the words, I don't want to speculate, because he kept saying it. Like the first witness, like, I don't want to speculate, I don't want to speculate, I don't want to speculate. And he's like,
After speculating,
and all
they're
of
probably saying
all of their witnesses weren't involved. Were not involved in the use of force. They were there. They were the people that relieved us. Like they came after it all was happening. Like they came in the doorway for a second, but then that was it. And they're trying to say that one dude was trying to say that I was punching, I was rearing my hands back out and punching the dude in the face. And all of a sudden, I'm like, if I was rearing my hand back to hit this
your
guy,
fucking knuckles would be fucked up.
Well, I had gloves on, but the
But even still,
but,
I mean-
but the lieutenant or captain
Would've
behind me
seen
would be
it.
catching elbows,
Yeah.
like for real. Because if I was rearing my hand back and hitting this guy, it'd be fucking elbow striking that dude too.
Yeah.
And
Well,
like,
and another thing too. I mean, you ever punch somebody, even if you have gloves on? What
Yeah.
kind of gloves are you wearing? Latex.
Impact.
Oh, impact. Oh, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe.
Like-
I mean, but still, but even like MMA fighters wearing padded gloves.
Yeah, break their hands.
They
Yeah,
fucking.
yeah.
I mean, you've seen that fighter's hands the day after. They look fucking disgusting.
Yeah, no, I was like, so that's what I'm saying. Like they were doing this whole, they're confused. And then basically, as it came down to it, though, I ended up testifying or in my own behalf anyway because of the story was being told, but in really big pieces. And so my lawyer was worried. He's like, they're gonna cross-examine you, so they're gonna question you. They don't wanna make you trip. I'm like, you can't make me trip on my fucking words. I know what happened. So
You tell the truth. And you're fine.
So all I need you to do is walk me through the night. Like help me tell the story so I can put it all together, and we can
Just like you're telling it now.
Yeah, so we can have this timeline laid out. So, and why they're getting away with saying, oh, he looked like he was punching him, but it's like, you mean when I was frantically moving my hands around to keep his head still from moving back and forth and shit? You can see the fucking marks on his forehead and nose. You see it happen. Like, are you confusing those with punches? And you're saying you saw me throw a strike to begin with to hit him in the back of the head, or you mean when I grabbed him in the back of his neck so I could sweep his legs, which is taught in the academy. So
Your story just makes sense.
yeah, and then they're just going so far. Like it was concerning at first, like when it was all being built. It was concerning. I'm like, oh my god, like there's so much shit, like there's so much gray area. Like
they're trying to scare you
plausible
into-
diamond.
yeah.
Well, there's plausible. Like you need proof, and it's like, oh shit, is this? Can we prove this? Can we not prove this? But then when it came down to trial, all of this shit was like cut off. Like so much. It was just down to such thin. I'm like, oh, that's all their point is. Like that's their point they're trying to make now. Like it's just it went from all this stuff that I was so concerned about to like just nothing.
Nothing
And I'm like,
at
you
all.
have nothing. This is your
And
point
how
you're
many
gonna
how
stay
many
on.
people don't make it to trial because they're terrified? I mean,
Yeah.
that's essentially like what was the guy that was on Joe Rogan, the lawyer dudes that talk about people
I forget his name. Yeah, wrongful
Josh
convictions and all that.
Dubin.
Yeah, Josh Dublin.
They run the Innocence Project. Or
Yeah.
and it's like a lot of it is people enter into plea deals because they're in that same situation as you before trial and they're fucking terrified.
Well, I laughed in this dude's face because he's like, when we did the indictment or whatever, he was like, listen, because he's like, Rabbi was like, hey, I've never seen this happen before, but I forgot the name of the attorney's name or the prosecutor's name, but he's like, he wants to try to talk to you and make a deal with you. And I was like, all right. Because this is what made me kind of sketch my own lawyer. I'm like, you worked with this guy before or against this guy before. And he's like, in my, all my 15, 20 years, whatever the fuck his years were as a lawyer, he's like, we've never seen this man try to do a plea deal with somebody, which you can't really do a plea deal in a federal case. You can just like help lessen your sentence. You can't like take a plea. I can't plead guilty to get to get some kind of benefit. You know what I mean? So they're just gonna suggest a lighter sentence. And so I was like, he's like, listen, man, it's like, we don't think it's you. We think it's people above you. We think it's like probably captain and above that are just trying to do this thing, cover up this blah, 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 blah. The paperwork doesn't make sense. We have visual evidence of you punching the guy in the back of the head. We have you getting like,
We have you dead to rights.
After he says all that shit, I just like started laughing. I was like,
bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
he's like, so if we take it to trial, we're a sure win, but we're just going to give you the opportunity to like, and I was like laughing and I was like, okay, no. You don't have that footage.
Yeah.
I've seen the footage that you're talking about, and it doesn't exist. Like punching? You see me, my hair and rearing back.
That's terrible. Could you imagine though?
Lying.
Okay, but imagine like, so you have this like confidence in what you did.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine somebody with like a weaker mental fortitude. They're getting that person every time, and then there's just innocent people in jail for that. And it's that when you
Every
listen.
day.
Have you listened to podcasts like that before with the Innocence
Yeah.
Project? It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, but innocent dudes going to prison and shit. Oh, every inmate thinks they're innocent. You know what I mean? But like,
Right.
it was just funny to.
But
hear,
no,
like,
to
say
be
this
somebody who
shit.
like, you didn't do the stuff, but you start like, if you're a weak-minded person, you could literally be like, "Fuck, maybe I did do that." Like
Especially
you start
if
like
you
questioning
can't afford a
yourself.
good attorney.
Oh yeah,
and
they were
stuff
trying
like
to point
that.
one to me, and I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, let me get this money real quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, fuck that noise. And
That's terrifying, man.
so yeah, when that happened, I was on no inmate contact for like fucking like longer than I was supposed
So
to.
you're still not, obviously you're not in jail, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be in prison.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? Like
this
you're
was
not, you're still like
2
out and
years
about
ago.
in
Yeah.
society.
It's 2 years ago. Yeah, they didn't consider me a flight risk, obviously. So I had made bail. Like there's no bail. There's no bond. The bail or whatever bond was posted for like $0.00. So I just got to walk free. And
Yeah.
I just had to get approval to leave the state. So and I almost missed my so at the same time this is going on, my dad is like deathly ill, like he's in his deathbed, and he ended up passing away. But I almost didn't get to go to Missouri to see him before that happened because of the ability not to leave. So I had to like put a special request in, which the court was really cool about, and they're like, let me do. So I let me go back to Missouri to see him in the hospital and shit. And then he ended up passing away. And then so I had to deal with from I guess October or so of that, my dad being in the hospital and being ill and shit like that, or November, whatever. And then him, and then also with the federal case looming. And so he passed away in December, and then that February 10th is when I did my fucking court thing. So all up until that point, there's this constant trial. So 2021 was a shitty year. Yeah. So
For a lot of people.
yeah. So 21 was shitty because it's like right after COVID mission. Yeah, right after COVID mission, I went home on my birthday to do the float trip, which was fun. It was my sister's engagement party, and I come back home from that because that was probably the worst traveling I've ever done. Like it was a nightmare. And then my flight got canceled. Like all just kinds of crazy shit was going wrong. Then I came back to Florida after that whole trip, which was a good time. I was like, okay, cool. Maybe things are turning around because the end of that trip, like getting to the airport over there, like my luggage made it, everything was cool. I was like, okay, maybe this is a sign things are changing. And then coming back home, I get home, I'm like, okay, maybe that's a sign. It was a good time, good weekend, everything's turning around. Then I get that fucking Monday, I get a phone call from a fucking FBI agent saying, hey, we're just calling you on better terms, but I'm calling you to give you a professional courtesy because we're about to publish a warrant for your arrest, and we're just giving you the opportunity to turn yourself in. And yeah, I was like, for fucking what?
Like, really?
Yeah. And then I was like, what the fuck? Like,
What did I do?
Yeah. And then he's like, well,
You're like, is this a scam?
I was like, why didn't you guys? Because I remember all my friends talking about being interviewed and all this other shit. And I was like, well, why didn't you guys interview me? And they're like, well, we're not in the business of self-incriminating. And I was like, okay. Cool. Perfect. That works for me. So then, so I was like, well, I have school and work on this Friday. You have a good time.
You're still in corrections at this point?
No, I was out. This investigation I was out of corrections for 2 years. It took 3 years for the shit to come around. Yeah.
So you forgot about it?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. I
So
was like,
okay, so I'm picturing in my mind that like this event happened, and then a month later.
No.
So you haven't seen this footage in years.
Yeah, I hadn't seen shit. I'd been out of corrections for like. Yeah.
What made you leave corrections?
Three
You
years.
just
I was just in no inmate contact for ever, and I was like, you're only supposed to be in it for like 6 months, and they're supposed to either fire you or like let you go.
And it just became like a
And
desk
I'm like,
job
I'm
for
over
you.
this, and then I had my son, so I'm like, I put my 2 weeks in after that, so I was like, listen,
I'm gonna take my life.
I'm gonna go on paternity leave, and when I get back, I'm gonna put my 2 weeks in before that time frame's about to end. So basically, I'm done. Like after this, I'm going using this month or whatever time I've established or whatever. And then 2 weeks before that ends, I'm going to be putting my 2 weeks in. So I'm going to finish it out there. So I'm not coming back. And then, yeah. So, and then ironically, son was born January 30th, spent a month with him in February, and then got activated for COVID orders. So the next year and a half I spent doing COVID stuff, which was another fun time, which is another adventure of fucking...
We might have to have a part 2.
I don't think we have time for all
I
that.
think we have a part 2 of this fucking podcast.
So
Jesus Christ.
I mean, this one's going to be 2 parts probably.
yeah,
Like,
this is
so long.
You realize it's 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. We started at 9:30.
Yeah, that's the other part of that fucking craziness. But that was like...
You almost have to like separate this into different, like, okay, here's Andrew military, here's Andrew.
Yeah. Like it was... So when he was like, so that's why I got out of corrections. I was like I was just checking people in. I was done doing all that bullshit. I'm like, fuck that noise. Let's just like, fuck it. Let's just do something else. And I didn't know what that something else was, but something else decided for me. So then the pandemic starts, dun dun dun, and then I go.
So
do that.
you enlisted in the National Guard at that
I was
point?
already in the National Guard. I was in the corrections. I was as the National Guard. Like I was just, so I got double dipped. I got paid to go to a drill basically. I got in the Guard in 2018. Yeah, 2018. So like 17, finished. So that December of 18, because I finished out my diving stuff all the way through. Went to...
Most motherfuckers live like 5 lives in 10 years.
Yeah.
Shit was crazy. And then, I joined the National Guard just for like school stuff. And I was like... then they wanted like that. So the whole reason I even went to Florida, like for the Special Forces thing, I get the opportunity again. So like they're like, you can still do that if you want to. And I'm like, nah, I'm kind of letting that ship sail. I'm just going to do something else. And like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'm positive. And he's like, hold on. And he called this guy, got a phone number and an address and a date. And he's like, here you go, February fucking 20-something. If you show up to that place at that time, here's your shot. And I was like, all right, fuck it.
Son of a bitch, you got me.
So I did that a few times, and then and every time I did that, it was like some other admin hiccup. It's like, oh, your time wasn't fast enough. I was like, okay, but it made it more realistic though. I was like, you think that this special operations thing is like so out of reach and behind the curtain, like you can't get there, but I got to peek behind the curtain. You're like, it's very obtainable, and so. I just had to get my run time down. Cool. And the second time I did it, I got fucking hurt. And then I had to do that one, and then I do it again, and then did it again, and then I did it under a physical, and they took like a bunch of blood from me. They made me do a PT test again. Like I hadn't eaten. I was fasted, and I had blood drawn, so I was like lightheaded. They had me do a PT test again, and my numbers were worse, so they didn't want to send me again. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, how fair is that? You know what I mean? And then after that, I did it again. Then was successful, and then they were going to send me to a selection date in April. But then our AT trumped, our annual training trumped COVID orders, which is the first time like a drill status trumped federal orders. So we had to go to Macedonia for a, welcome them to NATO kind of thing. And I didn't do shit. I was like, can I just stay and go to selection? Because I don't want to go and do nothing.
Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna sit here and watch weapons. This is exactly what I did. I did nothing, and it was a waste of time for me. But I missed my opportunity to go to the selection for that date, so I had to go through all that other stuff again before I could go to do that date again. And COVID had ended in that June, so by the time I got back, COVID orders were over. So now I had to do like real life shit. Then I just used my GI Bill, went to school. Then me and James agreed to like, get a place together, and then...
Were you a physical or a personal trainer at that point too?
No, not yet. It wasn't until I got to that house, and James was the GM for the gym. He's like, we're looking for trainers. You could go do that again. I was like, nah. And then...
How did you meet him then?
James, I taught him in Tallahassee. I met him and Hannah at the same time.
Like in Jiu Jitsu?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So you guys both moved down here together?
No, it was just ironic. Like I was in Tallahassee teaching and doing stuff, and again the COVID orders ended and shit, so I had to leave. I left, came to I did a tournament in Orlando with the team that I had built in Tallahassee, and then saw him there. I was like, oh, what's up, dude? Long time no fucking see. And then left. Then the COVID orders like ended, and then because he had moved away before me, and then COVID orders ended, so I came back to Tampa because my kid's here, and then my ex moved somewhere else, so I was in the apartment by myself, and then the lease was about to be up on that, and then I went to Gracie Brandon, and then James was there, and he like saw me in my first week or something there. He's like, "Oh my God, what's up, dude?" And so we just kind of like ironically ran into each other.
Jesus.
And then he's like, "Oh, cool, what's up? Like, you're training here now? That's awesome." So that a few months passed at that. She moved out. The lease was about to end in like a few months, and then I was like, "Yo, my shit's ending in October." And he's like, "Yeah, me and my girl live with her parents right now. So let's like, we're trying to get a place." I was like, "Yo, you can put us together." And I'm pretty good at living with
You've lived with a lot of fucking people.
I've lived with people. I've been a roommate for.
Don't stab me while I'm sleeping, and we can
Yeah.
get along.
Yeah, I'm good at it's just coexisting. So I've done it my whole life. So whatever the fuck you guys got going on, like I'll just make a small footprint as I can, and then that's gonna be me. So then we get a place together, and then now we're still at that house, and then
How long you guys live there for?
we just extended our lease, so we finished our first year, so now like a year and some change now.
Damn, so you haven't even been in Tampa all that very long.
No, like maybe maybe like 2 years, going on 2 years. So so then something like that. Anyway, so we got a place there. We've had roommates switch in and out of the house a bunch of times, and then now we're just still there. But between that and that time and like going in, like all the traveling I did for the fucking COVID mission was insane too.
Whole nother podcast.
Yeah, for real. Like it's
Jesus.
its own thing. Not to mention like the Jiu Jitsu gyms I jumped from there to there. And
You've learned a lot. I mean, you're fucking expert level, in my opinion. Well, obviously, I trained with you.
I
so it's a little-
think purple belt's considered expert, not master.
yeah, you're
Black belt's like the master, then purple belt's considered expert, and
yeah.
but then
Brown belt's like junior expert.
mini expert.
Or,
yeah.
yeah.
And then not to mention I'm not afraid to talk about it now, the gym being open now in Spring Hill, so that's gonna be fun. Which we just got our lease rewritten for them to take over or be responsible for the AC unit. So if they're not gonna replace it because it's older, but if anything does happen to it, they're gonna fucking take care of it. So that's our new lease, and then we'll sign that lease, and then we'll be able to start doing construction, and then start
So in Spring Hill, I don't even know where that's at.
just north of Tampa. It's like from closer to you, but like from me, it's like
That's quite a haul for you.
45 minutes to an hour, depending on
Yeah.
traffic.
Okay.
And so
You
so it's-
excited?
Oh, can't wait! I can't wait to like
It's like your dream job.
making my
You don't have to fucking deal with inmates. You don't have to deal with foreign people.
Yeah.
Like you get to go teach people how. Like it's basically a superpower.
it's like retirement's come early. Like,
Yeah.
It's my retirement plan, and now it's here.
I don't have to do a job I hate.
Yeah, so now I'm cutting my time, people in my day for personal training, and just trying to do my mornings so I can like work mornings, basically make that small paycheck, and then pair it with my small paycheck I'll be making while training. Well, depending on how many people we get to pre-sign up, because like right now I have like 50 or something people that already want to sign up. And so
How far away are you from actually
Opening.
like starting there?
We think it'll probably be July, no later than August.
Damn, dude, coming up quick.
Yeah. So this summer,
That'll be here when
basically
it
this
blinks.
summer, and then I'll probably try to do that for the rest of the year. My goal for the end of the year is to be full time on that, because
Why not?
yeah,
So you
it'd
can.
be-
It's like if I had the opportunity to take the podcast to be my full time job, I would fucking.
yeah, it's gonna be easy if I get 100 people.
I'll take making less money to do that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
if I get 100 people, I'll be making as much, if not just above what I'm making now. So it'd be nice. And then if I get
And then
150 people, it's like almost 10 grand a month,
Bro.
It's gonna be nice. So that's the new.
And even beyond the money thing too, it's just like
Oh
you
yeah,
get
it's
to-
easy. The hours, like I work.
You do that shit for fun.
Yeah, like I would do.
You're
I
gonna
do-
pay me to do something I would do for free. If you
I
ask
do it
me?
for hobby money right now. You know what I mean? Hobby money, and then free.
I pay to go get fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, so I haven't told Nick. Sorry, Nick, if you watch this before that gym opens up. But yeah, so I have to tell him that eventually.
I don't know if I listen to it or not. I have no idea if he listens to the podcast.
I don't know. I listened to 2 episodes. James and the Rob Young guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, James has controversial things to say, but I'll talk to his ass next time. Like, bitch, I don't practice anything on you. What the fuck do you mean? You're not the people I go to practice on.
Yeah. So like, how do you get people to start jujitsu? Like, what do you tell them? Is it something you can like talk them into?
You like drugs, bro?
You want some drugs?
Yeah, I get people to start jiu-jitsu. I don't know. Like, it depends what the people's motivation is. I got a lady tell me recently she wanted to learn self-defense because she's been attacked 2 times, and she's like, there will not be a third. And I'm like,
or if there is a third, I'm gonna beat that dude's
yeah.
ass.
So she's like, she wants to do that. So I'm like, okay, that's. And then I just kind of played on that, like, which is an easy conversation to have. And then people that guys, it's pretty easy to talk to about it because the dudes just love that fucking challenge. And but really, it's kind of the conversation starts. Like, usually people will say something. They're like, oh, I'll be like, oh yeah, I train jiu-jitsu, I do this, or I teach it, or whatever the fuck. Like, oh, I've been wanting to get into that. And I'm like, well, yeah, anytime you want. Sometimes I don't like to spend too much time on convincing you to come. Like,
if you have to pry too hard, it's gonna be off-putting.
Yeah, it's like I don't care that much to do it. So it's like, or to like try to pull you in, because I had a guy at a gas station see my Freedom shirt, and he's like, oh, it's a cool shirt. And I'm like, yeah, it's a gym I teach at. And he's like, oh, cool, I've been wanting to get into jiu-jitsu because I had gotten beat up or something recently or some shit like that. I was like, yeah, bro, come on through. Like, I mean, everybody has a story, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because you're telling me your story doesn't mean
you're
like,
gonna show up.
It's just like guys in the military, like people that like, I fucking hated this one. When I came back on leave and people were like, oh, you're a Marine? I was almost a Marine once. Or, oh, you're in the military? I almost joined the military once.
I almost took a shit once.
It's like, oh, it's like, tell me. Yeah. And so it's like, I can't deal with authority. I would punch a drill instructor in the face if you got in my face,
Blah,
or
blah,
some shit.
blah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like, have you been jumped before? That's how you get jumped. And it's just stupid shit like that. Like, I was gonna, but. And so, same thing.
I was almost a SEAL.
The
Yeah,
same
so-
thing. You've heard it 1,000 times.
Yeah, so with the jiu-jitsu, it's the same thing. It's like, oh, yeah, I want to train, and they want to tell me their life story about why they want to train or want to train.
And then, but I can. I got the kids.
Yeah,
I don't.
like-
I already don't have time
And
now.
so I don't spend too much time. I don't spend too much time trying to convince people. I'm like, yo, if you want to do it, like,
You'll make time.
show the fuck up. Yeah. It's just like anything. Like, yeah, I tell people like, as a trainer, like, if, that's why my approach when I rehab somebody's shoulder or whatever the fuck the issue is, I like do the one session with them and I do a follow up like 2 to 3 days later so that they can see what life is like with that like slight adjustment. So like it's either a great impact on their health or their issue, and they're like, oh my god, this is amazing, I can't even imagine, or it's a slight one but significant enough. That's like, because people don't realize how much pain they're in until they're not. And then the second time they see you, you're like, yeah, it's kind of coming back now. And it's like, yeah, because you're not maintaining it. And then it's an easy conversation to have. Be like, hey, you know, we can keep doing this thing. Yeah. But in every person I tell them, I'm like, we train together, like, you're going to notice little things about your life that are different that I have no clue about. Like, we're talking about it right now, but you're going to be like, yeah, when I fucking get up from the toilet seat, my spine doesn't hurt anymore. And I'm like, I didn't know that was a thing. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Like, I had one guy, my client, my longest client, I've had him for a year now. He said, he texted me like 2 o'clock in the morning one time, and he's like, hey, I woke up this morning to go, or I woke up in the middle of the night to go pee and it didn't hurt. And I was like,
congrats.
Cool, bro. I'm not the guy to talk to about that. You need to go see a doctor. If you got that deep urethra itch, bro. You need to see somebody else.
Bro, that's a shirt, bro. You got that deep urethra itch, bro.
You need to go talk to somebody else about that shit. So he's like, no. When I wake up in the morning, usually my hip hurts and it hurts to get up and walk. So I noticed that was a thing. And so I was like, oh, okay, you should lead with that next time.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be like,
Not just, I can pee now.
It doesn't hurt to pee. Cool, Dave. Yeah, but he's like, no. Like, what I mean is, and so just stuff like that. Like, I had one guy tell me it doesn't hurt to reach for, like, pull a jug out of the fridge anymore. And I'm like, didn't know that. So it's just always,
yeah, it's kind of cool.
Just some little thing in their life that I think Dave measured his fitness by how long it took him to get tired when he's cutting his yard. So now we're at the point where he can finish his whole yard in one go and not stop for breaks or anything like that. But before that, he's like, I'll do 15-minute increments.
Yeah.
He's got like a big ass, like kind of like your yard, like kind of like bigger.
Yeah.
And he's like 15-minute increments. I'm pushing the mower. He does all these yard work and stuff. And now he's like 68 going on 50. So
that's good.
Yeah, he's just running around. I remember when because he couldn't jump rope.
You gave him some of his life back.
Yeah, well, he couldn't jump rope. Big boxer. His biggest cardio thing was jumping rope. He couldn't jump rope. I told him, I'll get you running and jumping rope again. And after he was able to run, he just was running all the time. Like
Nice.
he'd run to go get water.
Yeah.
Like Dave, you don't need to fucking just
Like, I'm doing it.
Yeah, it's like you have a water jug right here. Okay. So he just jog over, get a drink, come back. I'm like, who are you trying to show off for? I told you this was a possibility. You're the one that didn't believe me.
Yeah.
And just shit like that. And then, yeah, people just, it's always just some little small thing. So that conversations even have jiu-jitsu, I just kind of take a more, I can't really like, I was like, hey, here's I can offer you a free class, dude. Like free week.
The free class
something.
thing is crazy because like, well, the thing that got me with it was like, I went and I basically just got my ass handed to me and the whole time.
Yeah, I had to
And
beat that dude
I was
up.
I was already humbled. You know, like I knew I was gonna get my ass beat, kind of thing. I showed up prepared to get fucked up.
Yeah, but Dennis wasn't supposed to be there.
Well,
to hurt
that's besides the point. We don't have to talk about that. But regardless, I was like, wow, like they were able to do that to me, and I'm like a fucking. I mean, I'm not a small guy.
Yeah.
I'm fucking 220 pounds, 6 foot tall. Like I'm fucking. By all means, in a stand-up fight, I'm gonna beat most people just because of my
Yeah,
size.
just, I'm out muscle you.
Yeah.
I'll weigh you.
And like fucking little ass people would fuck me up in jiu-jitsu, and I was like, cool, this is what I'm doing now.
Yeah, I think
The adrenaline spike too. I chase things that get like a good adrenaline spike. Like that's why I
too.
like hunting. That's why I like hunting. That's why. Yeah. Well, your threshold for adrenaline's way different than mine, I'm sure. But yeah, like that adrenaline, I fucking love it. Like when I go hunting, whenever you go to see an animal and it fucking walks out and you know you're gonna shoot it, like fucking like I've seen animals that I'm like, I'm not gonna shoot it, and I'm fine. I can look at it, scope it, and everything like that. And as soon as I make that conscious decision in my brain, I'm like, okay, I am gonna shoot this. All of a sudden, your hands start shaking,
Yeah.
you start dumping adrenaline. Like that thing's awesome. And if you get like in a really good, like if I go to roll with somebody and like if they're like yesterday, there were some new people at the gym, and I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know how this is about to fucking go. Like that adrenaline. Every time.
Plus they looked athletic and like big and shit. So
Yeah.
you're like,
Yeah. Well, it's like there was one time there was a guy that came to our class who was like just to do his free trial, and fucking dude was yoked, taller than me, like fucking biceps the size of my chest.
Oh, that black dude?
Yeah. And like by all means, you put me and him next to each other, and I'm just like some regular looking dude, and this dude's like debatably on steroids, and
Yeah.
like we roll, and I fucking in 5 minutes I subbed him like 3 times, and I was like,
Yeah.
that feels pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, like it was because I saw something on Instagram that was like saying like, which is true. You're like less than 1% of the population, grapples.
It's less
Like,
than
less-
1%
yeah,
of
something
1%.
Like, yeah,
It's
so
fucking
it's
like
like
nobody.
a super small percentage of people in the world. So like if you get proficient in it, it's to some degree, like you're better than, you're strong. You have the capability to handle over 99% of the world.
Dude,
so,
the confidence you can get from it too is insane.
yeah, so it's like there's a sense of confidence with that, and there's a sense of like security with that, so that you're never really too amped up about anything. So like given with jiu-jitsu, my military background, like all that stuff, corrections, like I've tested these things. I'm like,
You're pretty
like,
confident
yeah,
in
like,
your abilities.
Yeah, just like even in like dive school, like all that stuff, like I just was in this moment of just like everything I could do that I was austere, and it wasn't like I wasn't chasing an adrenaline thing. I just thought this next thing seemed cool, and because I realistically, to be fair, like I had a fear of the water to some degree, growing up. Well, more of it as an adult, like I didn't have the underwater confidence I would like to have. I had I could swim decently. So that's kind of my motivation to do the SEAL shit. And then so got better at that. So I got to swam my first mile, like did some underwater crossover shit where you had to like go underwater and clear your goggles and shit like that. And then dive school took that to a whole new level. So I'm pretty comfy in the water now. But
You're gonna start. Was it spelunking?
spelunking, what is that?
What,
Cave diving, underwater cave
Oh,
diving.
fuck that.
yeah, I was like, don't do that, please.
No, dude,
I
I saw-
value
No, that's how
who
you
you
die.
are as a human. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
No, I don't have any like desire. Like now I have like, I don't know, like simpler thing. Like I said, like jiu-jitsu. Like I'm in school for physical therapy, but I mean, if this gym works out the way I want it to be, I'm probably not going to do that. I'm gonna probably just finish my degree off and then just not go to the doctoral program.
You now get why the name of the podcast is what it is.
Yeah.
It's fucking people's lives are crazy, dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just like I was going to do the practice to fund my gym for retirement. Now it's already here. But now it's like, well, the gym's here. It's like, well, if I could just take retirement and make it job.
Yeah, that's
And
why I
then-
started the podcast, because I was like, what would I do if I had $100 million and didn't have to work for money anymore? I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I'd want to interview people. Like, this is, like, I don't know if you've ever noticed, like one time I was at Open Mats, or it was last fucking weekend. Like, I met some of the people that you've probably rolled with 1,000 times, and like I've rolled with him before, like Robbie. Like, I was just, all of a sudden I start like haphazardly fucking interviewing him on the fucking mats, and I'm like, oh, this is just like what I do. Like, well, maybe it's because I've
I think
done
I heard
fucking.
that. I think I actually tuned into some of that, and I was like listening to you, like,
It's a problem. Well, I mean, it's not a problem, I guess. I'm so worried. Like, I'm so not worried. Like, I ask people, like, I want to know people's background. I feel like most people make semi-rational decisions with their lives, and to somebody who might not have lived their lives, it might seem crazy. Like, when I meet you and I'm like, this dude's doing fucking handstand push-ups, and like, I'm like, this dude's like crazy. What the fuck? And like, I have to hear these stories, and like, now having, fucking 5 hours of recordings of hearing you tell, you know what I mean? Like, if someone meets you, you'd be like, if you really want to know about me, listen to this episode of the podcast. Like, you'll hear.
This actually saves me a lot of time.
Because how long have I known you now? Like, fucking 8 months?
Yeah,
Something like that?
Something like that.
And like, I didn't fucking know like 10/10 of this. You know what I mean?
Now you got a good portion.
10
of it.
tenths.
Yeah.
Not all of it, just a good
Like, I
portion
didn't know
of it.
anything about him, pretty much. I knew he did jiu-jitsu. and was in the
That was like
military.
10 tenths a
Yeah.
year.
You're a personal trainer. You do jujitsu.
Yeah.
You're good at helping people rehab stuff.
I know you played football at one point,
Yeah.
like, and now it all puts it into perspective. No wonder you're fucking crazy. You've done a lot of crazy ass shit.
I wouldn't call me crazy. I'm just like
Crazy as far
necessary
as
evil. Is what I prefer the term.
to a regular, I say a regular person, to a person who take the normal path that people take.
Mm-hmm.
You did not take the normal path at all.
No, it's just funny like how like not making college football. It's like, that's what, that fucking tornado in Joplin, Missouri. That is what spiraled this whole
Imagine
thing.
where your life would have been if you would have.
Yeah, no, I'm like I sometimes I think like, would I have liked to make it in the NFL for any amount of time and had that experience, or would I have depend if my like things work out for me in general now anyway, which I feel like they will. Which route would I have preferred? And I'm thinking like, what would I know prospectively if I did?
It's
make it to the
hard.
NFL?
It's hard to understand.
Yeah,
it's
I
hard to
mean-
even to
Well, it's
know
'cause
where you would be with that.
I would still be probably pretty naive to things. You know what I mean? Like, I think perspective is probably one of the most important things in life, and it would probably fix a lot of problems. But I think that with being just in the NFL or in football like that, I would had just kind of continued on that path. You know what I mean? What would I have been
Well,
doing?
I mean, then it's a whole nother thing. If you follow that path, you could potentially end up like one of those guys who just gets a fucking shit ton of money to play in the NFL. They blow all of it, and next thing you know, that not only do they have like CTE, they've got fucking
Yeah, would I have been mature enough
physical-
to handle that?
Yeah.
physical problems. Like, they're broke as fuck, but now they're famous. So somebody sees them at a restaurant, and they're like, "Oh, hey, you're
Yeah.
da da da." But now you don't have the money for fucking security.
Well,
and
I mean,
shit.
I'm not even confident that I would have made it through college, like because
Yeah.
of like educational. Because I didn't care about it in high school, really. So why would I care about it
in
like
college.
still
Yeah.
a continuation of the DLC of high school?
Yeah.
So like, why would I? What would I do? So I think because doing the military, doing all that stuff is kind of what gave me the adult perspective and ability to like do good in school. And now, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
like if you ask anybody, my sister, like if you told me you've been in college and you're fucking in general at all, like I would
You're
have told you you're a
crazy.
fucking
Yeah,
liar.
yeah.
But I was just like, this thing sounds cool to do, and I'm one of those people that it's like if I don't want to do it, I'm probably not going to do it, or probably be good at it. If I'm forced to do it, it's just probably, like Hannah's really good at doing her chore. You know what I mean? Like, she can just like, I know I need to do this. I don't want to do this, but I just will do this thing. So she's good at grindy shit.
Everyone's
like
got a
that.
limit of that stuff too, though. Because I mean, dude, think about that. But then people will work that job for 40 years.
Yeah,
That's
true.
most people's
Yeah,
lives. So when they hear a podcast like this one, for a lot of people, it's gonna be like I mean, it's why people read books or watch TV. They're experiencing someone else's life.
Living vicariously through other people.
Yeah. But that goes back to that fucking Thoreau quote or whatever that Joe Rogan always parrots is fucking most men live lives
I
of
was gonna
quiet
say
desperation.
desperation.
Yeah.
Most-
And that's
yeah,
so
most
true.
guys.
That's why like people they freak out when they hear that I don't have internet, and I'm like, I'm too busy living my own life. Like I told somebody the other day I didn't have. They're like, so wait, you don't watch TV? And I'm like, well, we have bunny ears, but we really only turn the TV on. We only turn the TV on to make noise for the dog.
Yeah.
You could stop by this house fucking anytime, and I'm 95% of the time, if I'm even here,
Yeah.
there's not like the TV's gonna be on for the dog.
That's
That's
true.
it.
Like,
You just choose what you want to do with your time. That's it.
I'd rather go have bruises all over me, get my ass beat, and go meet new people in jiu-jitsu that just fuck me up, and have that experience. I'd rather live a life of experiences than have to die being like, yeah, I worked at the plant for 50 years.
yeah.
And
Well, I mean, I think people's biggest thing is afraid to jump. They just don't want to jump. They don't want to take that leap. Like me, when I was like, fuck this, I'm going to Florida to do dive school. Like, I'm going to do it right now. Like, I have the ability. All I have to do is travel. Fucking let's do it. Let's make it happen. So
you don't make
Did that.
necessarily the most financial best decisions at the time.
I mean, financially, I had the free. It was free. Like,
I'm saying,
Yeah.
but most people like they get accustomed to making a specific amount of money, and they hate like for me, I worked a job that I hated, and like I was making pretty decent money, and I was on track to make even better money, but I literally dreaded going to bed, because going to bed meant that I was going to have to go back to the job the next day.
Yeah.
And most people cannot afford, they rack themselves up on debt and can't afford to go to that next job because they can't afford the pay cut that it takes to try something different.
And that, I think that people, they get too, like you said, they get too stuck in that rut or whatever it is, and then I think, and also like people, like you say, like everybody has you make your own opportunities for things, you know what I mean? Like
Most people don't realize that, though.
Yeah, and I came like, that's why when people like with the dude that stole my rash guard from Gracie Brennan, when he. People are like, well, he didn't have the opportunity. Like fucking blah blah blah. He came from a bad area. I was like, bitch, me too. Like my neighborhood is where Black Lives Matter started. Like, what the fuck do you mean? But I got out of that. Like, people would think like, because I'm being mixed. People are like, yeah, but you're more white than black. And like, is that because I don't talk like ghetto?
Crazy.
Is that why? Is that why? Is it because I enunciate and I speak more like educated? Is that why you think that I'm less black? Because that's what you're assuming black is, and I don't dress the part. So, is that?
Well, it's like a lot of people, like with me. I mean, not to cut you off,
Yeah.
but like the thing, like I fucking live in the woods and
You don't fuck your sister?
drive a truck. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like I don't. And then they're like, "Oh, this dude, you have a podcast and do jujitsu and
Yeah,
fucking,
so-
and you hunt too."
Well, my
And
brothers are stuck in St. Louis. They're just victims to their own demise. They're doing their own thing in St. Louis and following that path from they're just doing stupid shit. And I came from the same area like that they did, and I'm doing something different. And just so when they were like trying to make the excuse for why that guy stole my shit, and
you
like
just,
how
you're
they
not.
should-
I'm not here to hear it.
Yeah,
Not hearing it,
I'm like,
yeah.
dude, I don't give a fuck about what like adversity you had. Like, motherfucker, me too. Like, everybody's had adversity. Like, I know not everybody's David Goggins level adversity, but
Yeah.
everybody has their own things they had to overcome. And
You can either choose to succumb to it or
yeah,
overcome
you can either
it.
and even like being with like talking with Hannah, like seeing different, like we've had arguments because of different like just cultural differences. And when I say cultural differences, I mean just like upbringing. Like, you were brought up this way, I was brought up this way. Things were this way for you. So there's been like these like things that we've had to like talk about and work through ourselves, like with each other. And then she's kind of showed me perspective on like how things should have been or could have been for me that weren't, because of like you can't help like your parents' upbringing, because they what you know, you don't know what you do. That white belt saying, you don't know what you don't know. So like, how are you supposed to talk? How is somebody gonna be mentoring me through college or getting into college if they've never been to college? Like, both my parents had GEDs. Like,
It's unexplored territory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so how are you going to mentor me through something that you yourself have never been through or done? So my mentors were, I couldn't even call you a name of a mentor. Like, just because I just found somebody that was doing something that I was doing, and I'd inquire about it and just see what it was that I was doing. So I was just like paving my own way. That's why Hannah got so good at jiu-jitsu, is because I fucking had to jump over all these hurdles that she got to just walk through.
Well, too many people, I mean, in life are going to take diet advice from fat people, like in all realms, all things, you know what I mean? And that's unfortunate. And too many people will take financial advice from broke people, kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's just
true.
That's how society's built, unfortunately.
And my dad probably gave me some of the most like safe financial advice that I've ever had, just because, not because he was a really educated man. It's just fucking his experience. He's like, yeah, don't do that shit. And that's why I got me in some debt.
Yeah.
Don't do that shit. That's how you get debt. Don't do this. Don't do that. So if anything, life rules I've taken myself is probably from my father the most. And then, but yeah, like other than that, like you don't have anybody guiding you through these things. I mean, my stepdad was college educated, but he didn't fucking help. He like, he didn't do anything that like they told you should go to college, and it's like, but you don't express why or the need to.
Just
like,
go.
Just like there's no reason for
And
anything.
everyone's reason is, well, you got to go to college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to.
You're not gonna, are you going to be a fucking loser and not go to college?
Yeah.
That's literally
it's like,
that's
well, what is college
same advice
keeping
I
me
got.
from? You know what I mean? What is
Yeah.
it keeping me from? And it wasn't until I realized something. And plus, even if I did go to college right out of high school, like what would I have done? Would I have just got some dumbass degree and not even something everybody does? They get one that they don't use. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I got criminology.
And now
I'll
you
be
have
a cop.
fucking 50 grand.
Or you have a
Yeah.
philosophy
Non-bank-
degree that does not translate, so you just teach more philosophy degrees.
Yeah, it's
Right.
like it's stupid. So
well, you get in that fucking cycle. Now you have non-bankruptable debt if you take student loans. And
Yeah.
most people take student loans because that's the normal. And then, like I said, going back to like, then you get in these cycles. You take a job because of the money, and then now you need a new car. You just fucking driving your high school car, and after college, like, oh, everyone drives a newer vehicle. Now you're in debt from that, and then you're like, well, you got to build credit, so you got to have a credit card too, and then you fucking get that, and then now you got to buy the house to fit in. Now you're fucking
Your friend has a boat. You have to buy a boat. You need a trailer for the boat.
Yeah.
keeping
Truck
up with the
for the boat.
Joneses.
and then, I mean, dating an economics major, it really helps. Yeah, like she knows all the fucking tricks and trends to everything. Like it's funny how applicable economics is to so much. Like just talking with her is like so much stuff that
She's gotta
also
come on
goes
soon,
into.
too.
Like she could like even with like we were talking about Bud Light's the decision to do their like marketing thing. Like she didn't go to school for marketing, but I bet she would be like fucking fantastic because she says the biggest problem with economics is people don't look at people as people. They look at people as numbers or like some kind of like variable.
It's all dollar signs.
Yeah.
They no, what they do, a lot of problem with Bud Light is like they literally looked at the minority of people.
Yeah.
And they don't see that I mean, you've heard of the silent majority.
Yeah.
That's who you're marketing to, is the silent
Yeah,
majority.
I'm curious to how hard Bud Light got hit.
They've already
fucking
lost
ridiculous.
billions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
how fucking stupid are you? Like,
Yeah.
your headquarters is in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, most
The
of your
majority
people-
of your clientele is rednecks.
Yes, like,
that,
And not saying that, like, the problem with me is like, so obviously, like, I have a truck, I go hunting, like fucking live in the woods.
fucking stereotypes.
But like,
Yeah.
I mean, you've talked to me. I've relatively can be philosophical about what I talk about.
as you stutter your words.
Yeah.
I know, right? I'm trying to think of how to say it. You know, I'm not helping myself. But like, I don't dip. I don't fucking do a redneck shit all the time. But
all the time.
right. But so like you think about rednecks and you're like, oh, they just hate transgenders. I'm like, I don't think they give a fuck.
No.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like they don't care. A lot of rednecks are leave me alone.
Some of them don't. Some of them actually do care. But
Yeah,
the majority don't.
But
I think-
regardless, but
Yeah.
like a lot of rednecks, they see that commercial and they just don't like that you're trying to bring politics into
Yeah.
fucking beer.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
People
It-
just don't want this shit jammed in their throat.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
How about you just let people be people
Yeah.
and just do their thing?
Right. And
And
so
so-
much of it's like with Bud Light doing that. It's like, that Bud Light's not, like, Anheuser-Busch is not doing that for good reason.
No.
They're doing that to cater to the woke people, and the people stopped. They took that so bad because those people like don't like that you're like, oh, you're just being fake right now, and people can sense that. They can smell it in the fucking air. It's like Bud Light put a transgender person on their commercial. It's like, you guys aren't doing this because you're so virtuous. You're doing this because you're trying to appear as virtuous,
Well, yeah,
and that's off-putting.
I say Hannah says like, as a marketing team, your job isn't to appeal like to morality. It's to appeal. Sometimes they can overlap, but it's appeal to your the people that fuck shareholders.
yeah, the
shareholders, yeah.
To your shareholders.
It's all
like,
about money.
Yeah, so it's like if those two things align, perfect. But you should never have like your company should never be like Coca-Cola doesn't give a fuck about like of this, that, or the other. Like they're just riding the trend to make more money for you to come in. Like you see the same, like you talked about with Biden. Like Biden was against this, that, and the other, but now he's this, that, and the other now. But like
Yeah. He's
same
just
with
riding the wave.
Yeah, same with every company. It's like you owe this service to your shareholders, not the morality of society.
That's why I think Joe Rogan's podcast is so huge, is because he like as flawed as a human as he might be to some people, he's honest.
Yeah.
And that's all people like. You can sense the honesty in people or
Fuck,
not.
you can get education just from the people he brings on TV.
Literally.
Like, yeah.
Literally, it's a whole. It's like
Yeah.
I've what's a YouTube University? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and so many people like. When I told my family, because I only have my associate's degree, and when I got my associate's degree, I was like, I really don't want to go spend even more money on college when I don't even know if I'll need it I was like, I just don't know what I want to do, and you're telling me I have to go to college, and your best explanation is because you need that piece of paper. I'm like,
They don't
fuck
even
that.
like. I have a bachelor's, and I spent way too much money in student loans to get it. And now that I have it, I'm like, no one's ever asked to see it. They're just like, "Do you have it?" Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
That's literally it.
And it's like, what do you even want it for? I didn't want to waste my shot at it. And
Yeah.
like, can we just get this business degree and then be done with it?
Yeah.
And like, that's a safe option, but it's like, yeah, but what am
When
I
you
going to be
see
doing? with my
plumbers
life?
making more than plumbers that spent maybe $5,000 on a fucking trade school, and they come out and they're making a fucking $150,000 a year.
Yeah.
And then you see Joe Schmo with his 8-year philosophy
Fucking-
doctorate in philosophy, and he's making fucking $30,000 in Burger King. You know what I mean?
Fucking Robbie makes bank, and he's like, he doesn't have a degree. I
That's
don't know
what
if he
I'm
finished high school, actually. But yeah, he's just a businessman. Now he's doing jiu-jitsu.
It's you know
and
why
just
he's a
making
businessman?
fucking-
It's fucking because he just understands that the regular people are your people like shopping there.
And this is this is what I need to do. This is what I because I've talked to him since he's like my partner and shit. I'm like, what makes you so much more successful than others?
You think he'll do the podcast? I'll have him on.
He might, yeah, he probably would. I think I don't know. I wonder if he'll do it for free. I mean, that's
fair.
A lot
That's
of time
fair.
and money. You know what I mean? Because like
Yeah.
even his privates now are like $500.
I mean, this is a form of advertisement for him for free. I mean,
Yeah. Well, like I said, his thing is like $500 for a private lesson, and it's not. He has it that high because he's like, well, why not? Like, I don't
You're either
need
gonna
to
pay it or
I
not.
don't need to do this,
Yeah.
and
Well-
I don't want to do this. So if you let it make it worth my time,
yeah.
$500.
So yeah, my barber kind of same thing. Like he was charging like $15 a haircut, and he started just getting like so many people signing up, and he's like,
just
wait,
keep-
I can just up the price. I can make the same amount of money for less work.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just keep doing it. Now his haircuts are $40 a piece.
Yeah. So he's like less
But
people.
less people
Same
making
money.
He's actually
Or
making more money now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because some people say if there's a higher price, they're like, well, there must be a reason there's a higher price.
He must
Right.
be fucking
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want it all
Dude,
cut off.
he cuts. Do you know who Paulie Malignaggi is?
No.
A boxer that fought, or the one that got. I mean, I say so. This is how I heard of Paulie Malignaggi. Can you Google him?
It sounds like a fucking disease.
Paulie. Yeah.
It's a muscular.
Yeah, there you
neuromuscular
go.
disease.
Malignaggi. Yep. So he got famous because when Conor was training for Floyd, he was a
I know this guy,
boxer,
this guy.
and he was, I think he was like a champion at one point, and he was like, I guess, sparring with Conor, and there was footage of them sparring that was never supposed to get released, and Conor released it in up into because I think Conor like KO'd him or something, or like fucked him up a little bit. Regardless, he got brought into that spotlight during the whole thing because he was like, there was a video of him like yelling at Conor in like a crowd, and Conor and him were like yelling back and forth, and there was like a crowd on.
Oh,
Long story
okay.
short, he's pretty popular. He was a famous boxer. He's like a analyst or whatever now for boxing, and my buddy cuts him. My barber cuts him. So like, I mean, he's got like famous clients and stuff too. It's pretty crazy. He's getting up there.
That's pretty dope then.
Yeah. See, actually, that bottom picture right there is Conor McGregor's sparring video, and it's a picture of Conor's back, like throwing a punch at that guy. But I mean, all that in to say, I understand why he would charge $500 for a private lesson.
Yeah,
It's like
'cause-
you're either gonna pay it or not.
Yeah.
And
he has
didn't
high level
Robbie-
dudes go up there all the time. Like,
Didn't he like go to ADCC and shit?
won it. He won ADCC. Or not, I'm sorry, he didn't win ADCC. Won ADCC trials.
Okay.
Yeah, not ADCC.
ADCC for people listening is like fucking. That's like the Super Bowl of jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, it was the Olympics for jiu-jitsu
Yeah.
every 2 years. Yeah, so those are about to start soon too. So we have a bunch of like high-level guys coming to the gym a lot now to get roles and stuff, and it's kind of funny. Like you see something that I was just talking about this the other day, how like we will have something that we're doing where everybody's getting caught with it or something, and then we'll find out a way to defeat it, and then that just becomes the norm. So that when you roll against people that you aren't in the gym normally, you get caught with these same things all the time. Because like, hey, this guy's not doing that thing, and you're like, oh, well, fuck, you got me with that. So like for one, when I first learned to backstep, I was backstepping on everybody, and I was backstepping and getting the leg lock positions, backstepping and getting leg lock position. And then people learn that, hey, I can take your back off of this. So they start trying to do that, and you're like, oh fuck. So now I'm giving people my back, and then you're like, oh, we do this thing where we get up. I think I taught it to the class one time where you do the get up where you put the forearm across the waist, and then like you just stand up, press them off of you, and you just get up from them. They're mounted to you, and you're on the bottom, and you just kind of sit up and get up. And it's like, how the fuck?
It's the
you
most
just sat
frustrating
up.
thing.
How
Yeah.
How you just sitting up? And then we're like, oh, well, we all do that. Here's how you shut that down. And so we start guillotining each other. And you're like, oh shit, that's it. And then it's just this perpetual thing that like when people come to our gym, they don't know that thing or they don't do that thing, so they get caught with that thing. And so
Feels it's validating.
yeah, so because like then you have like high dudes like John Combs come in, and he was wondering how I did this like counter to the single leg defense, and I showed that to him, and he was like, "Oh, cool, this is fucking awesome." And then he like replicated it and like tagged me in the post about it and shit, and then just stuff like that. And they were like Robbie and Ian were talking to him about like different leg lock entries and stuff to do with this, and
Dude,
like,
it's fucking jiu-jitsu is a whole nother language.
yeah, because
It's fucking crazy.
He like inverted, because when you like the reason I don't do like inversion leg entries anymore is because like back take ability, and he tried to do one to me and I took his back off of it, and well, kind of like I got like the entry. I didn't get to his back, but
I think we're
closer,
losing
yeah.
people interested. Me and you are. I'm understanding what you're saying, but I think some people listening.
That's true. So, but either way, the point is that like, the trends of it, like just doing that kind of
Learning off of new people.
It's
and
what
everybody.
I was thinking about this before you came here too. Is I was like, life is so malleable. It's crazy because like you could stop doing jiu-jitsu on like a Monday and you could be in the golf community 3 days later. You know what I mean? Like you could just people can decide. You know,
Fuck that though.
When you get what I'm saying, yeah, for certain. But like, what I mean by that is more like people get trapped in their own mental blocks. You know what I mean? And like next thing you know, they're like, "Oh, I wish I could." And I'm like, "Bitch, you can. Just go
do it.
Just go do it. Just fucking show up." You don't. That's my fucking favorite quote. Is you don't have to be great to start, but you do have to start to be great. And the starting is the hardest fucking part.
You should put underneath that like Yoda probably.
Gandalf, probably. Finn Franklin or George Washington, probably.
Well, do you want to like? Well, I guess if you're gonna stop personal training people, you don't need to like tag your personal training or anything like that. If anyone wants to train jiu-jitsu with you, how do they do it? Because I'm trying to end this fucker. I gotta piss, and it's fucking.
I'm
almost,
fucking hungry.
It's
Yeah, me
2:30.
too.
I haven't eaten today.
So-
I did not expect to be doing this late.
So for right now, I guess Freedom Martial Arts, off of Bloomingdale, off by the Crunch Bloomingdale. What's that, by a Pizza Hut or whatever over there?
Just Google Freedom Martial Arts.
Google Freedom Martial Arts. See if you can find it. That, and then I train at Crunch Bloomingdale. Same thing.
Personal
Google
training.
Crunch,
So,
yeah. If you have rehab issues or injuries or anything like that, I need to fix Ryan.
Dr. Andrew.
Yeah, I need to fucking work on your shit too.
It's coming soon. I
Yeah.
should be starting my new schedule soon.
And then the summertime, hopefully my gym opens, which is Spring Hill. So
What's gonna be the name of it? Do you know?
Gracie Hernando. It's just gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same symbol. Everything's gonna be the same. It's just gonna be Hernando instead of Brandon. So that I'm trying to make it like an actual banner thing. So like between me, Jordan, and Robbie's gyms, like people can jump in between those like pretty easily. So like I was like even telling like Ramon the other day, like if you're trying to get in the MMA scene and do all these other things, like you need to get with people that are networked. Like it's cool to do Muay Thai kickboxing and stuff, but if you get into like a network that has ability to touch everything, because if you can go our gym to train jiu-jitsu, you can get some decent kickboxing there too. Like then you can go to like Jordan's gym if he's having things go on there. He does the whole MMA thing. Access to Jordan gives you access to Fusion, which is one of the best fucking feeders to the UFC in the fucking state, if not the country. You know, you usually be training against UFC fighters all fucking day, you know, and stuff like that. So I want it to be like a banner, and then even if this gym's successful and I make another one, I'll still pay royalties to Robbie to continue that symbol and that name, so that we can just kind of keep that going. Because unless Hannah becomes some kind of fucking crazy mega person, then we just name it after her, and then I ride her fame for that. But which is possible, but
She's fucking good, dude.
Yeah,
She's how much? Hannah weighs like 110 pounds, and she just fucking
135, 40 pounds.
regardless. I mean, that's because she's tall. Like
Yeah,
if she was
5'8",
if she was like a little bit shorter, she'd be.
Yeah.
She just fucking.
Annihilate everybody.
It's frustrating, dude. I literally like looked like I got in a street fight when I got done rolling with her, and I was like, that was not fun for me at all. Just running away from shit the entire
She
time.
doesn't go hard with most people either. So like girls think that like, oh, I almost got you this time, because they're kind of like those dudes that came through the other day. Like I told myself about them. I was like, I'm just gonna take all their backs. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
And so anything that they did against me, I was like, I'm gonna just see if I can get to their back, and I did for most of them. But
You're just playing with your food.
yeah, so it's like they may think like, oh my god, I passed his guard, or I did this, and it's like,
But shoot.
yeah, I'm just giving you position, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to work something here, bro.
Yeah, like I could, and I got to take out half of my game anyway, because I'm not gonna leg lock you to open up other things, to do other things. Like,
Yeah. There's
she's-
levels to it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not exactly giving it everything you
Yeah,
have.
so
You're like,
Hannah
I'm
does the
trying to
same
get something.
thing, and people think this, especially guys, like, oh, you like, I'm getting closer, I'm getting better. It's like, nah, actually, she's being really nice.
She's trying to work a submission she
Yeah.
doesn't really do often.
Yeah, you notice she's not getting much resistance for that back take. Yeah, it's the same shit though. But
Well, I appreciate you doing this, Andrew. This is going to be the
been
longest
good.
podcast
Yeah.
ever
Ever.
in all of podcast history. No, I'm just kidding. But
maybe.
Maybe.
no, definitely not. But no, it was a good time. Definitely have you on again.
For
Whatever you
sure.
want. Talk about anything. We can do whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Part 2, like,
Good part is I don't have a boss, so I can kind of do whatever the fuck I want.
yeah, it's
If
true.
I post
I'm
it.
my own boss, kind of.
That's fair. He's
Yeah.
if he posts it.
Yeah, so he's your boss.
I could just do it myself.
You
It's just gonna
could.
be. I'm not.
I always tease him like, Ryan, don't ever piss me off because I can delete your entire podcast.
He totally can.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not a mean guy. I don't try not to piss people off.
No,
Same.
I just like to fuck with him.
All right. Thank you guys for listening. Andrew Femmer, everybody. Go
You-
train with him. He's such a teddy bear to roll with.
Yeah,
He doesn't
I'm
fuck
not-
you up at all.
I'm not sharp.
All right. Thanks for doing this, man. I appreciate it.
No problem.
This episode of Somehow We're Adults is over, but if you'd like to support the podcast, you can subscribe to one of the levels of the Patreon, where we will release bonus episodes that can't be found anywhere else. Any of the money that we get from the Patreon would be used to upgrade old equipment, as well as get new gear so that we can make the best podcast for you to tune into. You can also follow the podcast Instagram at Somehow We're Adults, where I share clips and content about the podcast, and the link in the bio will take you to any of the Somehow We're Adults pages. I encourage you to check out another one of the episodes if this is your first time listening, and if you're a repeat listener, thank you for your support. I love making the podcast, and I hope you tune in for future episodes of Somehow We're Adults.